as her team can't really back her up. Dodges the stun, but is going to get hit by the Pillar of Flame. Is extremely low. Going to try to 2v1 and gets killed by the Brand, who ends up using the Ignite, but completely worth. Fizz got an assist on it as well. Elisa's going to go down. She got a little too greedy there for her for stealing the jungle camp, invading, and really pay the dividends for it. And as we go back, we're going to see Scotty rush the classic tier build instead of getting the Sightstone or Moby boots. So he's going to be looking to scale into the late game as Blitzcrank. This is going to be a great game. Twitch ended up picking up a Cull and the Serrated Blade, so he's going to be able to deal. He's going to be able to do a lot of good trades if he can kill a minion and then do an auto attack on the Soraka or Ezreal. Should be difficult, though, to take down the Ezreal if he plays up far enough with the Soraka keeping him healed up. Soraka did just take a recent nerf in the patch 2, making her mana cost and cooldowns increased, so she's not as effective as she used to be, but is still just an annoying character to play against. Ooh, we're going to see Scotty land the hook, but Ezreal's going to Arcane Shift out of it, so nothing happens, totally nullifying the hook, just basically making Scotty waste his mana, which might not be the best choice. But even though he does have the tier, I did forget. Not a usual pickup, but for Scotty, it's a very typical buy.
Avery, can we rearrange the scoreboard? Put like the support on the bottom, jungle is second.
I have no clue how to do that.
So you just go down and you like drag and click where the scoreboard is. So you see where Fizz's score is? Yeah, you can just like drag him.
Wait, how do you want it?
Darius is at the top because he's the top laner.
Oh, you want it to be in order?
Yeah. Brand's mid. Fizz is jungle, so yeah. Yep. And then just put Soraka on the bottom and Ez just one up. Yeah. Thank you very much. So we really get to see how that invade affected the mid lane because Diana is as the Wombo combo comes in, Elise with the cocoon into the hook, very well played. A teleport coming down, but Shen is also going to come in with the level 6 teleport. Stand United gets the taunt off on the Darius. They're going to dive under the tower, but they're not going to go for it with the Soraka just being able to heal them up. So it's a one for nothing trade. Darius did use his teleport, and Shen just had the ultimate, so Shen will get back up into his top lane faster than the Darius, able to push that tower in. Oh, but they're still going to go for more. Twitch, they get the hook on Soraka, and Soraka's going to go down with the Twitch using his rat-a-tat-tat, and then Darius is going to get the Noxious Guillotine. Can he get the double kill? They might have stayed too long. The Brand ultimate comes in, and he's going to take down the Twitch, and he got the stun onto the Shen, gets the Pillar of Flame. Can he take him down? But no, less than 200 health. The Cocoon lands onto Fizz right now. Diana's going to get the Crescent and the dash, and Fizz gets annihilated before he can even use his Playful Trickster.
Duff City.
Tough City indeed.
Duff City.
Duff City. Whatever Avery's saying, I couldn't agree more.
Duff City.
Exactly. So that is actually going to even out for a 2v2 trade because Soraka and... Oh, no, a 3-for-2 trade because Ezreal, Soraka, and Fizz went down for the likes of the Blitzcrank and the Twitch. So let's see how that's going to affect the game. Diana is extremely far behind in CS. Actually, no, she was able to catch up due to that kill onto the Fizz and was able to go back to the mid lane and pick up a little bit of farm. She was 20 down before that plays, but Brand is 2-0-1 right now, so he is a little bit fed. Let's see if they can... Blitz is going to get the hook. Ezreal's going to have to blow Flash to get out of that. And we're going to see what can really happen right now to what other plays they're going to set up. Shen and Darius are just going to be duking it out in the top lane. Can Diana 1v1 the Brand? Not yet. She is out of mana. If she might have been able to do it if her other dash was up. But with the low mana and the... flash away from the Fizz. Fizz isn't going to go for it. He had his ultimate and red buff. Blitz is once again going up on the Ezreal. They have it, the flash. Ooh! Interesting flash from the Soraka. The hook was going to miss anyway, but flash is over it. So this bot lane right now is very aggressive. Scotty coming in with the patented hooks, just really making this bot lane annoying for the Ezreal Soraka lane. Shen is really getting bullied out in the top lane right now by the Darius after he was able to pick up the kill and the assist. He has his phase, increases his movement speed, and the Corruption Potion. So with the dot of the Corruption Potion and... Oh, the hook! The silent. Can Scotty get it? Yeah, the Soraka's going to go down. Cruftnut is amazing on this Twitch, and Scotty with the hooks. Really a great combo.
Duff City.
Duff City. Shen is going to go down here soon if he does not watch out. With 2 more bleed stacks, roughly, he could definitely get Noxian Guillotine for the kill. So Soraka really needs to be watching her positioning and the Ezreal because this bot lane has become extremely difficult for them with Soraka dying 3 times. Twitch is 4-1 right now. And he has the call, so he will cash in that call very soon and just get a huge power spike once he gets his Youmuu's Ghostblade. And Diana, she started off with a Negatron cloak, but it actually looks like she's going to be opting for a Zhonya's maybe for the first item. I was going to expect the Abyssal Scepter going against a Brand and a Fizz jungle would have been extremely useful. Shen having to use his dash again to get out of the Q from Darius. Ezreal has the tier. He's going to start scaling. Ooh, he gets hit by the pull. Can Darius finish? Ooh. Darius might have been able to get that if he followed. Elise is taking out a pink ward in the bot lane. And Brand is defending a ward in the mid lane. We see Scotty right now on top of Brand. Fizz. Oh, Shen walks back into it. How unfortunate. So here comes Scotty. Oh, he flashes. Can he get the hook? He can. And that's just going to be a combo into the death for Brand with a 3-man gank going mid. And Darius is just clearing up the top lane after being able to take down Shen very easily with Fizz up there to help him out. So they're going to clear this pink ward, and it looks like they're going to position themselves for Dragon. You see Soraka on the backside. There's not really much she can do. She might try to Starfall it, but I doubt she's going to get it. Elise does have Smite up. Oh, no, she doesn't. Elise doesn't have Smite. So this is going to be a close. If Soraka steals this, ooh, gets down to 8 health. She was very close. So Blitz returning to the bot lane, going to make this a 2v2 for Twitch. He might look to get something, but both his bot lane knows by now that Scotty has those deadly hooks coming in for the murder squad, and so they're both just going to back up, let the wave push up, and they're probably going to be pressured under their tower here with a large minion wave. And there's Twitch coming up. They don't expect it with the Rat-a-tat-tat, going to be able to easily take down the Soraka. Hooks the Ezreal, but the Arcane shifts, and the poison almost taking him down, and the Ezreal is going to have to heal. So that is once again Summoners for Ezreal down.
Yeah, I really like watching Scotty play because he always gets the hooks in the ass.
He always gets those hooks.
He gets the hooks in the ass, pulls him in, gets the booty for free.
Twitch right now going aggressive onto the Fizz, but he's going to eat the ultimate. Oh, there he gets cocooned and knocked up. Can't do anything about it. The damage right now from the 6 and 1.
Giant rabbit?
That was a giant rabbit.
Okay.
A giant rabbit monster that eats a carrot. And Cruftnut's going to live with almost no health, picks up the blue buff from the Fizz. And right now, this red team is really going to look to snowball the team off the bot lane. Especially with, that was also a really good ultimate from Shen, which saved the life of Twitch. But Darius is just going to push out the top lane as they get the bot lane. So we'll be interested to see how they progress from here. So that's going to be a 3-man back in the bot lane. Ezreal's going to disrupt the back here for Shen. But let's see how the mid lane's going.
At this point in the game, the gold difference is definitely starting to show. We got blue side down by about 3K right now, which isn't much.
It's going to be returned about a K in the favor for the blue team because once that top tower goes down, which it's very close to, but yeah, just being able, that bot lane really able to snowball the Twitch to get him really far ahead, and that will really allow him to get to his power spike, that mid-game power spike that he really needs to be efficient in the mid-game. And really deal a bunch of damage. And Diana's going to go on to Brand, but that's not the best idea with almost no mana. Brand misses the stun straight into a minion, and Cruftnut's there to just clean it up with his Rat-a-tat-tat. Not having wards on his sides, and Twitch just being able to stealth in, easily picking up the kill. They're going to push this mid turret, going to increase their gold lead, and Fizz is here to defend, but that's a very risky place to defend. So they're going to have to give up this tower. He sends in the ultimate, which hits the Twitch, but just can't do anything. And Scotty just hooks that minion for, good luck. Fizz goes in, but hops right back out because he knows he can't do anything about that. So Darius up top here, cleaning up minions and trying to fight off Shen. Shen is getting extremely strong by being able to help his team and then teleporting back to the top lane, almost missing no experience or farm. Actually, he is roughly 30 farm down on the Darius. Darius being able to stay in the top lane a little bit more. Also picked up a kill when he went bot lane. So he's probably a little bit richer. But Shen has just has had a larger impact on the game than Darius has at this moment. Darius, once they group up, might be able to do a little bit more as they kite back with Brand and Ezreal. But as of right now, Shen's global pressure has just been overwhelming for the enemy team. So it looks like we're going to have a little lull here in action as we do see 3 members of the red team up in the top lane. They might be taking Rift Herald, but they do look to invade. They're going to spot out the Twitch as the pings go down. So yeah, they're going to pick up the Rift Herald right here. Scotty just getting the zone off. Darius can't really do anything about it. Going to be interested to see who picks it up. They do give it to Twitch for the movement speed, which is interesting. It's usually better for the top laner to pick up, or the jungle to pick up, so he can sporadically just show up in a lane and push with the buff, or just go around his jungle and farm at an extremely fast pace. But they're going to give it to the Twitch, and they're going to pressure the top lane with the mini Baron buff. And he's stealthed up, but they can see him under tower with the True Sight. And it looks like Blitz is just solo farming in the bot lane. He's got a scale with the tier. He did pick up the Sightstone and the Swiftness boots. And Twitch actually went Youmuu's into Randuin's Hurricane. Usually you would see the... and he gets taunted. Darius does. And the Rat-a-tat-tat giving him the range to get one more auto attack, then the Expunge with the full stack of poison. That's going to be what takes down Darius in the top lane. He had to flash away, but still dies in the end. And as I said, that there's a 3-man push in the mid lane right now, but they don't really have anything to pressure the enemy under turret since the enemy team also has Diana and Elise. So if Elise landed a cocoon, Diana could easily go in there and just annihilate one target. Probably would be the Soraka since she's level 6. Extremely far behind in experience right now as we see the enemy support Blitzcrank Scotty coming in here he's level 9, so he's 3 levels up on the enemy support. Oh, Brand's going to miss the stun. He gets cocooned. Elise is going to go in there. She gets the full combo with the Pyroclasm. And then Elise flashes into the team with the fish on. And then Fizz is going to be able to take down the Twitch as I stutter. Oh, my God. Too much is happening.
Yeah, I really don't agree with the tier build, because right now, if Ezreal actually had more damage, he probably could have picked up a kill right there.
That is true, but unfortunately, blue build Ezreal is the most highest scaling itemization in the game, so it's just kind of standard.
I feel like every season, that build has its shining moments. Like,
it does.
Every season, but like last time I checked with my friend Magman, he was like a Diamond 1 player. Don't get shot if you guys know him. But he was telling me that like standard Ezreal was actually better towards like the end of when I was playing. So
with the Trinity Force first build.
Yeah.
Yep. That itemization came back heavily for a while. Even Lucian was taking it when they like buffed Trinity Force for a little while, but right now they're going for the late game. I wonder if the red team's going to be able to stack dragons. They're getting the second one here at 18 minutes. And here the Darius is going to be able to take down the top lane, so that's going to be some gold. Fizz might be trying to go for a steal. He flashes in, but he's not going to be able to get it, and he can't even Playful Trickster out. Too much CC with a silence from Blitzcrank, a dragon slow from the Diana, just too much for him to handle. Was a risky move, didn't pay off for him. And it looks like Twitch is going to be cashing in his call very soon, so that's going to be a large increase of money for the Twitch. Twitch is going to stealth up, try to get a play here. Blitz is looking for a hook, but he's not going to find one. Minion Wave is in his way. Ezreal's recalling bot lane. He's got to group up because of the siege middle. They're really... I like this move from the red team. They're grouping up and pressuring with their item spikes right now, and allowing and making the blue team respond to them instead of, waiting for things to happen in their own lanes. Not only that, but this is going to allow Shen. They should be doing a 4-1 split with Shen in the top lane, able to teleport and help his team out around the map with his ultimate. They might stay too long here, though. Blitz is going to be looking for a hook. Scotty walking up, knock up, silence, and that's going to be Fizz going down. Does not expect the CC from Blitzcrank. And not only that, but gets hit by the cook. Pyroclasm going out from Brand. A lot of damage coming out for the blue team. And they're all going to go down, though, as the return damage from the Twitch and the Diana. But here's the Ezreal scaling into the late game with constant poke. The cooldown's reduced. Can he get it? Shen's going to teleport late into the game. He's got to get to that long hook, max range. And that's going to be the brand going down. Can they get anything in return? Hectic team fight for both teams. It's a 3-for-2 in favor of the red team.
Yeah, see, I'm definitely not seeing like the fear factor from this Ezreal right now.
The Ezreal isn't a fear factor yet.
I know because blue build is a late game build.
Yeah,
but I feel like if you're not like actively getting off your tier proc and boosting that as soon as possible, and then getting a BF sword, you're not really going to do any damage.
Yeah, it's really not about the damage. It should be the nuisance of poke. As you can see, he rushes Iceborne Gauntlet and his CDR boots. So all he wants to be doing is shooting out those Qs as much as possible.
Getting the AoE slow.
Exactly. So he can get the slow from the Iceborne Gauntlet. It's not about the damage, more so just controlling the area. And then not only that, but if he's good enough, he will be controlling the lanes later in the game as well by just shooting the arcane barrages to lanes and clearing out minion waves without even having to be there. So we're going to see that the 3-1 from the blue team, which is interesting. They really do need to be either grouped up or need to be pressuring the global, which is Shen. So Darius can 1v1, if not easily 2v1 him with Fizz up there. Or even take down the Elise as well. The Elise is not itemizing for armor, so Darius could take him down very easily. Darius has his Black Cleaver as well, so he gets the movement speed off of his bleeds from just hitting a target once with any of his autos or abilities. And as I say that, the 4-man stack for the red team is going to be coming in, but Twitch might be looking to get a sneaky gank. Oh, and he takes out the ward, so that's going to make him be seen. Fizz shoots out the ultimate. That's going to be a miss, though. The smite goes onto the Twitch. Then there's going to be a 1v1 between the Twitch and the Fizz. Fizz takes out the Twitch, but then he gets killed down by the Elise. The Ignite was taking on Brand. Brand lives with the sliver of health. Darius is now in the thick of it and getting 2v1 by the Elise and the Blitz. Blitz hooks over the wall, and Diana's going to be 1v1ing, and he's going to go down with the Noxian Guillotine. The blood stacks are ticking, and the slow is now onto the Blitzcrank. Darius is going to be able to take down... No, the Ezreal is going to be able to take down the Blitzcrank, and now Shen is stuck in a very unfortunate position with Darius taking him down and Ezreal. And that's going to be an equivalent trade for both. Oh, no. Actually, the blue team's going to come out on top of that. Their team fighting is extremely better right now. Positioning, maybe. The hook in the... at the blue might have not have been worth it. Darius might they might have wanted to have left Darius over the wall with the Elise and the Shen, but instead he brings him into this Twitch, which was an unfortunate thing. Darius flashes over the wall to get the slow onto the Elise. Elise is going to be, it's going to be a duel right now. She cocoons onto the, she repels onto the Scuttle Crab, which gives her just a little bit of distance just to get the spacing away from the Darius. Fizz is coming up right now. He's going to be able to clear out the pink ward. Doesn't need the scanner. Was useful just to see if there were any other wards in the area. But they really do need to start placing down the pink wards and even carrying them on them for this Twitch. This Twitch is... Kruftov's positioning in this game has been extremely good. Thanks to his team and his warding giving him the knowledge of where the enemy team is and how he should be positioned. So... Infinity Edge is going to be coming out here for the Twitch here soon. We have double Rylai's from Diana and Elise. I don't really like the Rylai's on Diana, and I don't like the Mercurial Treads. I would have gone with the Swiftness boots with the amount of slows that they're going to have against the enemy team. Brand picked up a Rylai's, a slow right there. The slow from Soraka when she drops down her Star Call. The slow from Darius when he W's you. And now Ezreal also gets the slow with the Iceborne Gauntlet. So Swiftness boots would have been extremely helpful for almost everybody on the enemy team. Don't know why Diana picked up the attack speed boots. Don't think they're really worth it. The Rylai's Crystal Scepter will give you tanky stats, but you really want more speed, if anything, to catch up. That's why you see a lot of times on Diana, they'll pick up a, can't remember the item right now, but it gives you movement speed and also swiftness boots, which give you more movement speed, so you can just constantly keep up with the enemy team. So the blue team's going to try to be getting positioning over here in the dragon, in the river, and it looks like the red team is split up. Diana's at the wrong end. They're going to look for an engage. They know Diana is there. She gets the slow onto Darius, but that's not going to really do much. The AoE zone from the Soraka. Right now, we just get a battle between the two, just poking out, seeing what can happen. But there is nothing right now. to my knowledge, that the blue team can do to really get their nose in there. Scotty's going to be looking for a hook to pick up. And Darius is coming in here with a Q, gets the grab onto Blitzcrank, rat-a-tat-tat onto multiple members. Twitch is going to be doing tons of damage, and he goes untouched. That's a triple kill, picking up, quadra kill. And the Penta gets stolen by the Shen, and they're just going to move right up mid lane right now, try to take down a couple towers and an inhibitor. And that was in a very good positioning, once again, like I was saying on the Craftnet, with his rat-a-tat-tat, he was probably able to pick up 4 members on the enemy team and get his poison stacks and autos onto all of them. Very good choice here, very good positioning by Cruftnut, able to really deal a lot of his damage and be that carry, not only in the lane phase, but also in these mid-game team fights that are so important. They're going to rotate up here to the top lane, take down another tower, really snowball that global gold, almost 10k ahead. I really see it's difficult for the enemy team to come back from this deficit right now. So we have the Manamune picked up by the Ezreal, but it still has not changed to a Muramana. So we'll see how that works out. Fizz has gone with an odd build here. It looks like he went for Cinderhulk into Morella Namicon. As I tilt my head, because that is odd. 371 that Fizz is too. Very odd build. Would have liked to see more full damage and not the pickup of the Morello Namicon, especially when you have the Soraka on your team. There's not much healing that you're trying to reduce on the enemy team. I mean, they have a lot of spell vamp in the sense that, Elise heals herself, Diana can heal herself, and Twitch can heal themselves with their items. But that's not really going to be doing much with the Morello Namicon because it's not that much healing. You're not negating enough. Scotty going with the hook over the wall. Fizz is not his best target to hook, but he went for it anyway. It looks like they're going to go for the classic bush gank right here. They know something's up, though, so they're going to be watching out, using their scouting wards to make sure that they're not just blindly walking into a gank squad. With an open inhibitor right now, you really want to be trying to pressure one of the other lanes, like top or bottom, especially with Shen. Ooh, there's the Cocoon landing, the slow. Scotty's going to land the hook onto Darius. Darius he gets taunted. He's going to go down. No, the heal. He's surviving for a long period of time. Uses an Axis Guillotine. Soraka flashes over the wall to keep going. Elise is actually going to go down. Fizz is going to E in. And it looks like the Darius is going to survive long enough to be able to take down the team. Shen's going to be ulting the Blitzcrank. Not enough. But Cruft now flashes in too. He's going to go after the Ezreal. Takes him down. And Darius actually baited. Scotty baits the whole team in and picks the wrong target to hook into the team. Darius is not the target you want to pick. Darius lived in that team for far too long. Soraka was able to flash over the wall, keep him up, and multiple dives from the enemy team. And they are going to pay for it. It is a 2-for-1 trade, not the worst. Nothing's really going to come out of that. Just minions are going to keep pushing down the mid lane. But the 14-4 Twitch is really something they need to take down. He's very fed right now. Twitch has got an arm guard right now. It's going to be a long time until he gets that Zhonya's. He has a lot. Zhonya's price got heavily increased this season, and it's going to take him a long time to get that. Don't know if it's worth the buy. Itemization is pretty odd. Shen's 3, 2, and 6, picking up just a lot of health, as you can see with the Warmogs. Would have liked to have seen an armor item picked up, as he is building a Randuin's right now. Maybe he's picking up the Warmogs for the extended team fights that are happening, and he's not really being focused. So we're going to see the red team once again stacking up the blue team's jungle, trying to pressure this top turret, and it looks like they're just going to play the waiting game. Maybe bait Baron. There's no vision. They could 3-man the Baron with Blitz, Twitch, and Elise, or even Diana, Elise, and Blitz. But they probably want to use Blitz for zoning, so it would probably be best with Elise. Ooh, there's the hook onto the Brand. Brand's going to get instantly deleted. No escapes. Right after the hook goes the Cocoon. Scotty flashing up the mastery symbol because he's so pro. Scotty, going with another hook, just breezes by the Ezreal. Ezreal could have gotten out with the Arcane Flash, but if he didn't expect it to hit him, that would have been a bad day for him. So here comes the Cruftnut sneaking up in the invisibility. Are they going to pressure the turret since it's a 3v4? Yes, they are. And they're going to be able to take... Oh, the hook comes out once again. And that's going to be Vela. But he was able to playful trickster this time. Shen taunts away the Darius, but has a large minion wave that he's fighting in. And it looks like this inhibitor is going to go down. Darius fighting up the Shen, but Shen is pretty tanky, but the Darius does counter large health targets such as this. And the Grasp of the Undying is helping him extremely. Shen's going to go down here, and there's the Noxian Guillotine taking him down. But that might have been just enough for them, for the his team to take down the enemy team. But no, they're going to have to back out after losing Shen and just wait it out. And now there's 2 inhibitors down for the enemy team, the blue team, and this mid inhibitor is actually respawning as I speak right now, so that will help them out a bit, but that's just still another open inhibitor that the enemy team can come down mid lane and just easily get. And once you have 2 inhibitors down, it's extremely easy then to pressure Baron and just wait around Baron. You can wait around Baron, make the enemy team come to you, and those minions will just constantly push into the base, and if no one's there clearing them, then they're just going to go, they will take down the Nexus turrets very easily. When super minions get to the Nexus turrets, they beat the shit out of them. So as the red team recovers, they picked up a lot of items. You see Elise is now picking up an Aegis. The Randuin's finished for the Shen. Mercurials is open for the Twitch. And then another Aegis is also finished for Skadi, as he still has his tier, just leaving it alone. And he's going to be picking up what looks to be a Frozen Heart, or maybe a, can't remember what the item's called right now. But it gives AP and crit chance to your friendlies after it stacks up to 100. And we see Soraka with the Coin of Ancestry and the item that increases attack speed when you use heals. I'm not a huge fan of that item, for its consistency is low in the sense that it gives a good amount of attack speed when you heal them. Soraka does heal them very often, but if you heal a Fizz for attack speed or Darius, it's not that impactful. Fizz is going to launch his ult onto the Diana. They're not going to chase it, but then Twitch is going to come around from the corner and just take down 2. That's going to be Soraka and Fizz going down, but Darius is going to be triple team right now, and he's actually going to end up going down. No, the heal from his Q, and then he knocks the Guillotine. He lives for far too long. The Q animation was started, and that's going to be a 3 for 2 right now for the, oh no, a 4 for 3. No, 3 for 3. My apologies. Oh, but then the Flash Cocoon. Can he take down the Ezreal? And yes, that's going to be taking down the Ezreal. Brand's all on his own right now. Oh, but then Scotty gets the hook. Oh my God, Brand has to leave it. And then, but the red team is going to try to end right now. And so that looks going to be looking to be the game, because Brand is not going to be able to stop Elise and Blitzcrank at the same time. And so that is going to be game for the red team. Well played. I think the carry is standing right next to me. It is Blitzcrank himself, the Scott Meister, the Blitzcrank, the God Hand, Scotty. Scotty, do you have any words for us on that game? He just went for Harris. That's his direct statement right now. He had a game plan and he executed it. And so it looks like the game's actually not going to end. Fizz is going to land the fish onto Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank's going to be going down, but it's only a matter of time as the enemy team has super minions swarming their base and an open Nexus and 2 inhibitors down. So the red team might just be able to pick up Baron and take it down. But I really like the warding as well on the red team. You can see almost their whole jungle is warded up with the blue wards and a couple of pink wards around the Baron pit. So they knew that they needed this vision to really pressure these areas and make the enemy team either just face check into unfortunate positions or just out-rotate them. And so the enemy, so WTB really did an excellent job on making the picks, like I said, with the Blitz hooks and the Elise Cocoons. Elise Cocoons were extremely good this game, and I really like that one at the end where he flashes for the Ezreal and really put pressure on the enemy team even harder, taking down the 2 Nexus turrets. So the red team is just waiting right now around the Baron pit, making sure that all the members are there before they start it, so they're not going to throw the game, because the classic throws happen all the time. Baron's going to be started up by the Twitch here as Elise arrives, and the Ezreal True Shot Barrage scans over it so they can see which health it's at, and they look like they want to go onto it, but there's just no way that they can get anywhere near it, so the red team's going to exit safely with the Baron, and then they're going to pressure down mid lane most likely. So the best option here is just to wait for the minions as they pressure the Baron, but they just might be able to straight up win a team fight with Baron and take down the enemy team and the Nexus at the same time. So as they walk in to pressure for the game-winning push, Elise gets pulled in, Shen ults Elise, and Jarius gets Cocoon, but taken down instantly. Fizz goes onto the back line, but dies instantly as well. Rat-a-tat-tat, Twitch is just doing tons of damage right now, as you'll never got the time to scale, and that's just going to be a full ace for the red team, because that's all the blue team could really do, is try to stop them right there, but nothing ends up happening. And so that's going to be game number 1, ladies and gentlemen, as the red team takes for the victory there. And so solo queue game 1 ends. And there's only more to come, more excitement, more fun games. So we'll see how this goes, ladies and gentlemen, as we take a break.
Watch yourself win again as you just watch yourself win?
Can we go break screen?
No. Why not? No. You got the hottest counter in the world, dog. Yeah, I do. This game sucks. Dude, this game's already lit, man. No, stop.
This game is ass.
Hey. That ain't broken.
Yo, I think League just killing it right now.
I'm trying, dude.
Dude, like, when you started, you already abused. Now you're like, ah.
Dude, I need to look at, I need my phone. I need to look at abilities and items. I don't remember all the items. I don't want my face.
Avery, update that caster, bro.
Follow the bard, baby.
Peter, do you have a Twitter?
No. I do, but I don't use
I'm
it.
just going to call you Peter Parker there.
No? Okay, that works. Are you sure my name's not Steven?
Sure.
Oh, God. Daniel.
I'm sure. All like you wanting to see those music or why? What's the problem? They should not let you be on the PR if you're on the PR. That's cool. On the PR board. Damn, boy.
Yeah, well done.
I play Snyder, it's still one. I mean, I'm on PR board for poker. I'm going to be on the PR. That's different. But that's because you play it's different story. Hey, Avery, does the stream know we'll be right back? Oh, let me see, Rick. Well, like, that's not the problem. The problem Okay, let's go back. Search that shit. Hey. I mean, yeah, like, that's a different story. That's a different story. They're like actively playing.
I think it's okay if you're on the PR board or anything, even if you're on the PR, if you have no say on your like it's basically first of all, a PR board like isn't really it shouldn't be opinion. It shouldn't be opinion based. Look how funny like,
I don't know. I just don't think.
I think-
I don't think Siegel's gonna be top. I don't think Siegel should be top 3.
the no bro powerhouse? Powerhouse? OG powerhouse? The legend powerhouse? they have a esports monitor now, where it tells you if there's live esports games going on.
So yeah, at every game, if you could rearrange the scoreboard, so that like top.
No.
Yeah.
So what do you want? You want top jungle,
Mid, ADCs. Up to chat.
We need in between, like, if you write backspace, I'm trying to get music for us. Yeah, so it'll be like, we'll be right back. And musical play. Just to read the whole song.
There was something I was going to say, but now I can't remember. Oh, team names. What are the team names? What are the other ones? Is it the same thing?
They're about to go to change select.
All right. I gotta run to the bathroom. Sorry, dude.
Hey, Rich, what are the teammates?
The Horny Shrooms and Swaggle Dazzle.
The what?
The Horny Shrooms and Swaggle Dazzle.
C-H-S. And the other teammate initial. Wait, is the Horny Shrooms, are they first team or second team?
We good? We know who's playing as well.
Swaggle Dazzle. Okay, so this is THS. And the other was Swag.
What are their names?
Swaggle Dazzle and the Horny Shrooms.
Swaggle Dazzle.
The Holy Shrooms.
Horny.
Corny? Horny.
Horny, like,
I'm horny.
yeah.
All right, the Horny Shrooms and Swaggle Dazzle. Is that it? Swaggle Dazzle?
It is.
Okay. Swaggle Dazzle and the Horny Shrooms. I feel like that's a band name. Do-do-do. Wow, hearing my own laugh is gross. Do you have a black screen too, Avery?
Yeah, I don't know why it's at a black screen right now. I do not know at all.
All right.
Sorry, guys. Technical problems.
Technical issues. My producer right now is amateur at best. Okay, well there we go.
I guess
Maybe did you put it on game capture?
No, I already had it set up, but I guess the screen only shows up when you go to Champ Select.
Yeah, because League has a dumb client system is the reason. So, all right. It looks like there's been some scouting done on the enemy team here because Nasus was banned out. That is not a typical ban. They must have looked at the enemy players to know that one of the enemy teams is a Nasus main. And
classic.
I know that there is a very common Nasus player that comes here very often. I see him on my lunch breaks. I believe he's pretty high ranked as well, so they know that he's a threat, and they just ban out the Nasus. That might have been a bait, though, because I also know that he is an avid top laner, so he's definitely got other picks up his sleeve. We see the Diana ban coming out for, I believe, Pyro was the mid laner for the blue team last game. So the blue team's name is Swaggle Dazzle, and the red team's name is the Horny Shrooms, as we see the Horny Shroom in the lobby, so named after him. So Anivia is going to be another ban picked up here. Anivia is just a solid all-around pick, very hard to kill in the mid lane with her passive, giving her a second life. And also, since games now go extremely into the late game, her scaling is very good. So, and then Nami is also another ban. I believe the Luke 55 is an avid Nami player. He told me that the Bard will be coming out, so I do expect that to be picked up since the Nami was banned away. And Echo was the last ban for the red team. And as I stated before, Echo right now in his current state is just an overwhelming champion, has too much mobility, and being built as a tank just never dies with his ultimate. Also allowing him to go back in space, not time, as I've discussed with some people. Because that would have to revert everybody's game time back, which just does not work in a multiplayer game. So we're going to see Lux being picked up here, and as I stated, the Bard is going to be instant locked for the Luke. So glad to see a fellow Bardian in the tournament here, as my name is Follow the Bard. Hyped to see how he plays with it. Will be a little critical on his play, and a Vayne being picked up as a second pick. Very interesting. That's a very risky pick in this current state of the meta. She is not a very often picked champion, with the likes of other ADCs doing extremely well. Sivir being probably one of the most solid all-around picks now. Ezreal, Lucian, almost, like I said, almost every other AD carry does extremely well. And Blitz is going to be picked up here. In my opinion, Blitz is a very good counter to Bard in all stages of the game, because as Bard, you want to try to step up and shoot those cosmic bindings to get those stuns. But as you step up, Blitzcrank is going to be looking to get those hooks on you and just, murder squad your face. Malphite will be coming in, so that's going to be a solid pickup for the top laner. It looks like the two solo lanes are here for the blue team. They're going to be hiding their jungle and their ADC pick. Cruftnut was extremely versed on the Twitch, so I'd like to see that again, if not something else. The enemy team also did ban out Kalista, stating that he is a very skilled ADC player. Kalista is one of the best picks right now, especially used in competitive play when you can communicate and plan how you want to use the Fate's Call with your team, and Blitzcrank in general. Blitzcrank Kalista is a very deadly combo, especially if you land the common, or not the common, but the ever special, hook into Fate's Call, so you drag them like 10 yards back. Gragas and Kassadin going to be picked up by the enemy team, so it looks like they're going to be wanting to chase down the enemy team. Gragas and, so like I said, Gragas and Kassadin picked up for the enemy team. The horny shrooms. A lot of AP, but Vayne really providing a lot of AP or AD and true damage. Graves, one of the best junglers right now, because he's able to knock back the minions. Great sustain, great damage, and great poke. Just all-around good champion right now. Gonna get picked up in the jungle. Cruftnut, showing us how good he is in the variety of ADCs that he can pick up, and it looks like he's gonna hover over Lucian. We'll see if he locks that in. And Lucian is the final choice, so that's just a solid all-around team by the Swaggle Dazzles. They're probably also looking to once again make picks with the Malphite and the Blitzcrank. They could 5v5, but both Kassadin and Gragas will not really be affected by the Malphite ulti, because Kassadin can just blink away, and Gragas can really break up these large team fights with his cask and just knocking back multiple targets, or knocking in some targets towards his team. So right now, the last pickup is going to be the top lane. Going to be playing into Malphite. Would like to see something like another Darius would be good. Gangplank is a little risky. That doesn't really give them any hard engage. Bard being the only hard engage. It is going to be locked in here. So Bard is the only hard engage for the red team right now. I'm going to be interested to see how they play that. They really have to kite back, or they need to find these opportunities where the team Swaggle Dazzle, the blue team, messes up on their abilities, and then they can capitalize on those few seconds of a missed hook or an ultimate hitting the wrong targets by Malphite, and then they can engage on these squishies such as Lux, Graves, and Lucian. So there's no real peel for the blue team. I guess Lux does provide shields and some kite back ability. But they'll easily be chased down by the likes of Gangplank, who can remove CC, Kassadin, who's got a dash on a 3-second cooldown, Gragas, who's got a belly slam that's on roughly a 10-second cooldown, and Vayne, who gets movement speed when moving towards targets, and then a Bard, who can grant the movement speed with his heals or tunnels. Great variety in the Bard kit for this team. Going to be really excited to see how it works out. Interesting team setups right now. I'm going to be looking for the Gragas to out-pressure the Graves in the jungle. It's going to be interesting. That's really going to be the large part here, is which jungler can do more for their team. Lux will have a bit of more pressure in the mid lane than Kassadin. Kassadin is opting to take the teleport, so they have more globals here. Double teleport on the likes of the red team, the Horny Shroom team. And so they might be more mobile across the map, but Gangplank, because of his early laning phase getting so shot in the last couple patches, usually uses that TP to go back to lane to continue farming and really get the items he needs to be that late game menace that he really is. He's going to also need a lot of armor pen going against the likes of Malphite. I'm going to be looking for one of the last Whisper items to be picked up as a third item for Gangplank to really be able to deal damage through all the armor that Malphite is going to build. Also, the Vayne pickup will be doing pretty good here. The tumble will allow her to dodge the blitz hooks, and if she can get the triple autos onto Malphite, the true damage and the health percentage will totally nullify the amount of armor that Malphite builds, unless she goes for a very risky static shiv into IE build, which could hurt her in the late game. Especially with her team having a lot of magic damage already from the Bard, Gragas, and Kassadin. But they do have good mixed damage since they did also include a Gangplank. And the enemy team has only really Lux as AP damage. Malphite does deal good mixed damage, mostly AP, but we'll see how it works out. I do expect mostly AD being built by the enemy team since the carries are looking to be Lucian and Graves, and Lux as the backup for the AP, really providing the long-range poke and sustain damage with her Lucent Singularity and Final Spark. So also, Bard and Blitzcrank both going with Ignite. Bard might have wanted to opt for the Exhaust. Ignite is usually when you go for kills in lane. Don't know if he's really going to be able to get the one up on the Lucian Bard. It's just a solid, or Lucian and Blitz, solid laning phase. Can easily keep the Bard pushed in if they are able to push to get level 2 first. Lucian Blitz level 2 is one of the most deadly, along with the Thresh Lucian and Braum Lucian. Vayne Bard has almost, it's not that they have no synergy, but it has very little synergy in the sense that Bard can just keep Vayne sustained with his healing shrines to make her laning phase a little bit easier. So we'll be looking to see how that bot lane goes, especially since Scotty and Cruftnut last game were able to just decimate the enemy bot lane, taking advantage of the Soraka and Ezreal, even though Ezreal is a known counter to Blitzcrank since he can arcane shift out of the hook.
Duff City.
Duff City.
No, but for real, yeah. If you are Ezreal, you can, as long as it's within like a specific amount of frames.
Time frames, yeah.
Yeah, as long as it's within a specific amount of frames, you can get out of the hook.
Yep.
But you still have to be like really elite at timing it.
Yeah.
It's not like easy to do.
And also something that would be really cool to see if Scotty could pull off the patented, I can't even say that
Patented.
word. Patented. Where he hooks where the Ezreal is going to arcane shift the read. So that'd be really cool if Scotty can pull off that. You see the pings go down right now. So there's going to be an invade for the enemy team, for the team with Scotty.
Let me know why is there jungle? What's up with Jungle Graves? What's up with that? I haven't seen that in this meta yet.
So in the changes at the beginning of the season, they changed every ADC to give them a little one up so that they can do more. Graves was changed so that his auto attacks are now actual shotgun shots. And so he shoots multiple bullets out of his shotgun and can knock back jungle monsters. So he can just constantly be at a range and knock back jungle monsters. That's going to be a ward taken down for Lucian. That's already GG, well played. They're able to get that 10 gold off the ward. So Lucian is just a rich man right now.
Scotty. Oh, he hits it with the but he gets out.
But there's no follow-up. Lux is in a bad spot right now. Bard is going to flash, and there's no heal. And the auto attack, first blood for the Bard, ladies and gentlemen, and the disrespect spams come out. Oh gosh, that Lux went to a very odd angle. They weren't really following Scotty, so it looks like Lux is going to have her flash blown, which is very bad. Gragas is a great level 3 ganker. A lot of pressure should be put down on that jungle right now. So I'm interested to see what this Gragas can do for the team. Because capitalizing on the Lux's flash will be a game-changing opportunity for them to pull ahead in the early stages of the game, especially with a Kassadin who can scale harder than the Lux. So as we say that, this just looks like an average jungle start for both teams, as Graves starts at the Krugs and Gragas starts at the Gromp. Vayne going to lane by herself, since it looks like Bard went back to pick up a regen and a mana bead, which is a very interesting start. Yeah, I'm a little confused and baffled, shaking my head at the moment. But yeah, so it's average start, laning phase begins, tumble out of the hook. Looking for the stun on the minions. Bard's not going to find anything. Scotty wards the jungle, knowing that Gragas might want to be aggressive early. Can do a level 2 gank, but will most likely try to get a level 3 gank here off in the mid. with no flash being on that Lux and no mobility spells of her own to get out of any dashes. Bard does have no summoner, so that's going to be a hook, and they're already level 2. And like I said, the level 2 from Lucian Blitz is very scary. So that's going to be a bad trade for the enemy team, and since Blitz has no summoners, she was not able to get out of that or flash out. And that's going to be a kill going over to the Blitzcrank, actually. Scotty, the classic. Ooh, and he flashes in, but he's not going to be able to convert that into a kill as he takes 2 tower shots. Vayne was looking to go back as she is super low, but can't give up the experience and gold that she really needs to scale into the late game. And getting pressured under the tower by Blitz and Lucian, as Lucian can also use the piercing light to shoot through the minions. As I say that, he hits her with it, just bringing her health down to critical and making her really contemplate going back. If we could rearrange the scoreboard, Avery, when you get a second. So average jungle starts as well. Graves is going to be able to go ahead. He has the refillable potion as well right now. Malphite getting pressured right now, but the Gangplank up in the top lane, who does actually, it looks like he went for the Mana Crystal. He's going to try to go for an early Sheen, get the cooldown reduction. You usually see, Graves comes up for a gank right now because Gangplank is really far ahead. Ooh, as I said, Blitz, you want to walk up as Bard, but those Blitz hooks are very deadly and end up paying his life for it. Kassadin teleports up to the top lane, but really doesn't do anything with it. Waste of a summoner spell, and doesn't have level 6, so he can't continue to jump on him with the Rift Walk. So very questionable play right there. And Gragas was already up there, so they could have 2v2'd easily since Malphite has no mana and was getting already pressured by the Gangplank. So Kassadin is down to summoner, and Lux has her Ignite. Still no flash, but up her secondary spell since most people take flash nowadays. This Vayne is 20 CS down to the Lucian right now, since she is basically 1v2ing without a support. Oh, and then the Lux finds the binding onto the Gragas since it is warded. The lane is pushing up here for the in the Malphite's favor, but the barrel's going to AoE down a large part of the ranged minions, so Gangplank is easily going to be able to cut that wave and try to be able to farm under turret. The stun comes out for the Bard, but Bard is... Scotty was looking for the hook on the Vayne. Maybe should have gone for the Bard. Bard needs to really hang back and just get experience from here on out and help his laner have an easier laning phase, because she is extremely far behind in CS and well, no, she's ahead in experience because the Bard hasn't been there, but really needs the farm. Ooh, dodges into the hook, and she's gonna go down for that. One more auto, and Scotty gets it. And there's the flash from the Gragas, going to be able to pick up the kill there on the Lucian. Can they commit and get this kill onto Scotty? No, they're going to leave him alone as he uses his speed boost to get out of there. And there's a lull right now in the mid lane as nothing is really happening. Both of them just farming. Lux only has 14 CS right now and was left alone in the lane, so that's very questionable farming, since nothing was happening mid and no one was trying to pressure her to get CS, and she still can't CS on her own. So she's going to be extremely far behind. Kassadin being able to pick up a lot of CS though, but it looks like the junglers are both tied. Gragas ended up going with the Wisp, trying to get the movement speed first. The Bard Roam right here gets the stun. That's going to be Lux going down. And she blows her flash once again, so she didn't have it to start the whole laning phase. And then the flash comes out from the Graves, and he's just barely misses it. Bard flashes away too. TP down, coming down from GP. They might be able to get him. Gragas is walking up, but Scotty's here too. Hooks the GP. Gragas ends up being able to take down Graves with a barrel. Malphite TP2 has ultimate, is going to choose not to use it since he's in an unfortunate situation in the 3v1. Might have to use it to get away right now though, as there's a small skirmish going on. Vayne being left alone. Oh, but the Lucian just out-damages her since she already has the BF sword and she only has the Vamp Scepter. The O2 Vayne really needs to step back and just scale. She tried to fight in her own minion wave, which might have helped her out, but the immense damage coming out from Lucian did nothing to help her out in comparison. Gragas ended up going with the ward jungle item, so he's going to be able to try to be a give eyes to his team, the vision controller. That's a very odd sentence I just said. And as Graves picks up the red smite, so he's going to be looking to do more dueling and skirmishing against the enemy teams. So Malphite picks up the Bomby Cinder to try to clear the waves faster and give more health to himself to survive the GP poke that he's just getting berated by. As Kassadin picks up his Catalyst, so he's going to be able to easily stay in lane against Lux. Lux blows the full combo, but only goes half health. Vayne's going to have to blow Flash as she gets called and pressured by the Blitz hook, but both miss. Kassadin re-engages onto Lux, and she's just going to be able to steamroll her from here on out. And she only has 20 CS. Gragas is going to go down to the bot lane as Cruftnut and Scotty get pressured by a 3v2, though, and they're going to go down to the Bard. And GP is going to pressure the Gangplank up here. Vayne's trying to tumble onto the Blitz, and as Bard takes the tunnel down, Scotty's going to try to go out the other way, but he's going to be taken down by the Kassadin roam, and Graves just should be walking out of there easily after he took the magical journey. Oh, and the combo from the Malphite easily takes out the Gangplank. Well, not easily, but in a very close duel. Vayne is going to be able to hopefully freeze the lane down here, just farm up, play it slow, play it safe. But Cruftnut trying to once again carry his team, but it's going to be very difficult with the likes of this Lux going 0-3-0 and has less than 20 CS at 10 minutes. At the 10-minute mark, you're supposed to roughly have around 80 to 90 farm. So really falling behind in the farm department. Malphite pushing up the lane, tries to go back as he takes on the Gangplank, but Gangplank is going to use his Cannon Barrage. Malphite has to flash away. Gragas is going to continue to chase, decides not to. Bard was coming up for a roam. There's 3 people mid. As the bot turret was taken, Vayne is going to push it out as the pings come bottom, but Blitz and Lucian might be looking to go back. Graves is going to pick up the blue instead of giving over to his Lux. I agree with that choice, especially with how far behind she is. Really not going to be committing much or giving much to the team. But I am really going to be scared for Swaggle Dazzle. Bard's going to come through with the magical journey. Should be able to pick up that kill. Doesn't use the Cosmic Binding. Could have stolen it, but instead gives the kill over to the Gangplank. And I think Malphite just stayed there too long. When he was chased out by GP, I think he decided to stay. Maybe he was talking with his jungler and looking to stay. Well, Scotty's going to walk up, get the knock, get the knock up and the silence. Full combo. Lux misses the bindings, though. Final Spark will hit, and the Lucent Singularity. Gragas knocks her back into the Kassadin. They're just going to beat her down. Oh, and the Bard ulti. She's got nowhere to go. Kassadin is extremely low. Cruftnut flashes in there with the double tap, able to take down the Kassadin. Hooks comes in, takes down all of them. Cruftnut with the cleanup crew right here, right now in the mid lane. Double kill. And they are going to pressure this mid lane. Cruftnut is really good with his rotations, knows where he needs to be on the map to really help out his team, and with his lead that he has, he knows that he has to carry his team. Especially after the scenes of this mid laner, and the top laner being more of a tanky supportive pick as an engager. But Kassadin did finish up his Rod of Ages at the 10-minute mark, so he is going to be extremely useful around the 20-minute mark as that stacks up. Bard is getting very good roams off, has his Sight Stone, and he's looking to pick up a Aegis of the Legion, I believe, as soon as possible, which might not be necessary since the only AP damage is Lux at the moment. But it will help against just a large variety of Blitzcrank damage, Malphite damage, and Lux. And I believe there is some scaling for Lucian, AP scaling on certain abilities, but not many. Gragas was able to finish up his jungle item along with the likes of Graves, so they're pretty evenly matched. Graves out-farmed, but Gragas has more assist and 1 more kill. GP is farming up, so the red team right now, the Horny Shrooms, are scaling extremely well into the late game, and as they are behind in kills, they are only roughly 1,000 gold behind. So that is really not much at this point in the game for a team that is going to have a better late game scaling team. Scotty places down a pink, clears out a couple of wards. He's going to be looking to get some picks here on the Blitzcrank. Malphite just trying to farm up safely, but the GP poke coming out is too devastating. Picks up the CDR boots extremely fast to get the lower cooldown on his teleport and flash, and obviously all of his abilities. So he's just going to be able to spam against this Malphite, really pressure him even harder than he was. And as I say that, Vayne is picking up the likes of her Blade of the Ruin King, which will help against the Malphite and sustain it. And I know a lot of people don't like that item right now, but it's actually still very potent on Vayne and gives her everything she really desires in the attack speed, lifesteal, and a little bit of damage, and just adds on the percent health to her already stacking Silver Bolts. So just, adds more use to that, her own kit. The Lux right now is going to be building in Athene's Holy Grail. Might have wanted to look for the Rod of Ages since there are a lot of dive on our team. GP and Malphite just duking it out in the top lane though. Bard may be looking for another roam up here because Malphite only has one ward, and it's very hard to get away from a Bard gank if no one else is there to help him out with a Tempered Fate if he lands it. So Bard is going in for the kill right now. He's going to look for the stun, misses the stun. He's going to need to help out he's going to ward that brush, auto attack, just keep him pressured, and that's going to be the Malphite using flash and going down. Unfortunate that he used the flash. He should have just gone down and died valiantly, but instead wastes his flash and dies. As that's happening, Gragas is farming the bottom lane, and Vayne is freezing the bottom lane and just farming and trying to scale into the late game. The Graves is going to try to keep pressure off this top lane, but he really can't do much against the likes of the Gangplank and the Bard. They're using a lot of resources top when I think they should be using them bottom. Kruftat comes in because he knows this Kassadin just wants to hop onto the Lux. And as we say that, the Kassadin's going to have to dash away. He dashes over the the wall, and as he uses his Piercing Light, Kassadin does Rift Walk, so he cannot hit the Piercing Light misses, unfortunately, but he takes him extremely low and causes Kassadin to use his flash. So Kruftat very well hiding behind the wall, waiting for the Kassadin to use his Rift Walk in, and then when that cooldown is down, he jumped on the situation to where he could take down or at least deal damage to the Kassadin. Kruftat's going to be met right here by the Bard, gets the stun in a very unfortunate situation, and that's just going to be a lot of damage going on to him. And there's a teleport from the Malphite, but that's a very bad position to be in. He does have ultimate. Blitz has to flash away. 4-man ulti from the Malphite, but he's really not, he has no follow-up. He's going to be going down. Down here. Sorry. Excuse me. Ooh, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, had a little tickle in my throat. So it looks like they're going to be able to take up Rift Herald and this and the top tower going down. GP's going to chase after this Lux. Avery, could you grab me something to drink?
Gotcha, boss.
Energy drink. Red Bull or Monster, please. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, Soul Casting has taken a toll on my voice right now. I also went to karaoke last night with a bunch of my friends, so I might be losing my voice from that as well. But the blue team's going to push up the mid lane right now, try to recover from a lot of pressure from the enemy team, as they have 2 towers down and a 1k gold lead. And we're going for the Lucian, who just backed down bot here, but he was able to get away very easily. And there's going to be a lot of backs going as they are getting pressured in the mid lane. So it's both are even tower trades. Red team is going to be looking to get a jungle. Gragas is going to kill the Lux right here as he belly slams, get the fuse autos, and there's the ultimate just to seal the deal. Red buff ticks her, and down she goes. So Vayne is slowly farming up, hasn't been pressured for a long period of time, so she is going to be very potent in the late game. Finished her Blade of the Ruin King, and as the wards get cleared out right now, there is a thank you. So there's going to be a dragon fight right now. Bard gets hooked, and he just used his magical journey, so he's not going to be able to get back over the wall. Goes down, and now the enemy team is pulling out. Gragas is low from taking damage from the dragon. Misses the body slam. 2-man knockup. Ult from the Graves. Able to take him down. But Gragas is going to take his life in return. Vayne's going to try to go in here and be ballsy. Is this Gosu? No. This is Vayne spotting, ladies and gentlemen. And there goes down the GP. Kassadin's going to try to do as much as he can, but against the likes of the Fed, Lucian, and Graves, just taken down. And that's going to be an ace against the one death for the enemy team. Lux wasn't even there, wasn't even able to get to the fight as she had faltered before. And that's going to be an easy dragon pickup for the likes of the Swaggle Waggles, or whatever their name, Swaggle Dazzles. And so this game is getting much more interesting. There's now 1K gold lead for the Swaggle Dazzles, the blue team, over the red team. All right, so they're going to go back with the money that they just got, picked up a second dragon. GP is going to teleport back up to the top lane, try to push out this turret. Malphite is not going to win the barrel, says, hey, you're not going to clear these minions. He just used all the charges of his barrels. He's not going to be able to clear this wave very easily at all. As he say that, he gets that barrel out and is able to clear the wave just a bit. And right now, it looks like the Horny Shrooms are going to be trying to clear this bottom wave out and pressure around the map. They need to get this bot lane turret. That would have helped them maybe take the dragon. Well, actually, no. The really falter of the dragon was the Bard getting hooked over the wall. Bard was able to finish the Aegis. Like I said earlier, don't think it's as useful since there's not that heavily much of AP on the enemy team. He spots out the pink ward there, but sees that the Graves is around the corner, so he's going to opt to just leave it alone. And so with that happening, Riftgel is not going to spawn. Baron's going to be the next objective for the enemy team, for both teams. And so it's really going to be about map movements from here on out, since both teams have 2 turrets down. And it's a very close gold match right now. So they just have gold advantages on different characters. The hook misses from Scotty. Gragas gets over the wall with the body slam. Lux is now 60 CS while Kassadin has 126. So very far behind in gold. They're just going to farm up their jungle, play safe. Maybe they're waiting for item spikes. GP has hit the Trinity Force BF Sword Spike. Once he gets the Infinity Edge, that's really when he starts hurting. Scotty walking up for the hook, misses just barely. They're going to have to back off this tower now. And they may be just staying grouped up just to pressure under the tower with, like I stated in Champion Select. But there goes the GP ulti on the all 4. They're going to try to chase after this. The Bard ulti, the Tempered Fate coming down. Is he going to be able to land the stuns, though? That is the question. Bard gets knocked up. Blitz goes in the backline, silences the backline. Bard stepped up too far, and he's going to go down to the final spark of Lux. And that's going to be a Malphite ulti onto the Vayne. Vayne's going to go down. Malphite pays for his life, but he's very worth. And then Cruffnet flashes over the wall, too, and that's going to be a 4-for-1 in the favor of the Swaggle Dazzles, as the double 80 carry comp is going to be able to take its advantages as they kite back with no hard CC really from the enemy team. Bard overstepped his bounds, didn't get a stun on the 2 people that he Tempered Fate, and that was just a very interesting team fight, since nobody seemed to follow up on either the Tempered Fate or the GP ult. It was a very odd sense of communication there. So it looks like the Swaggle Dazzles are going to be pressuring the Baron as they set up Vision and the top turret. Once they take this down, it'll be opening up the map. Scotty uses the pink ward there, and he should be seeing the Bard here soon. Might want to stay to try to get the kill, but he is just going to opt to leave it and let the pink ward die as they all back off. Cruffnet's going to go back in the top lane too, and so they're going to get their rewards after winning that team fight, seeing what they can cash in with. Lucian ended up opting for the CDR boots for more flashes away from the multiple threats on the enemy team. And he also has the Essence Reaver and got this with the CDR that will give him 40% CDR since he already has the likes of the Phantom Dancer and the Infinity Edge, stacking up to 30% CDR with the Essence Reaver, and then the boots giving him the last 10%. So he's got a lot of CDR right now, so he can just spam his abilities, and with the Essence Reaver, he'll be getting the mana back, so he will never be going So Cruftnut really is doing as much as possible to carry his team to victory right now. 11-3-6, very good positioning, and combining his spells with his autos. So once again, the blue team is going to be up in this top lane, going to be pressuring this top turret that they really want to open up the map, especially the red, the red side, top side jungle. And since they have a blue trinket at a pink ward, they will be seeing a few people walk through as they scout the Bard. Oh, the dash misses from the Gragas. Gragas is going to have to flash out from that. The Culling coming down. Tons of damage. Scotty lands the hook, and that's going to be Gragas going down for nothing. So right now, the blue team is going to group up mid, try to pressure this. Malphite does have his TP. Scotty might want to get a side ward right here. As I say that, they dash in. Vlane's going to have to flash away. Multiple threats coming out, and they're just going to walk up the mid lane right here and try to get the pressure. They have the wards for Malphite to TP to. Piercing Light goes down on the wave, and with the combo from Kassadin, that will actually chunk Lucian to half health. There goes the ultimate from the GP, just giving the zoning and the damage. Scotty's up a little too far, takes the little damage from the GP and is slowed. The constant slows from the GP and Kassadin. He does use the speed, makes it out, returns for a hook but misses. And he's gonna might go down. Kassadin riff walks and goes for a slow, but he's not gonna be able to do anything. And so they're gonna get that mid turret for almost nothing. And the Dragon's going to be spawning here soon. Blue team's going to pressure it. They're going to be looking to make a play off of it. Scotty scanning the wards, taking him down. Red team's going to be grouping up, coming through the blue side jungle. And if they don't... Oh. GP dueling the Malphite while he zones. And they're just going to get that Dragon for free. They're not even going to go for it. Kassadin's going to be picking up the blue here. Returning to his base. They need to play defensively. They don't know anywhere where the enemy team is. The gold lead has now bumped up to almost a 5 to 6k gold lead. So they have fallen behind. As much as I did think they scale better, they're not utilizing their skills in succession to really be able to get the combos that they need. They need a Tempered Fate into a GP ultimate with a couple of barrels, and then Kassadin to go on the back line that is scattered after that combo, and Gragas to break up the team fight. But they're just getting comboed as they kite back, as the enemy team kites them back with a good blitz and the dashes from both Graves and Lucian. So they're walking up to pressure here mid. The 4-man Lux is straggling behind. If the enemy team knew that, they might be able to engage. Slow on to Malphite. The hook goes on to GP. GP has no flash, can't get over the wall. Goes down even though the Tempered Fate was used. Malphite's walking up, slapping around the Kassadin. He's going down half health. 2-man ulti onto the Vayne and the Gragas. Vayne has to heal and get out of there. Uses the tumble. Gragas had to get out of there as well. Tons of damage coming down. Lucian's going forward. Take down the inhibitor, and the blue team might just get out of here and take the rewards with what they have and try to ward up, make a pick around the Baron. They go through, use the scanner, taking out the wards in the topside red jungle as they move back together as a squad. Bard's going to be moving up, but it might be a little too dangerous. He just got a spooky ghost item, which I prefer to rush to really get that mid-game power spike, or more so early game. Bard sees him over the wall, could have gone for a stun, hits the wall stun, gets the magical journey, is just going to peace out. No, but none of his team was able to follow up on that. Graves baiting the tunnel take. Gragas really dealing damage. The belly slide. Scotty's trying to get this swiggity swooty for the Vayne booty. There's the GP ulti going down. Oh, with the TP from behind, takes out the Lucian. That's exactly what they need, is to take out Cruftnut. He's trying to the backline, flashes over the wall. More barrels. He's going to get the hook death from Scotty. And so Vayne right now should be able to clean up, has the ultimate going. Graves also has the backline damage. He dashes into the Vayne, not going to be able to take her down. And Scotty and Malphite are going to have to just run away with their tails tucked behind them. Scotty's going to be able to try to get the hook, but is that going to be enough? Kassadin has no mana, but just autos them both to death after getting hooked in by Scotty. The unfortunate turnaround. Should have just sacrificed himself for maybe Malphite getting away with his life. But instead, they take a death. And so now there's going to be a little bit slowing down of the gameplay as they The enemy team does not want to throw the game. There's a 3K gold lead roughly for Swaggle Dazzle, which is the blue team. 11-4 Lucian. I really like that teleport and ulti play from the GP. Was able to control the back line of the enemy team, which they really needed since the front line of Blitzcrank and Malphite was hard to get through with the constant also poke from the Lux, giving the bindings and the zoning with the Lucent Singularity. So they know what they need to do. They know they need to get to the back line as fast as possible and eliminate the threats, which are Graves and Lucian mostly. Lux is a threat, but not a major threat. Graves is currently, in my opinion, doing more damage and just being a larger threat because he's able to body and just, zone out the enemy team with the likes of a Sterix Gauge and a Mercurial Scimitar. So they're right now just dancing around. Malphite's going to get engaged upon. GP ulti goes down. Malphite's going to go down too. Lots of damage coming out as the Essence Reaver was picked up by the GP. I'm going to be looking for him to be picking up, like I said, that armor piercing item soon, TM, hopefully. And Gragas has the Iceborne Gauntlet and the AP item, so he's going to be doing a decent amount of damage. Not as tanky as usually most are, as they rush in health items second. And they're going to be looking to go for the Baron right here. But it looks like they're just going to go for the bait. They are not going for it. They're not committing to the Baron. So the patented tier build by Scotty was picked up earlier this game. Did not mention that. Has the likes of a Frozen Heart being picked up and finishes Aegis. Both teams have the Aegis, although I think it is more effective for the Swaggle Dazzles because of the enemy team having Gragas and Kassadin and Bard. Bard will actually do a decent amount of late game magic damage if he can pick up the chimes. His auto attacks roughly do about 200 damage if he can get around 80, 60 chimes. And then the enemy team having a lot more physical damage with the likes of Graves, Lucian, and Blitzcrank. For those of you who don't know, Blitzcrank usually takes AD runes because his knockup does double his AD damage. So the more AD you have, the more potent your knockup is. And especially in the early game, how much damage that does is very, it catches the enemy team off guard, the support and the AD. Tempered Fate comes down, able to lock up the Lucian. Let's see if he can get the Cosmic Binding Sun. He does land it. The GP ulti, full man onto Lucian. Lucian's going to go down, and Lux goes down. Kassadin eliminates them both. The knockup from the Malphite went onto the Vayne, but Vayne flashes over the wall, and she's going to be able to continue to chase. She's going to look to take down the Blitz. Blitz was able to knock up and ignite the Vayne, but Vayne healed it off and is going to get the heal off of her auto attacks having Spell Vamp. Graves, they see on the enemy side, the other side with the pings coming down. Blitz is going to go down to the Silver Bolts right now as Kassadin duels the Graves. He uses the Zonias. Graves is going to dash over the wall. There should be a magical journey, or Kassadin can just rift walk over the wall as Gragas body slams over the wall as well. Barrels are going to slow him soon, or the Kassadin. And this Graves is just running for his life right now. The slow ends up getting him. The missed body slam from Gragas, so he actually might be able to get out. So this Graves is just running as fast as he can. He does have, nope, as he goes down. Good Bard stun and great chase by the enemy team. They might not be able to get or capitalize off of that team fight though, because they did chase for so long. They might have been able to just send one person off to just chase the Graves and take Baron, but instead they're going to be opting for the Dragon as they do not have one yet. This late in the game, 31 minutes into the game, this first Dragon is going to pay numerous dividends for the team right now. It gives roughly 2% stats, which at this point in the game, since all the items and scaling you have, will be doing so much work for them. More AP, more AD, more armor. So that's going to be doing a lot. And as I see Vayne taking on that blue buff, I notice that she has a Rune in Hurricane. Very odd build. I guess she's looking for them to be stacked up in choke points with her team's composition with a Gragas and a GP. I don't really agree with that. Would have preferred to have seen either the hand cannon or the Static Civ. Static Civ's damage and movement speed were increased a couple patches ago. So its damage output is extremely high along with its movement speed, which Vayne is always wanting because she just wants to chase down and dodge her targets' skill shots, like the Blitz Hook or the binding from the Lux. Vayne might be wanting to pick up a Mercurials here soon. If not, or a Phantom Dancer would have done extremely well as well. So it looks like they're going to get here to siege, but every time they've sieged this tower, it has not gone well with them. Tempered Fate again, lands on the Lucian. Do they see it, though? The GP ulti going down as well. He's going to have to flash out of there and dash. So Lucian, no flash right now. Bard takes a magical journey to behind his team. Was able to get his own. So blowing the flash of the Lucian will help extremely. Ooh, Groggs dashes in with the ultimate. The explosive cast. Is he going to be able to take down Lucian? No, Lucian's going to be able to duel him with the lifesteal he has. And then Kassadin's pretty deep in there. Is he going to be able to survive? No, he's going to have to get out of there. The Ignite's ticking. Is he going to go down? He is. And Malphite going to live with the sliver of his health as Graves walks in to just body these fools. And then they're going to win this team fight. No one goes down, although Graves and Malphite are extremely low. Gragas on the enemy teams of the Horny Shrooms and Kassadin went down. They're going to be looking to pressure these lanes. And right now, Malphite is teleporting back in. Does he have ulti? No, he does not. But he might be able to just tank the tower with the double ADC to get this tower down, applying a lot of pressure. And the Blitz walks up to the hooks, misses. And Scotty, thank God he has that tier, because that's what really made him live right there. And they're trying to take down this turret, but they're not able. Oh, they are able to take it down. I thought the wave clear was going to come out from the Gangplank, but they were able to destroy the barrels. And they're just going to have to walk out of there now with an open inhibitor being taken. And Graves is cleaning up the jungle as the Lucian picks up the red buff, handing that off because it is more potent on Lucian, who can slow and dash for these targets to really get those double taps. And able to chase since his cooldowns reset every time he uses his passive, which is that double tap. So right now we're just gonna have a slow reset. The blue getting handed over to the Lux right here. She has been landing decent final sparks on the enemy team. Scotty going into the back to clear out the wards. If I was Bard, I would have started Baron right there to get the damage going. But it looks like he opts not to. The stun coming out for Bard, but he's not really going to be able to do much. I believe Baron was started by the passive of Blitzcrank, which is always an unfortunate thing. But it looks like the blue team is going to be pressuring the Baron, but right now GP is in the bot lane, has both teleport and his ultimate, so he can be very useful in these team fights across the map. As I say that, Gragas is here though. In the bot side, he really needs to be near that Baron, which they're pressuring. Woody the dog walks up, and it looks like they're just going to try to go for this inhibitor. And GP is in the back lines in the bottom lane right now, trying to take out the turret, trying to get some of the gold back into the favor of the Horny Shrooms. Bard coming out with a little bit of harass, but he's not going to be able to do it. Tempered Fate comes down, hits onto two of them. Can he land a stun? No, he's the two-man ulti onto the Vayne. Vayne's going to get blown up by the likes of Graves and Malphite. And then Cruftnet is going to be able to kite back. Good Mercurial used by him, and he's going to be able to survive just barely by the skin of his teeth as they take down the Nexus right now. That lifesteal in Mercurial was very good by Cruftnet, allowing him to survive these team fights and heal up with the likes of his lifesteal. And since GP wasn't there immediately, he didn't use his teleport. Oh, he did, but he wasn't able to get there soon enough. Scotty flashes in for the flash ultimate, able to take down the Gangplank. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that's going to be the game as they go onto the Nexus right now, and they're going to take it down. Well played by both teams. I do think that the Swaggle Dazzle did play a little bit better. Cruftnet, they were really able to rotate around Cruftnet, who was able to get his advantages and press them, not only in the bot lane, but even when Lux was struggling in the mid lane, he was there to help her out. And I did think that the Horny Shrooms were going to scale a little bit better into the late game, but they never were able to combo their abilities in succession to really slow down the enemy team enough to catch up to them to get the multiple damage abilities that they had. They really needed to land that Tempered Fate first into the barrage by a Gangplank, and then chase them down with Vayne and Gragas. Gragas was never able to get a good ultimate into in a team fight. He had numerous ultimates that were good, but not enough to get the enemy into his team to really eliminate one target and then press forward. And Malphite and Graves were able to body the enemy team by really just surviving too long in these team fights and living with slivers of health. Yes, please. And so we're going to take a break right now, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back. We have a couple more games in the future. A lot of fun out here. Come join us at the Cave, Fairfax. Right across, we're inside University Mall, right across from George Mason. and we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you very much. Woo!
No, that's good. I love it. Oh God, it was too actiony. That was actually really good.
It's candid. It's candid.
Oh, hell yeah. We crushed that. Killing it. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cave Gaming here on a Saturday afternoon. We will be this will be our third game of many, and as we see that, Diana Graves Blitzcrank taken out for the blue team, which name is by Felicia. And the red team is now the same team that we have been seeing, Swaggle Dazzle, and they have taken out Morgana Sivert and Rammus. So not that much of meta bans, but more so they're target banning each other, looking at what each team has as their artillery or in their back pocket, what they have hiding. And so interesting team composition coming out for the blue team here, as we see Leona, Nautilus, Elise, Caitlyn, and Cassiopeia being picked up right now. Cassiopeia, not that often of a pick, or that common of a pick, I should say. But this team has tons of CC. They're looking to lock down numerous targets and just annihilate them as soon as possible. Yi was hovered by the red team, but it looks like they're going to lock in the Nidalee, going to have more poke with Lux and Nidalee and Lucian, maybe calling some people down as they pick up a Shen and a Nami as well to fill out their ranks. So it's going to be a Shen top lane with a jungle Nidalee, mid Lux, and a bot lane of Lucian Nami. Lucian Nami is very potent because when Nami applies her buff to Lucian, Lucian can get 2 stacks, if not all 3, off in quick succession using his abilities and his passive giving him double tap. Nautilus is looking to opt for an exhaust here as he's going to go against Shen, which is a very interesting pick, unless that's a support Nautilus and a top Leona, which would be very interesting to see. She is going double offensive summoners with the exhaust ignite. She doesn't need flash swag. And then Caitlyn is being picked up for the ADC. Not often seen, but is very potent in the current meta, with sieging being very important because you want to take down those turrets to get your global gold and give your team really the fast advantage to give those cash leads so that you could group up faster and really fight the enemy team, having more items in your inventory. So Cassiopeia, like I said, going to be picked up here. She's going to be opting for the cleanse instead of an offensive summoner or teleport. She's going to be looking to cleanse either bubbles from Nami, bindings from Lux, or maybe you can, I believe, cleanse the Nidalee trap so that she cannot jump to you. It is a buff. But like I also said, the blue team, which is by Felicia, is looking to make a lot of plays on the map with their CC. So I'm going to be looking for them to make early plays and move around the map as quickly as possible. Maybe they might even shift Leona and Nautilus to different lanes quickly, just because that's a lot of lockdown, and have their solo laners just soak as much experience as possible. Maybe try to get their Caitlyn solo experience and get her ahead so that she can take down towers on her own and play safely. While the jungle matchup is Nidalee versus Elise. So this is a pretty even jungle matchup just because Elise can stay heavily healed in the jungle with using her spiderlings to tank the jungle monsters, and Nidalee, after her first clear, can stay healthy with the multiple AoE movement around the map, and that she can heal herself. So Scuttle Crabs are going to be heavily contested for the vision and maybe even the heal in the beginning for Nidalee, so that she can get some information on Elise. Going to be trying to track each other, really keep each other off their teammates, because each lane has pretty low mobility, with no getaways on anyone except for Caitlyn on the blue team, who has her 90 caliber net, and the dash, the something pursuit for Lucian. And I guess Nidalee does have jumps every couple seconds. So those are the mobility spells for the both teams. Surprised we haven't seen a Jhin yet, and Echo was actually left unpicked in this pick and ban phase, which is very interesting considering how overwhelming his kit is at the current moment. And also Rammus was banned out, so interested to see if we see that later in the future. And no Lissandras either. Lissandra is a pretty staple pick right now in the current meta with the amount of damage and movement around the map, where she just becomes a CC bot for her team and actually puts out a decent amount of damage. So like I said, I'm going to be looking for the blue team to move it around the map here, use the high amount of CC that they have with Nautilus, Elise, Leona, and try to set up kills for their carries, which are Caitlyn and Cassiopeia. They have a good amount of hybrid damage. They do have a lot of AP, but Caitlyn should be able to put out a high amount of AD damage. Also, with the new increased range when you step on a trap or get hit by a 90 caliber net, and it's an instant headshot, we'll be able to put out a decent amount of AD damage for her team. So as we load into this, we're going to see what ranks everybody is. So see the quality of the game we are about to get. It looks like mostly golds in the top with a diamond, and on the bottom it is plats, an unranked, and mostly silvers and a gold. Should be a pretty good game. Woody the dog is unranked, but I doubt that's his actual rank. Maybe he just he didn't play ranked last season and just played normals. And like I said, it's going to be interesting to see this bot lane, seeing that Leona has no summoner, mobility summoner. She only has offensive summoner. So she's going to be looking for blood in the bottom lane. Now, it's going to be hard for her to do with the likes of Nami and Lucian. Nami will keep the ADC sustained in the bot lane. Not only that, but providing CC so that if Leona does use her... oh, man, I can't remember that ability right now. Her E onto it, Nami can just bubble where the Leona will land. And Avery, could you rearrange the scoreboard? And also, it looks like Leona did opt for I do believe it's actually a Leona top, Avery, just because she did opt for a Dorn shield while Nautilus did pick up the Relic shield. So it looks like Nautilus is going to be the support. We see early wards going down, so no invades are happening. Looks like Elise is going to start red, though, to try to get an early gank off somewhere. And Nidalee is setting up her traps to pull off a very quick jungle start so she can be very mobile around the map and just pounce onto these minions as she gets to them. So I'm going to be very interested to see how this top lane plays out, the top Leona versus the Shen. Especially with no TP on the Leona, she's not going to be able to help her team as the Shen teleports. She might be looking to pressure the Shen so that he can't really help his team, and so she'll be able to be in range of stunning and keeping him there, although they will still get the shield. If you hit spacebar, it goes back to like directed camera. So yeah, so this bot lane should be stalemate. Don't think anybody's gonna die because of the sustain from Nami, and Nautilus just doesn't do enough damage to really kill either of them, and he took exhaust rather than ignite. Cassiopeia is harassing down the Lux in the mid lane. Both of them decided to go with Doran's rings, which is interesting. Corruption potion might have been an option for Elise, or for Cassiopeia more so, just for the ridiculous amount of dot damage that they can put out. Nami's coming in with the harass. Cruffnut dashes in after the minion walks up so that he can't get hooked. And it's just going to be a slow farm. Ooh, Scotty could have gotten hooked right though. And as I said, that he does get hooked by the Nautilus. No exhaust goes down. Bubble lands onto Caitlyn. Ooh, Cruffnut dashing forward for a little bit more damage, but not going to be able to continue the chase. So that bot lane, though, of Nami and Lucian should be fine, as they will sustain with the heals of Nami. I expect Scotty to max the W, which is the heal, but we will see, because there are numerous people who enjoy maxing the E first, which is the slow. It does the highest damage output if your ADC can get constant autos. This Nautilus is going to keep going on to the Lucian, and Elise walks up with no wards in the river, but not able to get the cocoon off as they back out quick enough. Leona is currently out farming the Shen, which is interesting, but she is getting put under lane, and with her Q being an auto attack reset, might be able to do it, be able to farm a little bit easier than the Shen trying to shove her in. There's a lot of DPS coming down onto the Lux. The Fangs are doing a decent amount of damage. Elise was there to cover, but there was no counter gank from the enemy jungler. Like I said, Elise gets Nidalee does get a little low on her first clear, which she decided to go back, picks up the red smite. Elise is still out there walking around, has the refillable potion, and is just going to continue to farm. But as I say that, the Nidalee looks to pressure the Elise at her own blue. So it will be interesting because and she steals the blue, and she's going to be able to go in onto the Elise. She's going to try to take her down, has the red buff as well. Elise is in a bad spot, hasn't gone back yet. Oh, the flash away, and Nidalee's just going to get out of there with her life. But good steal and well played. Because the Leona was not able to commit fast enough. And the max range hook from GGXE, but it did not able to really commit anything off of that. As I said, the sustain from Nami is going to keep him up. So I don't know if it's really worth it for him to waste this mana onto the Nami, especially without exhaust or ignite. You're not really going to get a kill. They are leveling up faster, but it should just be a stalemate in this bottom lane. Nidalee is currently counter-jungling Elise. Oh, the bubble lands. The 90 caliber Nat gets stopped, and a lot of damage goes onto that Caitlyn. She does not have a potion either to heal up. She must have used it earlier in the laning phase. So Leona is currently farming up very well. Ooh, the flash is going to come out as the Nidalee spear lands. And Cassiopeia is now going to have to play very defensively. If she gets hit by another spear, she's either going to die or she's going to have to give up a lot. So Lux is being able to why? Luxes have not been able to farm. I'm sorry. But Lux once again has 11 farm compared to the Cassiopeia's 31. Leona is dueling with the Shen in the top lane and is very easily able to keep up. Shen is using his abilities out of order. Oh, there comes the spear. She hops on. Nautilus has to flash over the wall to get to safety. Nidalee really causing a lot of pressure on the map right now. Has blown 3 flashes from the enemy team. Elise's flash, Cassiopeia's flash, and now Nautilus's flash. Oh, the all-in from the Leona. Does she have enough? She has no more mana. Can the auto attacks take her? Nautilus tries to hook up to the Nami. Nami lives with the roughly 50 HP. Lux is also getting taken down right now by the Elise, and she's going to have to flash out too. So that's no flashes for the mid laners right now. And as we speak, the exhaust and the ignite go down. Kenshin's shield, is that enough? Last tick is just going to kill him. First blood going over to the Leona. I doubted the double offensive summoners, but it's going to work out. Then the Nidalee lands the spear onto the Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia going down for nothing. This Nidalee applying a lot of pressure onto the map, really helping out the Lux survive this mid lane when she's extremely already down.
All right, hold on. I have a question.
Go ahead.
Why does Nidalee have an ult at level 5?
Nidalee gets ult at level 1 now.
Oh, wait, what?
Yeah. So she can turn into cat form at level 1. And now her spears and traps stun minions, which allow her to jump to jungle monsters and stuff like that. So she's a little bit ridiculous right now. She's probably one of the best junglers in the game right now with the amount of pressure she can apply. And if she gets fed early, getting an early Rod of Ages can do a lot of damage in the late game. And since her Q in cat form is still an execute, can take down tanky members even if they're at half health just by landing a spear and then one full combo in cat form usually. So Caitlyn's going to be coming back with a BF sword. So does Lucian, even farm in the bot lane. Like I said, stalemate. So it's really going to be who can get the first kill in that bot lane to really start the advantage and maybe take down the towers first. I would expect to see the blue team try to get Caitlyn's tower down so that she can start going to other lanes and taking their towers to provide more global pressure and just getting the global gold for her team. Because that is one of Caitlyn's extreme talents, is taking down towers from a safe range because of her auto attack range being so long. Nidalee's taking out a pink right now. She's looking to go into the enemy jungle. As I say that, the Elise has picked up the warding jungling item. Max range hook once again. Scotty gets hit. The bubble's going to miss, but Cruftnut is going to be able to output a lot of damage onto the Nautilus. As I say that, this Nidalee is going in on the Elise. She has nowhere to go. Lands the spear. Cancels the calling. Nami's going to end up taking it with the wave. The Nautilus is going to be going down too, and then Cruftnut is going to flash in for the kill. That's going to be a 3-for-0 exchange. in favor of the Swaggle Dazzle, and they are looking extremely strong right now. Not many teams have been able to pressure Swaggle Dazzle. Their bot lane has also been the source of the carrying. It's hard to ban out Cruftnut when in the first game you see he plays Twitch and does extremely well on it. So what ADs, how do you focus that bot lane, and how do you really pressure the Swaggle Dazzlers? So once again, the commanding lead coming from the bot lane, and Woody the dog playing Nidalee, so one of the most mobile junglers right now and applying a lot of pressure. Was able to blow almost 3 to 4 flashes in the early game. Now he's committed those flashes and gotten the kills after that. So he's doing exactly what he needs to do to help his team win this game. Lux is trying to farm safely against the Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia does have they both have needlessly large rods, but Cassiopeia has a large farm lead in front of the Lux. Going to be interested in what their item builds are going to be. Maybe a Rylai's Crystal Scepter for Cassiopeia, trying to get the slows and just keep be able to keep up with the enemy team. Bombi Cinder here picked up for the Leona. She's going to be looking to pressure the lane by burning down those enemy minions and the Shen when he's standing around her, dealing magic damage every so often. More fangs coming out from the Cassiopeia, really pressuring this Lux. This Lux is having a bad time. Might have wanted to opt for the teleport. Scotty's going to go in and get hooked. The 90 caliber net lands, but then she's not able to follow up. The Caitlyn misusing his abilities. Nami has red buff right now as well, so those auto attacks are going to do a decent amount of damage, especially if comboed with the her E, can't remember what it's called, the slowing move that also does magic damage. Shen and Leona just having a wet noodle fight up here in the top, just beating each other, and nothing's really happening. Nami wants to get that pink ward, but is just not going to be able to commit for it. She doesn't know where Elise is, so she's backing off. Cruftnut goes in. She's going to take down and once again, Scotty steals the kill. And Cruftnut's just going to keep going in, and he takes down the Caitlyn. And this is why Lucian is so good. His power spike is so good during all points of the game. With just a BF sword and a cudgel hammer, with the CDR hammer, he's able to take them both down very easily with the help of his support. The taunt lands onto Leona. Shen and her are going to duke it out in the top lane. Leona's going to back off because she can't take him 1v1 yet. Has both of her offensive summoners up yet, or has both of her offensive summoners up right now. Cassiopeia is sitting at half health. She needs to be careful though. Nidalee's on the outskirts right now. She sees that and backs up. Leona's just trying to safely farm right now in the top lane. Since she has no TP, it's hard for her to consistently sustain and stay up here. As Shen is pressuring, she's going to try to go back right now. And Nidalee is farming the top side while Cassiopeia is just pushing out this Lux, trying to get her to farm under tower and miss CS. Once again, there's roughly a 20 to 30 CS advantage for the Cassiopeia. And the flash coming out from the Lux has sub 200 HP, is going to be able to live by the skin of her teeth, just barely. And then she's going to have to come back. Going to be interested in what she buys with just a needlessly large rod. Leona's looking to get dived here. Goes on to the Nidalee, gets fully CC'd by everything. Exhaust Ending Night go down, but she is not going to be taken down. Was a little slow in the follow-up from the Elise. Did not turn into spider form, which is very odd. Might have been able to get that kill if she was able to turn into spider form and use the execute a little bit faster. Cassiopeia is going to clear out this pink ward in the side brush to have a little bit more safety and know that she can put vision there without it getting cleared. She's going to push in that mid wave as Lux had to go back, and she picks up a blasting wand. So it looks like she's going to go for a hat first, which is very interesting. The bubble lands on the Nautilus. He's going to take a lot of free damage. At this point, the Nautilus cannot go in with those hooks unless he knows it's going to be a very favorable trade. Lucian right now can just output a high amount of damage. It looks like they're going to try to fight a start over the wards right now. Scotty steps up, lands the bubble, but Lucian was not there to follow up. Lands the wave, and a flash comes out by the Nautilus? Yeah, the Nautilus, and Caitlyn had to use heal. So that's some summoners down in the bot lane. They might be looking to duel here soon, as the Swaggle Dazzle does have both of their summoners up. They might be able to dive. They need to know where the Elise is, though, to make sure that they can dive safely. Leona's going to try to all-in on the Shen. Shen's going to taunt her out, and the exchange of the wet noodle fight up here is just going, like, trying to exchange health very slowly but surely. So we see that Leona is going to be picking up a Spirit Visage as she stands next to these minions just to burn it down slowly with the Bomby Cinder and try to outpush the Shen and put a little pressure on him. The hook goes on to Nami, ult goes out on the Lucian, but that's not going to be enough. The bubble's going to miss. Scotty's at sub 200 HP. The exhaust goes out on the Lucian, but it looks like it's just going to be a trade of summoners as they're both going to live. There is 4 people in the bottom lane right now, though, as Elise and Cassiopeia are heading out. The max range cocoon lands, and the Lucian is going to go down. Nidalee lands. No, she does not land the spear. And Caitlyn is going to keep aggressing onto the Nidalee. Oh, and he goes down with just the likes of the Piltover Peacemaker and the flash from the Caitlyn. There's a duel right now going on in the river. Lux is going to go down. The flash from the Cassiopeia, but misses the Petrifying Gaze, but still is able to take her down. Is cutting her around with just the movement speed off of the poison and the fangs. Can he take her down? The Cassiopeia already has the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, able to slow the enemy team, but is not able to keep the Elise or the Nidalee in her clutches, so they're going to let her go. And they're going to back right now. Nidalee is going to take out a ward. She's doing as much as she can for her team. Placing down vision and applying pressure. Blown numerous flashes, but just not enough. Shen goes back, looking to use his ulti maybe. No, there's no fights going on anywhere. Cassiopeia just went back. We'll see what she picks up. She looks to just get an amp tome. Scotty's clearing these wards in the bot lane. There may be a gank coming soon. Nidalee is backing in the top lane. We'll have to come back to the bot very soon. And Cruftnut already has the advantage, so maybe Nidalee will be looking to pressure elsewhere. But Dragon is live right now at this 16-minute mark. The first Dragon wouldn't be bad to take if they can get the pressure off of a kill or a tower. So Nautilus clears out. He's expended numerous pink wards in that brush, but Scotty always comes back to clear them. Oh, Cassiopeia takes down the blue buff, so she's going to take that mid. Now gives scaling AP from a couple patches ago, so that's going to be extremely useful for her, as well as the mana regeneration and the CDR to spam her abilities. Caitlyn is just going to get pressured from this Lucian under tower as they move up to take down a pink ward. The pinks come out because they want to move up to this tri-brush, and a pink ward is actually placed down by Scotty. Woody the dog going in, lands the spear, misses the hop. Can he get another one though? Auto attack. He sees the Cassiopeia around there though, and the spear lands. Cruftnut is there to help out the team, though. There's the Nautilus and the wave. A lot of damage coming out. Is Cruftnut going to be able to survive? The shields come out. The cleanse comes out from Cassiopeia. The duel from Elise and Nidalee, and Elise actually ends up winning that duel. And there's no mana for Cassiopeia for her to use her spells. Cruftnut's taking out the Rift Scuttler right now to try to heal up a bit. And that was just a very hectic team fight. And unfortunately, there was a better rotation from the by Felicia team, which is the blue side, as they were able to come onto the Nidalee quicker than the Nidalee's team was able to rotate for her. Shen's gonna have to TP up back to the top wave to get the Leona to stop from split pushing. They really haven't met much with this Leona, and you would figure there might be pressure up in the top lane, considering that this Leona has no mobility spells. She has no flash, no ghost, no teleport, or anything like that. They could have camped her. Oh! Once again, that Lux is going to barely live as this Cassiopeia pressures her heavily with the early Rylai's Crystal Scepter and the poison, and just being able to repeatedly spam those fangs. So like I said, actually it looks like Lux is opting to maybe build a Abyssal Scepter early after building the needlessly large rod first. Cassiopeia, as I stated, already finished her Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Elise picked up the Runic Echo Jungle enchantment along with the warding, as Nidalee, as I stated earlier, picked up the can't remember what that's called at the moment, the Skirmishing Saber, to duel more, and she actually has been losing the duels recently. Oh well, no, that's the first duel that she's really lost. Nautilus has finished his Targon, his Relic Shield, and the Sightstone, as Nami has finished her Spooky Ghost item and Sightstone. So I'm going to be interested if Scotty can land those patented Spooky Ghost into the bubble. Should be interesting to see what happens. So Cassiopeia right now is going to roam up to the top lane, go behind Shen. Going to try to get a gank off here as a mid laner. Might work. The max range hook does land, but the bubble lands as well to stop the auto attack, which would snare the Lucian in place. And as that happens, the Elise moves up, but she did get spotted in the minion wave. And there's the Spooky Ghost to make sure that she's still there, and she is. So she'll be backing off. Nidalee right now. And can she get the jump, hop, eat? And there's down the Nautilus goes. Movement speed, and then another spear lands, and then this Caitlyn's going to go down as well. And there's a two-man gank going up on top. Can Shen survive it? As he dances around his tower, he's not going to be able to stop the damage from the Leona and the Cassiopeia. There's those double summoners coming out for the Leona again. And not only that, but didn't have to use the exhaust. So she's going to have that in her repertoire if there's any battle up there again. And Leona still is able to go on this Lux if this Lux steps up too early. The Abyssal Scepter was picked up for her early, but that's not going to be able to save her against the amount of CC that the enemy team does have if it's landed in succession. So Nidalee lands another spear. If she is able to hop onto this Elise, she might be able to take him down. 3-2, there it is! Oh, and the Cassiopeia flashes out the Lux. Oh, the auto attack, not enough. There's no mana. Is he going to go for it? He's going to go for the auto, and he's going to back out because he knows he can't do it without the mana. And so what an unfortunate flash blown by the Cassiopeia, not be able to get that kill off for herself. So that's a wasted flash use. As Woody the dog, he's going to look to land a spear here, and it hits. But he is not going to go over the wall and go for that Nautilus. Does not know who else is around, even though the Leona was positioning towards helping the Nautilus, but does not. Leona is now mid after being able to take the tower first over Shen, which is interesting. I understand she has the Bomby Cinder to push the lane, but Shen hasn't really been out of lane too much to really not be able to push her back. And on top of that, Shen also has TB, so he should have been up in the top lane more often than the Leona, requiring her to go back. But then again as well, there has not been the... Oh, Leona gets a full combo onto Lucian, and he's going to go down. Cruftnut overstepping his bounds, forgetting that they have a top lane Leona who's coming out with the damage, and once again did not have to use the exhaust, but this Cassiopeia landed in a bubble, gets final sparked as well, throws down the poison under the tower, and she's going to take a tower hit, but I don't think it's going to be enough to take her down. She opts up for the Morellonomicon instead of other CDR items. So I'm going to be looking at what boots she's going to be getting. Maybe CDR, so she can use her flash more often, get those really good flash Cassiopeia ults where she can petrify and gaze multiple targets and stun them. Or if she's going to get the spell pen boots, just to try to do the more raw damage. Caitlyn has picked up her IE, and she has the secondary crit from the Zeal. She needs to start grouping up with her team, taking down the turrets, because that's really all she's useful for right now. Cassiopeia going back, going to be picking up more items. Nidalee pressuring the mid lane. The 5-1 Nidalee picked up a Sheen as well, and has another Aether Wisp, so her movement speed is going to be out the window with the Runic Endo. Caitlyn gets taunted under the tower. She has to flash and 90 caliber net away. The tower goes down, so nothing else is going to happen, it looks like, as actually the red team is going to continue to pressure here. And another bubble almost lands by Scotty, but the spears and the bindings coming out from Lux and Nidalee might be too much. Cassiopeia is being very aggressive right now, overstepping bounds almost. If she gets caught by a CC, she might end up going down. She does have Petrifying Gaze, so if they can close on her, it might be their own death, actually. So Nami's picking up a Grail here, so she'll be looking to pick up a Mikhail's Crucible most likely, CC out of the Petrifying Gaze or the Leona ultis. And I guess you could also cleanse the snare from the Nautilus auto, but I don't know how much use that you'll get out of that. So right now there's going to be a siege coming up here for the blue team, but they don't have many minions to continue the siege. The enemy team also does have a decent amount of wave clear with Lux and Lucian, and if necessary you can always use the culling as a form of wave clear. But it's not always suggested, as it does do a decent amount of damage since it does not go off your attack speed anymore. So we're going to be looking for the 5-man group here for the Felicia team, which is the blue side. because they have a lot of CC on their team and a great front line, which they need to utilize to really win these team fights. The one thing that I'm going to be looking for is that they do not go too deep, which is a common mistake by numerous teams that have a lot of tanks, is the tanks go too deep and then they leave their assassins in the back line with against the enemy. Nami's going to get caught right there, but is it going to be enough? Leona goes all in using Exhaust as well, and there she's going to go down to the Cassiopeia. Hook lands onto Lucian. Petrifying Gaze misses. Nidalee's able to get in there with the hop and take down Leona, and then they're going to be able to continue this. Nidalee's going to keep going deeper and deeper. Takes down the Cassiopeia with 3 kills. The Spear misses onto Elise. Is she going to keep going, though? Caitlyn's there, uses the Piltover Peacemaker, but ends up going down to the Caitlyn and the Nidalee, or the Caitlyn and the Elise. And this Caitlyn now is extremely potent with her double form of crit and the IE. You need to be careful. She will do a ton of damage. Elise right now is also in a very comfortable place. Once she gets her Rylai's Crystal Scepter, it will be much easier. The red team was a little, not advantageous, but they pressed their advantages a little too far in that last fight. Probably just sort of stopped after Nidalee got the triple kill. I was surprised, though, that they were able to take down that Nidalee so quickly with just the Elise and the Caitlyn, because Caitlyn does not have that many items, but she did now just finish her static shift, so the magic damage from that and the Caitlyn crits do hurt. So she does have a very good mid-game power spike as of right now. Nautilus is going to be picking up a Glacial Shroud, it looks like, as a duel in the river starts. Scotty in this Nautilus fight. The bubble lands onto Leona, but then the cocoon lands onto Scotty. Scotty's going to get eliminated easly by the likes of the Leona, Caitlyn, and Nautilus. The Dragons are going to be spawning here in 5 seconds, and it looks like that's going to be going over to Bye Felicia, as they Swaggle Dazzle just lost their support member, and so they're going to be able to pick up their first dragon here, unless Nidalee comes away with the fantastic steal, but that's not going to happen, as Elise has both the execute and smite up and takes that down very easily. And now there's going to be a rotate to the mid lane, as Lucian was pressuring the mid lane turret, but he's going to go just to the top lane, go towards Shen, and safely get out of that. A good exchange, though, by Cruftnut. Good knowledge to know that they are not going to be able to get that dragon, and just to push and apply pressure in the mid lane and deal as much damage as he could to the mid turret. And also, the boot pickup for the Cassiopeia was the Boots of Swiftness. There is a decent amount of slows on the enemy team. I do think that is a very good pickup. Not only that, but Cassiopeia lacks any mobility spells in her own kit, so that's going to help her out by just being able to catch up. I know she does have the speed up every time she hits a Q, but I'm just saying, Swiftness Boots will help against this team. So it looks like Cassiopeia is going to be picking up that blue buff. She is extremely mana hungry, as we've seen her run out of mana numerous times, and one time almost taking out Lux, but didn't have the mana to finish her off. So now we see Caitlyn has that trap line set up in the mid lane, so that you just can't advance unless you want to take a very risky trap, and then you'll take a headshot right to the head, of course. I'm talking about her passive, not just like a headshot. Lux is only tickling this Caitlyn, which is very interesting. Picked up the Abyssal Scepter very odd build from this Lux. Abyssal Scepter first, and started off with the needlessly large rod, but now she looks to be building an Athene's Holy Grail. So very odd item choice. Leona's going to go with the ult right there, but is not going to be able to commit anything, as they have to back off now and wait for... Oh, Leona's... Ooh, there goes the tidal wave down the mid lane, and it's only going to hit Leona. Are they going to be able to get anything off this? As Shen is trying to flank from behind. Leona misses her E again. Shen dashes to get the taunts, but the cleanse comes out from the Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia is going to take down the Shen here with the fangs. The consistent damage, but the heal comes out, so Shen's going to live a little bit longer. But as they continue the fight with the amount of CC that they have, they just continue to take down the enemy team, and that's going to be a 2-for-none going over for the likes of Bye Felicia. So this mid-game grouping up is going to be very good. I don't know why Cruffnut crew, or no, not the Cruffnut crew. Ooh, Cruffnut's getting now out-positioned by the Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia flash on him, and he's going to go down to the flash of Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia gets taken out by Nidalee, and the flash comes out from Nidalee, and she's trying to do as much as she can to dance around it, but she just cannot get away. Or she can get away, but the enemy, her team can't. With the amount of CC that the enemy team has, with the likes of Nidalee, Leona, and Nautilus, just so much CC. If they miss one thing, doesn't matter. They're going to hit something else, and you're not going to be able to get out of it. Ooh, the Spirit lands, but that's not the target she wants. Is she going to keep chasing? She's trying to apply pressure. She's not going to be able to do anything, though. This Nidalee dancing with the devil right now. So they're going to back out, reap the rewards of what they have, go back and spend their gold. Leona has an Iceborne Gauntlet now, just picked up a health regen item. I believe that's going to be made into a Banshee's Veil, but don't quote me on that. And then Caitlyn picked up a she just sold her item. Okay, she's going to pick up another BF sword here. I believe she's going to be picking up a Mercurials. I am not sure. Nidalee's going to try to get out of here. She did steal the blue buff successfully, but right now has the Rylai's Scepter Slow applied on her as Cassiopeia is chasing after her with the Swiftness boots. But that after seeing the luck, she is going to stop her chase. Oh, and as I said, that Shen's going to come up here alone and almost get caught by 3 members. If the Cocoon would have landed, that would have been a chain stun of CC from Cocoon to Leona to Nautilus, and he probably would have gotten obliterated. There's a dance right now happening in this top lane. The pink ward is going to get destroyed by Leona and Cassiopeia. There's going to be a 5-man dance up here in the top lane. They turn that corner and Scotty does eat the hook, but he's going to flash away. But Shen's going to overstep his bounds just a little bit. And the final spark coming out, his 4 members. Lucian's going up and almost gets Petrifying Gaze, but turns around at the perfect second. Shen's taking a lot of damage right now, and there's a Leona coming out onto the Nidalee. Gets hit. Leona's going to go down with a little bit of health, and since they weren't able to kill any members, they're going to have to back out now after Leona going down. But let's see if they're going to chase onto this. It looks like they are going to chase a little bit. Nidalee trying to see what she can do. Shooting off spears. Nautilus looks like a tasty target for her to eat. And that's what she's going to do. Nautilus could have gotten out of there, but he decided to step back. And that's going to be straight onto the Baron for the Swag Dazzlers. The Swag Dazzlers. That is a difficult thing to say. So they're going to burn this Baron down very quickly. Elise is sticking around. She might try for the steal because they do have vision on it. The ward right outside the pit. And there's Lux going extremely low, but it looks like they're going to be able to pick up that Baron with ease. No contest from the Elise. And back they go. So with Baron, they will back right now and look to pressure a lane and try to take down some turrets. I'm looking for the red team to split since they do have Shen and a TP. So Shen could go bot and apply pressure there, and then even TP to the top lane. But it looks like Nidalee is going to be applying pressure in the top lane as Shen is around Baron, or Dragon, my apologies. And they are going to see what they can do here at Dragon. They want to get it, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. They did see Nidalee in the top, but with that Baron, she's already back mid lane, or bot lane. Ooh, Scotty's in a very odd position right now. And look at those traps in the choke point from the Caitlyn. She's just using as many traps as she can. And there's going to be all of them eaten. Tidal Wave down the middle. Only hits the Caitlyn. Caitlyn's in the pit by herself, taking on Shen. And here's a team fight right now. Leona onto the Lucian. Lucian goes down. Scotty's trying to kite out all of them. He uses the cleanse on himself. Shen also goes on to Nami, but he's not going to be enough. Shen's in the thick of it, and he's not going to be able to survive. Too much CC, and there was just no cohesion from the enemy team. Shen went to the back line to get the Caitlyn, but was not able to stop the rest of the enemy team from closing on his carries. Needs to be wary of where he is, so that might be the waste of a Baron buff, as they're not going to get any towers out of it. Nidalee still wants to try to get this Dragon, but is not going to be able to get it, as there are still 4 members that are extremely healthy around the Dragon, keeping her at bay. And so that was a waste of Baron, not well utilized by the red team, by the Swag Dazzlers. And so they still do have members with it, but whether they're going to be able to push a tower or anything with it is going to be another question. Nidalee is looking for other things that she can do. Lands a spear onto the Leona, but Leona is extremely tanky with it being a solo laner with 2 offensive summoners and all the tank items that she's getting in the solo lane experience. So it looks like Caitlyn's actually going to be opting for a Bloodthirster for her 3rd item. Very interesting choice. Would have preferred to see the Mercurials with the amount of CC that they do have. With the Mercurials, you could have also picked up Banshee's Veil after that, so you really would have been very defensive against the enemy team, because you are one of the main priority targets here for Shen, Nidalee, and Lux, and Nami.
I have a question.
Go
Is
ahead.
that Christmas Elise?
Christmas? No, it's Blood Moon.
Oh, boo.
So Lux picked up the Athenes and the Abyssal, but is really not putting any damage output. She's going to be looking to get the Runic. No, it's not called Runic. I forget what the item is called right now. ZZ Rot Portal picked up for Shen, so his split pushing is going to be extremely potent. As we see that, there's going to be a 4-member split push down at the bottom, but it might be a base race that they are not going to win. 4 people already grouped up. There's going to be a base race right now. They're going to lose a mid turret for nothing. They are going to be able to take a tier 2, but that's not going to be enough. Spear lands onto Caitlyn. That is a lot of damage. They might try to commit. Shen should ulti onto the Nidalee, and Nidalee should go in. That's going to be another spear landing. The calling comes down, and the final spark from Lux, and they're just trying to poke them out. Is there going to be an engage, though? It doesn't look like it. As the By Felicia backs up, Caitlyn is putting numerous traps down. Nautilus is going to put down the... I can't remember what that's called either right now. My memory is fading. I apologize. But he's going to use his ultimate to get away. And just stall the enemy team from trying to engage on them. Leona's going to eat another Nidalee spear. And they are rotating because the Shen is still pushing. But that was not worth it. That's an inhibitor for only a tier 2 turret. Not worth it all. So they're trying to keep them at bay right now. They do have super minions pushing for them mid, which will help extremely. Shen did put a ZZ Rot portal mid, but that's going to be easily taken out in a couple seconds. I really like the build here from Scotty. He picked up both the Aegis and the Mercurials. That's a lot of MR versus a very MR-heavy team. Caitlyn's the only one providing the AD damage for By Felicia. And so, not only that, but the Mercurials should help if you can use it at an opportune time to get rid of either a Cocoon, a Leona ultimate, or even just a Leona stun. There's a lot of things for him to use that on. I'm going to be looking for him to use that extremely well. Lucian, on top of that, also picked up a Mercurials for himself to get out of all the CC that the enemy team is providing. Elise picked up a Dead Man's Plate, and she's either looking to build an Abyssal or some sort of MR item now that she has finished her Dead Man's Plate. Leona might be building a... Oh, she's finishing off her Sunfire Cape, most likely. And there's the Bloodthirster finish for Caitlyn as the blue team pressures mid. They don't really have anything to gain off mid. Very odd way to go. There's the Nami wave, but no follow-up. And that's a large cooldown used for the Swag Dazzlers. So an ultimate used... I guess Leona did use her ultimate as well, so an ultimate for ultimate. But still, we'll see the blue team walking up to pressure here. And they are just going to back out after getting the pressure down. And there's pings going down as if they want to fight. The Cocoon misses. Shen is trying to... Leona goes on to the Lucian. Lucian gets stunned, and the ultimate misses with a very good cleanse. Shen ults the Lucian, kind of a waste. The Ignite went down, and the exhaust from the Leona. Leona has no more summoners from here on out. And she had to use her ultimate. Very good cleanse from... Scotty and Cruff himself both used the Mikhails and the Mercurials. Nidalee's getting poked from the side, trying to keep the enemy team at bay. But it's not. It looks to be enough for now. But there's just this ARAM happening in the mid currently where not much is happening besides just battles. trying to get maybe positioning. Baron's going to be coming up here right now, and Dragon in 30 seconds. Both teams have 2 dragons. The 3rd dragon will give the movement speed. It will be helpful for both teams. It's not detrimental to either team per se, though. Would be more helpful for the red team because Nidalee, Nami provide movement speed, so it would just be added movement speed to the already fast characters that they already have. And so Vision coming out here in the top river, trying to gain control for the Baron. And Caitlyn's going to start up the Rift Scuttler. And Scotty's going to be clearing wards out in their top red jungle, trying to gain Vision control. But they don't have any pinks. There's not many pinks picked up right now by the likes of the Swag Dazzler, so they're not going to be able to. Flash comes out from the Nautilus onto the Nidalee, and then the ultimate as well. She's going to get locked down. She's going to go down easily with the amount of CC that they have, and they're going to look to pressure Baron right now. So with the jungler down, they're going to look to go onto the Baron and try to take it down. The Swag Dazzlers have no choice really but to try to fight this. Will they go for it? They do have Lux. If Shen can taunt, blue team does get it with the execute from Elise and the smite, so they do secure the Baron. That was easy after taking down the Nidalee. 2nd Baron of the game. And only more to come if it stays at this pace. Very back and forth. Once it hits the 65 gold mark, the gold difference really doesn't matter. Most people have most of the items that they need right now. Lucian Singularity is going to scout out the Leona, hiding in the bush right there. Leona has her ultimate back up with the amount of CDR she has. She can shoot them off in quick succession, just being able to use that ultimate at her exposure. Oh, the bubble misses. The hook lands. And that's a lot of damage going on to the Shen. Is he going to go down? His health refreshes, though. The heal coming out, but he goes down eventually to the Cassiopeia. And more damage. Cruftnut overstepping his bounds a little. He has to flash back after dashing forward. Almost takes out Caitlyn. But that's just going to be an exchange of 2v1 in favor of the Swag Dazzlers as they take down Nautilus, and they're going to pressure more. Cassiopeia has to flash away, and the heal almost hits, but Scotty's just out of range. Cassiopeia almost ducks back, almost to get hit by the spear. Oh, but the Blazing Light is going to be able to take her down as he shoots the W, and then he takes out the Caitlyn, and right now he's about to take. Oh, that was such a good cleanse from Cruftnut. Holy shit! Well played by the Lucian as he takes down the Elise. Holy shit. And so now they're going to be looking to take the dragon for that almost ace. Nautilus was the only one able to live. Cruftnut expected that cocoon to come out. Well played. And so they're going to take this dragon uncontested. They're going to need to look to regroup. So they take that dragon down as Nautilus just gets the ward and the vision over there, so they knew that it was going to be going, if not soon. So just going to be a little bit of a wait right now as the teams try to establish vision and dominance of the jungles and really try to plan their next step of attack. Nautilus is level 13 to the likes of the level 14, so he's not actually that behind for the enemy support. But most of the other characters on the Runeterra right now are pretty high level, with Lucian being level 18, Shen being level 17, and Lux being level 16. But Cassiopeia on the enemy team is 18, along with Leona 17. So the levels are pretty equivalent. The XP has been balanced on both teams. And there's just going to be an ARAM right now, and there's just going to be trying to be a poke down. Then the blue team needs to try to stack up and get this open inhibitor. It's really their only hope. But they really, unless they can get Cruftnut, don't overstep your bounds. If he goes down, his team is going to falter. He is one of their highest damage outputs, and especially with the CDR on him, he is able to be very mobile in these fights and catch up to the enemy team with the likes of Nami as well, who every time she uses an ability on a friendly unit gains a small movement speed buff. Caitlyn lays down the armada of traps so that nobody can get past. The ult comes down from Lux and is going to take Caitlyn extremely low, but that's not going to do much as she can just run back to base, heal up really quickly. But Lux's ultimate is probably on roughly like a 45, 60-second cooldown right now, so she can use that at her expense very easily. Large wave bottom. Kind of would have liked to have seen a push there with a ZZ Rot portal. Haven't seen much of the ZZ Rot portal, although Shen has opted into it. I've only seen it been put down once. They might be looking to push the tier 2 in the top lane, which would be a very good choice. Just to open up the map, because that's all you're really doing at this point in the game. At this late in the game, the money doesn't really matter. Most people have the items that they need. And so as I say that right now, the blue team is going to be grouping up and pushing down the mid lane and trying to pressure the Swag Dazzlers to take their inhibitor. So Caitlyn's going to try to be able to... Ooh, the flash onto the Lucian. He's going to cleanse it, but you can't cleanse the knockup. But more cleanses come from the Nami as well. And they take that inhibitor, and it's going to go down, but they're going to have to get hit by the Nami wave, and they're going to go down as well. Crofton is a little getting taken out by the Leona, but with the Shen shield, he's going to live fine, and the CDR and the lifesteal. Leona went in deep, and while the rest of the team had to escape as Nidalee was pressuring the back line. Baron's up in 2 minutes, so probably not going to go for that. Shen TPs to the top lane, going to try to put down his ZZ Rot portal, take that second tier turret, want people to rotate up there. If it's a large enough wave, he can continue pushing, maybe take an inhibitor turret, and really help his team by being able to apply that pressure. Use that ZZ Rot, man. Put it down, Pyro. Put that ZZ Rot down, please. Oh, man, he's not going to put it down yet, I don't think. Man, when you buy use items and you don't use it, feels bad, man. Feels bad. Ooh, max range spear coming out. Oh, and the reverse wave from the net almost goes down to the culling, but Nautilus and Elise are going to group up on him, and they're going to be able to get this turret now for free as well with the amount of damage that they were able to put out. So that's a 1 inhibitor. Now they're going to rotate top, maybe able to take 2. The Swag Dazzlers might go undefeated. The hook comes onto Nidalee. No follow-up CC from there. The ulti from Nautilus goes on to Lucian, but no follow-up there either. Shen's taking a bunch of damage. Is he going to be able to dash out? He flashes and dashes, but that's not enough. The flash and dash as the tidal wave comes out, hits 4 members, but there's no follow-up. Can't deter them from anything else. Nidalee's going to get away with ease. And they need to just clean up their base right now. They have 1 inhibitor down and an open inhib. There's almost nothing they can do to help their team. They have a large wound in their side right now, and they need for it to heal. And the only way to heal that is time. Time, baby. Nami gets hit by a cocoon, followed up by the Leona. Caught out in a bad position, has no teammates to help her out. Nidalee's there, Lucian's coming up. Can they bait it? The double bubble, but the Caitlyn ulti is going to come out and take down the Nami. When Baron spawns, very bad timing for Scotty to die. So let's see if they can get anything out of that. Nidalee's going to try to keep him off of the Baron, but right now Leona's keeping Nidalee off of the Baron. And with Cassiopeia and Caitlyn, they should be able to take this Baron pretty easily. And Elise, that's a lot of percent damage. The Baron does go down. Nidalee's getting CC'd hard, goes down as well. That's 2 members down as the Baron was just taken. They're going to go back, buy some items, maybe some elixirs, and try to pressure a lane right now with the likes of Baron. That is going to help them push. They're going to go down mid lane right now. They aren't even going back. Actually, Cassio's going back just to clear the wave bots to make sure that they don't lose any more towers. As the rest of the team backs off, they go together. And Shen, once again, where is this ZZ Rot portal? You paid for it. You need to use it, sir. So right now, we're just going to be in a short stalemate of nothing happening as we wait for the teams to come out of their base with items and ready to fight with all 5. Let's look at the summoners on each side. Lucian has Flash and Lux has Flash. The 2 most important members on the enemy are on the Swag Dazzlers team, and almost Flash up for everybody on the enemy team as well. By Felicia, of course, Leona does not have Flash, which has surprisingly been working out in her favor. And they're going to take this dragon. This is going to be dragon number 3, so each of them have 3 dragons. And 80, there's a 5K gold lead for the Swag Dazzlers, but like I said, that almost means nothing at this point in time when almost everybody is 5 to 6 items. Shen is walking up extremely far for almost nothing, trying to get vision maybe, but he's not going to be able to get anything out of it. Awkward positioning. Nidalee going to, there's the poke from the side that needs to happen, and this inhibitor is probably going to be respawning soon as well. They're going to be looking to pressure in this mid lane. And with just the Baron buff and the super minions going to look to slowly strangle out the Swag Dazzlers. They do have a decent amount of wave clear. Ooh, Spear lands onto Caitlyn. Enemy team groups up on her to stop the Nidalee from pouncing on there. The Spears are going to keep coming, though. They're not going to be able to do much about it. They're going to go to the top lane, it looks like, where there is a decent-sized wave that they can push with Baron. That's going to, looks like it might even have 2 cannons, so that's going to be extremely potent since the enemy team has almost no wave clear. Lux ults it just to get the wave. Like I said also earlier, with the CDR she has, that cooldowns are going to be extremely slow. There's a triple cannon wave, but Lucian's going to use the calling, clear out those cannons and say, nah, bruh, you're not going to be able to siege on us, not like that. But then the taunt comes out for the Shen. Cassiopeia is going to Zhonya's. She might have to flash away. She gets a petrifying gaze, and that's going to be Cassio actually going down. Leona's going to go deep into the enemy base, trying to take down the Lucian, but that's going to be too much as Lucian's going to take her down. And then the enemy team, the Swag Dazzlers are continuing to chase the by Felicia, the mishook from Nautilus. Oh, the Caitlyn damage coming out. Can she do it? She has Elise and Nautilus to follow it up. They might have chased too far, and that's going to be Elise and Caitlyn dealing the damage to take down the Nami, and then they're going to pursue the enemy team. But no, they're going to go back. Their Baron has faded, and they have no waves to push. Lucian is going to look to come up and flank, but he has no vision and no knowledge of where the enemy team is, and most of them have backed by now. Knowing that now Nautilus is there all by himself, is going to look to try to get him. Yep, and there Nautilus is going to go down. And so now it's a
one down.
I can hear something else.
Ooh, nice coverage.
Oh, he tried.
Are you listening to something, Avery?
Oh, I like that. That was smart. Wow. That was smart.
Thank you. And so now once again it's just gonna be a stalemate and wait while people respawn and objectives come up. Baron won't be up for a long time, and neither will Dragon. So I'm gonna be interested to see how they position, because both teams have open inhibitors, and if there's a wipe in the next team fight, it will be game for whoever gets wiped. So this game is extremely close right now. Almost an hour-long game, encroaching on 60 minutes. Nidalee's going to be sweeping up that blue buff, getting the scaling AP and CDR for herself, put out more amounts of spears. Lux just using the final spark on cooldown right about now, because the cooldown has to be roughly like 30 seconds. If she has max CDR, which she doesn't. No, she does. She does. Interesting build from her, going with the Ludens, with the Athenes and Morellos. Don't think Morellos is worth it. Don't think Athenes is worth it. And probably the Abyssal not worth it right now either. She just needs to be a large damage dealer to melt the backline. Because she's not getting focused anymore. Shen's highly out of position, has to dash and flash over the wall while his teammates position to take down this mid inhibitor. Lucian's going to get focused on by the Nautilus, but nobody else is going after him. Nidalee's going to be taken down by the Caitlyn damage. This late in the game, a 6-item Caitlyn is extremely scary. And not only that, but the amount of the range she has is very deceiving, because people don't expect her to be able to put out that damage. But this late in the game, with the armor penetration item, 2 BF items, she hits like a truck. She also has no boots anymore, has sold that for the likes of a Phantom Dancer, and she also already has the hand cannon for increased range and the Runin's Hurricane for the max amount of, AoE damage in these team fights, or just clearing waves to get to the inhibitors faster. So they're gonna step up right now, try to take on the Swag Dazzlers without their Nidalee right now. And Caitlyn being able to poke from far range, actually dealing a decent amount to that Shen. They're going to get this inhibitor for free. Almost a max anchor landing onto Lucian, but nothing's going down. Cruftnut doing what he can, but that is going to be all the CC. But his cleanse is very good. There comes the battle for the rest of the team. Lux, final spark, hitting 3 members. Cassiopeia chasing under tower. Cruftnut dealing damage to the Elise under the side. He gets caught again by the Leona, and there's going to be more CC coming out. And there's the Nautilus ulti, and he's going to go down. And this looks like it's going to be the game for Felicia. And there's the second use of the ZZ Rot portal. And unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be the game. Cassiopeia played extremely well, being able to output a lot of damage for her team with the consistent damage of the Fangs and her poisons, and they're just going to push in here for the end of the game. Nidalee's up, but can she really stop them? That's going to be the question. No, she lands the spear onto Nautilus, tries to go for the hop, but she gets exhausted. She's getting distracted by the Nautilus while they take the base, and they're just going to take the Nexus, and this is going to be the first game where the Swag Dagglers lose, and that's going to be at least for the Repel, and comes down for the last hit. After 54 minutes and 21 seconds, Felicia is going to win that game. Hectic game overall. Well played. Can't wait for more to come. There are a couple more games to come. I think one more normal round match, and then we're going to be getting into the final, or the semifinals and the finals. So really keep tuned in. More good matches to come. Stuff like that. So we'll see you later, and we'll be back soon.
You look so low.
drink it. I'm gonna grab a water though, actually. Huh? Yeah, it's right here. Fuck, are they in Champ Select already?
Horny Shrooms and the Turd Nuggets.
Yo, it must be rough to solo casting this stuff.
It is.
Is your voice dying?
Yes.
Yeah, dude.
Not only that, but I went to karaoke last night, so like.
Oh, you went to karaoke last night? You're done.
It's my birthday tomorrow, so. Like,
Oh, happy birthday.
oh, thank you.
Man, this must have cost a fortune setting all this up.
You want to do play-by-play or color?
I don't know how to play.
Okay.
I can't talk that fast.
Okay.
I can say cheers.
So when you press this button,
Yeah.
you won't be heard. So if you need to like cough.
This
or,
one?
like, yeah.
Okay. So you just
like
press
that.
it back?
Yeah, you just press it down, and then like you won't be. Yeah.
Okay.
And then what is your summoner? Or what do you want to go by?
Milkus?
Milkus.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm Follow the Bard.
Follow the bar?
Yeah.
You gotta follow the bar.
Either that or FTB.
FTP.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're here at the Cave in University Mall, right across from George Mason, and now I am joined by my duo caster, Milkus. Welcome, Milkus, to the cast.
Hello, guys.
All right, so we're gonna see the bands coming out right now. Ezreal, Malphite, and Brand taken away by the blue team. Pretty standard right now. They took away the Harden Gauge. So which team do you know, Milkus?
I know the team on the right side.
So
the best.
the red team, the horny Shrooms.
Yeah. So
No,
they're-
that's the Turd Nuggets. The Turd
Sorry,
Nuggets
yeah.
are on the right.
they're looking to target ban the AD carry here with the Ezreal. He's got ridiculous win rate on Ezreal, over 70%.
Oh, wow.
Malphite they're banning because he's in the meta right now. He
Yeah.
sets up team fights like a god. And the Brand, they actually just played him just now, and they had some trouble dealing with Brand in the mid lane. So I think they're looking to target ban that as well.
Okay. And so on the red side over there, they're going to take out Vayne, Nami, and Nasus as well. I know there is a Nasus player on the side of the Horny Shrooms. I believe that's Chowboy, if that's how you say his name. Very big Nasus player. See him all the time. So I think that's been banned away from him almost every game. And then Luke, 55, is a Nami player. So they take away the Nami. His secondary is Bard. He did get wrecked as Bard earlier today against a Blitzcrank. So maybe they're going to... They didn't ban away the Blitzcrank, so that's not going to get picked up. It looks to be a Morgana support, as Cho'Gath and Lux are getting hovered. We don't see much Cho'Gath these days. Lux is pretty meta, though. Do you think they're going to lock in that Cho'Gath?
I think they will. I think the champion pool on the right side for the top lane is a little bit limited. What they're looking to do here with these picks is that Sivir, Cho'Gath, and Lux all have great wave clears, or they're looking to defend some towers. Probably lock in a jungler that's going to be able to carry the game.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting, though, because I know that Sivir will struggle later in the game against Caitlyn if she can get in range. But Sivir giving Cho'Gath that speed boost, and Lux, and even Morgana will help the team immensely, being able to catch up to the enemy team so that they can land their skill shots. And then on the other side of the team, we see Anivia and Volibear being picked up. Volibear's not like meta in the sense that you don't see him in competitive, but I know that his win rate has been very high since the start of this season, and he's kind of just a kind of a hidden gem.
Oh, and we see a Master Yi lock in here.
Insta-lock. Here we go.
Oh, here we go, boys.
Master Yi has been a terror in the jungle because of frickin' Ginsu's Rageblade and the Devourer, how those items combine with each other, and then Master Yi's kit where he just auto-attacks hella fast with true damage on his E, and being able, very, like, not mobile, but, you know, shifty with his Q, which is called something.
So what the purple team is looking to do here is they're looking to wave clear with Sivir, Cho'Gath, and Lux, and they have Morgana as essentially a shield buff for Yi, so he can clean up the fight. They have a lot of AoE damage, and the ultimate speed boost from Sivir is going to help out the Yi a lot in team fights. On the blue side here, we have the late game squad. We have Graves, we have Anivia, we have Valor, we have Caitlyn. All those champions scale very well into the late game, and they're really going to take this late. And what they really need to avoid is getting hit by any bindings by Lux or Morgana to force a fight. And if he starts getting big, there's no turning back. There's not enough CC on the blue team to deal with that champion. So this will be a very interesting game.
And not only that, I'm going to be interested to see the speed boosted Master Yi with the Sivir ulti, because if Anivia, the only thing they really have is the Tempered Fate or the Anivia stun. So if they don't land those abilities on the Master Yi is just going to run wild in the back line and just murder them.
Yeah, it looks like the purple team's setting up to have a lot of AoE damage coming out between Cho'Gath, Lux, and Sivir. They're just looking to do as much damage as possible so that Yi can clean up. The Yi will want to stay back in team fights so that he doesn't take any of the brunt of the initial damage coming out from the blue side, and he'll just really want to ult in at the last minute and clean up everyone and look to take objectives after your team fight.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested in the build paths as well for the solo laners of the red team, because Marilla Namicons would be a good pickup for the likes against Volibear, Graves, and even Anivia, because she'll most likely pick up the Catalyst. But it's a very hard item to fit into your build unless you get ahead at this moment. Because Lux might be looking to build a Abyssal Scepter with the likes of an Anivia against her. But actually, as I say that, I think about Graves and Caitlyn, so maybe not. It's really going to be interesting to see what they do build. And also, Lux opted for the barrier instead of going for a teleport or an offensive summoner.
Yeah, she is a little bit worried about the game coming out here. If Anivia ever lands a stun on her and the Graves is there to follow up, she will instantly die without something like barrier. So this will help her greatly. Now, thankfully, Anivia is not taking Ignite, so there will be less kill power in the lane. But really what this Lux is trying to do is just farm as much as he can so that in the later team fights he can look for a rogue binding or ult combo to get damage out before the fight starts.
Now, in the game that I casted earlier today, I was able to see Luke's Bard, and his laning phase wasn't that great, as I stated, because he kept getting hooked by the Blitzcranks. But with no Blitzcrank to keep him down, I'm going to be interested to see, because his roams were extremely potent and landed numerous Tempered Fates into Cosmic Binding stuns, and was able to shut down the enemy team AD carry from really providing him damage and mobility in the team fights. So if he can really shut down these immobile target mages, like Cho'Gath and Lux, if the Yi goes in there without the backup of his team, they might be able to just instantly blow him up and get rid of him.
Yeah, that'll be something that we have to watch out for this game as well. A lot of these teams have power specs at level 6. Cho'Gath, Lux, and Yi have amazing ultis. Vaughn is definitely going to look to roam mid, because Lux is an immobile mage mid. So if he lands an ulti on top of Lux and Anivia follows that up with a stun and a combo, she's going to be in big trouble. So we'll be looking for that roam from bot lane. They should have the lead at bot lane because they are playing Caitlyn. So they'll be dictating the lane, and they will be able to roam as much as they want unless we see jungler intervention. But that seems a little unlikely because they have Yi, who's going to be looking to just farm as much as he can in the beginning.
But something that I did notice in a lot of these games, especially in bot lanes, is not many people know how to take advantage of bot lane, the leveling. Because level 2 is such an important power spike for most bot lanes, and if you can be in an advantageous position as a losing lane, then you don't have to technically win that lane, but you stop the enemy team from really getting the advantages that they need to progress that lane, to take down your turret or to get a good gank off or things like that. So seeing how the level 2 will work out here is going to be interesting. Oh man, Bard unfortunately went with the Windseeker's Blessing. Really would have liked to have seen the Thunderlords, because with 2 auto attacks you proc that, or with 1 Cosmic Binding and an auto attack, you proc that very easily, and you can pressure people out of lane, especially with the likes of a Caitlyn.
Yeah, and especially with he's definitely going to be looking to roam mid here, and he's also taking Ignite, so that coupled with Thunderlords will be huge kill pressure on this Lux. Now at the start of the game, they're just looking to spread out and get some more control over the river so they don't get invaded.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
April 2016 tournament. And Avery, could you also fix the scoreboards for us? Thank you very much. So there's going to be an invade here, but they're going to get caught out. Lux spots them with the Lucent Singularity. And Graves is still going to go for a ward, though. they're going to want to get vision on the Master Yi, see where he starts. There hasn't been that many odd starts in the jungle. I did see an Elise last game start red, which was very good because then she was able to level 3 gank the bot lane at level 3, which people do not expect a lot, and Elise has a very potent level 3 gank, especially when she has red. So yeah, like I said, they're going to be looking to keep track of this Master Yi. That's going to be a big thing because if they let him get his stacks uncontested, he's going to run wild by the mid and late game.
The thing to watch here would be the gank from Graves on top lane with red buff. He doesn't have a huge window because he will be getting the red buff first and the blue buff second. So the red buff will have not that much time left on him when he's looking for a gank at level 3. But we do have a Volibear who has a way to CC the Cho'Gath with slows, and he also has a flip. So if the Cho'Gath is pushing a little bit too much earlier on, or if he gets out of position, he's actually going to be in trouble because that champion is quite squishy in the beginning, actually, until he gets his
Bard's
ulti.
coming in for an invade here. Can he steal it? No.
Oh, that was very close, but oh no, the Master Yi did not hit level 2 off of that because Morgana was a little bit too close.
Yeah.
They have shared EXP. That is not a great start for Master Yi. He will have a little bit of trouble jungling. He'll make it back though.
Yeah, he'll have the refillable potion. I'll be interested to see if he takes his heal second so he could stay in that lane a little bit longer. Here's Luke poking out the Sivir since he knows that the Morgana stayed a little bit far behind. And something I would have liked to have seen by this Volibear, instead of the Dorn's shield, is the Corruption Potion. I think since they're both melee... Ooh, here comes the stun. That is
a huge chunk of the damage.
Yep. Lux cannot be getting... I've seen a lot of Luxes today, and not many of them have been great. A lot of them have fallen behind on farm especially, so I'm going to be interested in looking how she does that.
Well, this is not a good start for Turtle Nuggets.
Not at all.
Bot lane is completely zoned out. They can't even get level 2. The enemy team is playing exceptionally well.
Yeah, and not only that, but this Lux seems that her wave is pushing towards her. So she's really, Anivia should not win that matchup early.
Oof.
Bard gets hit by a snare.
Oh, that is very good. They won't be able to follow up, though, because Caitlyn is right there, and there's also a huge wave.
And
technical difficulty.
Yeah. Morgana also has Ignite, or Exhaust. If she would have taken Ignite, that would have been a kill potential, possibly.
But she is opting to go for the defensive route here.
Yeah. I mean, there is double AD carries on the side of the horny shrooms.
Yeah, that exhaust will do a lot of work against Graves later on in the game if he does use it correctly.
And not only that, but Graves is an AD carry who can kind of dash forward easily and kind of go up in the face of enemies. Especially when he gets his stair gauge, it makes him deceivingly tanky. Ooh, the land does a nice stun.
That was a great stun.
And there's where that Thunderlords really could have done work with an Ignite that might have caused the enemy team to blow their heal. But instead, they're just going to back off. Morgana's going to be using her potions. Another land.
Another stun. Oh, but a trade from Lux. He's looking to get some damage out. That actually seems like a favorable trade.
Yeah, I agree. The deceiving thing is, though, is that Anivia always has that egg.
And she is able to heal a lane for free, essentially.
Yeah.
And she also has teleport. Oh, that is...
The auto's coming through. Graves dueling out the Master Yi.
Master Yi is in trouble.
Yeah,
Graves does have flash.
They both have flash.
Oh, he will die here if he doesn't flash.
Oh, nice W! But the red buff takes him down in the end.
Yeah, I think Master Yi maybe needed to flash a little bit earlier there to prevent the kill. They're really relying on this Master Yi to carry them through the late game, so any kill on him early on is going to be crucial.
Yeah, that also stops him from farming, which he really needs to get that Devourer as fast as possible. And so it looks like Graves is going to be returning up here in the top lane. As there's a duel in the top lane, no ward for the Cho'Gath. If he doesn't get out there soon, he might be ganked.
It looks like Cho'Gath is winning, but he was just baiting. Volibear was just baiting for the Graves to come in, and here we go.
The knockup lands. Ooh, does he get the flip?
Great flash.
Oh man, do you think Volibear could have they could have secured that kill if Volibear would have flashed?
I think it's a little bit risky against Cho'Gath. Going into tower range against a champion like Cho'Gath who has a lot of burst damage might be a little risky, but he did use his Q, his Rupture, so maybe it would have been okay. But it looks like the blue team realizes that they're ahead. They just want to play safe. No reason to risk it when they're already up in gold. So we see about an 800 gold lead here at 5-minute mark, which is actually very significant. That is almost half of a core item.
Yeah, but that gold is also spread across the entire team. So it's not as important right now. They do need a larger lead. The thing that will really push them ahead is getting a tower. That was an odd stud. Didn't think that would work. Anivia's up. Actually, how is Anivia down in levels to this Lux?
I think Anivia had to recall, and she opted not to teleport back to lane.
Okay,
She's looking to teleport. Maybe
the
bot
magical
lane
journey.
here. Oh, that is a
3
great
people.
binding. Oh, they need to watch out. Oh, good shield.
Might have wanted to go on to the Morgana instead. Will she go down anyway? The exhaust comes out.
Oh, great
Under the
exhaust.
top dive.
Oh,
Good
my
for her.
goodness. Oh, no.
Oh, and the tower shot gets taken by Bard. He's going to go down to the Graves. Extended a little bit too far.
That was actually an amazing play by Graves, putting down the smoke screen so the Sivir cannot continue to auto hit.
Yeah. And also, I don't know about the interaction, but if you black shield someone and they get smoke screen, can they still see outside of the smoke screen?
No, the smoke screen will actually take over because it works as a trigger, not a spell effect. Which is a very big counter to this current comp.
Yeah.
But we do see a return kill, so it is not the end of the world for the turd nuggets over here. Master Yi just cleaning out that ward at mid lane.
Graves is getting extremely strong, though. Already 2-0 at 6 minutes. This could be a bad sign for the Turd Nuggets. And Morgana here is staying without her AD carry. Usually you want to recall at the same time with your AD carry to stay in sync, and so that you don't come in and out of just one person in lane, one person out of lane, one person in lane, one person out of lane.
Yeah, I think Morgana should have recalled there. Knowing that the wave is pushed in, Sivir's going to have to wait for the next wave to come anyway. That gives him time to buy and get some more power before returning the lane.
Yeah, also, Sivir is level 4 to Morgana's level 6 right now, so she should roam if she has the opportunity. Sivir can farm safe in her own lane against the likes of the Caitlyn and Bard.
So the top lane seems to be turning into a bit of a wet noodle fight here.
Yeah.
Two huge tanks going against each other. They have so much sustain between the two of them, so we won't be seeing too much action. Great Bard roam, but he does miss the Cosmic Binding.
But that's going to be a flash blown by the Lux.
Now the Lux has to play safe because he knows that if he ever gets stunned by Anivia and is followed up by Graves or Bard or anyone, he's going to be in huge trouble.
Yep.
However, he's opting to push the lane with LT. Oh, it looks like the Lux is looking to recall after this. Otherwise, he'll be having to risk his life just to stay in lane and get some farm. See that Master Yi will be taking that blue buff.
Interesting. Because you still do get the stack as long as you're near it.
Yeah, I think
he
actually...
doesn't even have the Devourer, actually.
Yeah, Lux might have needed that blue buff.
Especially without having a flash, being able to farm safely from
afar.
Yeah.
And she looks for the pink ward bait.
Around.
Oh no, she has no flash, but will she get away?
Magical Journey.
Oh, it looks like this is it for him. Oh, he does get the egg though on the Anivia, which is terrible. Caitlyn is a little bit caught out of position, but he dodged the binding, so he'll be just fine. He's actually returning some hits over here.
Yeah.
I don't know why the Morgana is opting to fight, but the Graves is here with red buff. He's going to be moving up. He has ulti. Oh, great burst by Graves.
And
Sivir is still in trouble. Oh, great shield. He was very patient with that shield.
Bard's taking.
Oh, he will be dying here too. Oh, no.
Unfortunate for Caitlyn that Ace in the Hole gets stolen twice. She's not going to come out with a kill or an assist on that.
But we do see 4 kills on Graves, and we all know how big of a terror he is once he gets fed.
Yeah, Graves is such a menace right now in the current state of the meta, just because he's ranged, he has great sustain in the jungle, and his damage output and siege is just out of this world for the current state.
So we do see that the Graves is opting to get the boost of swiftness. He's looking to get more ganks in. He sees weakness in the enemy team. Strike them while they're down.
Yeah. I mean, the faster you get around the map, the more you can kill them, right?
Well, why farm jungle when you can farm champions, right?
Exactly. Not only that, but both junglers we see here opting for the Skirmisher Saber so that they can skirmish more in the jungle, but I think as Master Yi, you might have wanted to go for the ward since this Graves is invading your jungle. Actually, I guess not. More damage in the late game. Probably
Master
better.
Yi has finished his Devour. He's looking to get some stacks here. It looks like he is trying to solo the dragon. If we can
Bard's
take a look at how he is doing. Bard.
No, he's going to stop for the pink ward.
He's going to stop for the pink ward. He have no idea this is going on right now. This is going to be huge for Master Yi if he gets 5 stacks off of this dragon. Ever since the changes to Devour, they have made objectives much more important because they want to prevent junglers from just farming the jungle forever.
And not only that, but didn't they actually change the amount of Devourer stacks that you get from Dragon now? You only get 3, I think.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, you get 3 from Dragon and you get 2 from Rift.
Okay. But they do take over that dragon, the first dragon going over to the red team, despite the fact that they're actually down 2,000 gold, nearly 1.5k gold, actually.
And that's a Lux going down.
The Lux goes down. A great gank by Graves. There was no way to read that. He went behind the tower.
Yeah, Cho'Gath tried to come down to support her, but was just a little bit too late.
We see a TP here from Volibear. I'm not too sure what they're trying to accomplish here. Looks like Master Yi. But he does have ulti and flash.
But the magical journey. Oh, no.
Great flash by Master Yi. There will be
The hunt
Moving
is on.
here.
No,
Oh, but it is a
Morgana!
4v3. The Morgana opts to go in 1v4.
Does not work out. Magical Journey across this.
The Magical
gonna come
Journey,
out?
it looks to be on
No,
cooldown still.
yeah.
Oh, they will get away, however. Master Yi's looking to turn. Oh, I don't know if that's such a good idea. He's going to get flipped by the Volibear. Oh, one more auto will do it.
And that's going to be death for Master Yi. And Sivir gets out with a sliver of health. Turd Nuggets are not going. They're going to have a difficult time coming back from this. If they're not given the time right now that they want to scale. The Master Yi is getting out jungled by the Graves heavily. Cho'Gath has left his top lane to the Volibear, and Volibear has now more participation than the Cho'Gath as well.
Yeah, it looks like there's a lot of action going on over here. Just 11 minutes into the game, we already have great combo with the wall and the Graves Q. However, they will not be able to pick up the kill. One more stun? No, I don't think so.
The
Bard
Bard
is here to pick up the kill. Oh,
Disrespect.
The
to
disrespect.
Combat with an auto attack. Doesn't even need the Thunderlord. It's going to take him down. This is going to allow Anivia to farm up really safe. The blue should be spawning. No, that spawns at 7 minutes roughly, so
we see that the Sivir is taking advantage of the fact that the support is not in lane. He does a great trade with Caitlyn, but
the support's already back because Bard's movement around the map is so fast given his magical journeys and the chimes.
the Caitlyn is just looking to farm here. He does have a slight CS lead over
And here
Sivir. Here comes Graves.
They know he's here.
no.
Magical journey again.
Oh, he does kill Graves. They do get the kill on Graves. Will they get away? They will get away with the Black Shield. Great play.
There's no Tempered Fate since Bard had to use that middle roughly, I believe.
It seems like there was a bit of a miscommunication between the bot lane and the jungler on the blue side. Caitlyn did still have flash and heal to help out the Graves if necessary, but it looked like they jumped the gun a little bit.
Yeah, Graves. And Master Yi, will he be able to get the kill on the Volibear? I don't think
Master
so.
Yi with an interesting gank. He's looking to kill the
There's a
tankiest
teleport
member.
top too.
Anivia does teleport, but I don't know if anything's going to come with that. Lux is looking to roam bot lane maybe. No, just opting to ward
Interesting
the bush
use
in
of
the river.
the 90 caliber net used to just get a little bit of damage off on the Sivir, but she has no mana. Lux decided to stay middle and farm, and Volibear is going to go back as Anivia is going to go mid after using her teleport top.
Interestingly enough, despite the 7 kill disparity, there's only a 2k gold lead for the blue team. This is largely stemming from the fact that Cho'Gath is out CSing this Volibear heavily.
Yeah. But at the same time, the Volibear does have 2 kills and an assist.
Yes, that is in fact true. And looks like Cho'Gath is looking to run away. Oh, they're going all in on this Graves. They really need this kill. The red team. Oh, they will land the Lux ulti, but
barely.
we have a bit of a pistol
back out
movement.
after that. This tower's going to go down, which is really going to help the
Red team.
Turd Nuggets come back as the gold almost evens out. They're still a K down roughly. Not that large of a disparity. This Lux surprisingly able to keep up with CS against the Anivia and without teleport as well. And Sivir almost has her Essence Reaver done. And Caitlyn should be going back to pick up the IE anytime now. And it looks like Graves is going to be getting the Phantom Dancer second.
Interesting item choice. I thought he would go for an AD-based item just to increase his burst damage. But
Not the Mercurial, what's it called? It gives you a shield. Hex Drinker.
Hex Drinker, yeah. So Hex Drinker would be a great choice because they do have a double AP comp coming out of the red team.
Yeah,
but
and not only that, but how cost effective that is it's out the door. How cost effective that is.
Master Yi will have to use his ulti to get away here. They're looking to turn. This is great for the red team. Just one more auto.
But he's going to go down anyway. It's a 1-for-1 trade in the bot lane. Summoners used for both junglers. Actually, Flash kept by...
A great Temper Fate by the Bard. They're looking at a great shield coming out of Morgana, but she's still in trouble with Ignite.
Yep, that's good. The last take's going to... Ooh, the auto attack. Would have been nice to give it over to Anivia, but Bard's going to end up taking that with the Ignite.
The Lux's shield was just an inch too short.
Yeah.
Oh, Sivir is looking to 1v1. He does have red buff and a flash coming out of Caitlyn to get away. Will he be able to get away? Oh, a great
nice
trap and a TP coming. Oh,
no,
he does get it with the boomerang.
The auto attack. How unfortunate.
The greed is always getting the best of us.
Yep.
It looks like Sivir is trying to run away, but it seems a little unlikely. He does get some damage off from the Volibear, but he will take that red buff and the kill.
So like you said, Volibear is getting out-farmed by the Cho'Gath, but this Volibear is using his abilities,
And his TPs.
yeah, his TPs better than the Cho'Gath.
Yeah, Cho'Gath will get some tower damage on top, but he won't be able to take this down yet, so that is a great win for blue team.
Yep.
However, it is a 1-for-1 trade in the end. Oh, here we see again coming out of Graves. I don't think he will be able to kill him
too tanky
1v1
with the
unless he
Sunfire
opts to fight for some reason. Actually, he might be in trouble here. If Cho'Gath can land the Q, oh, he misses just
very
barely.
close.
He will be walking back to tower. The Bard is already here to roam. The support
Can he
player
ult the tower?
Oh,
he cannot ult the tower. Ult's not up yet for the Bard.
And we see the movement coming out of this Bard. He's playing really great right now.
Yeah, his roams are on point.
Yeah, he's making things happen for the blue team.
Another
looks like-
solo dragon for the Master Yi.
Yeah,
That's
he
going to be
is-
stacks coming up.
Yeah, despite the fact that he has 3 deaths, he already has almost 20 stacks at 16 minutes,
Yeah.
which is great. And it looks like he will be just looking to farm here.
Volibear spots out the Morgana and the Lux coming through.
Volibear
He's
just going to take that
yeah,
binding and,
try to get out of there. It looks like they're going to pressure mid here.
they're looking to take this mid tower down. Graves is already here to support. It looks like Caitlyn will be also pressuring bottom, so they're trying to put pressure on 2 different lanes. It looks like the red team will have to give this up. The Lux doesn't quite have enough.
He's trying to duel the
Oh.
Sivir, but it's not a good idea. Whiffs his ultimate.
Oh my goodness,
And dashes back in.
and the double crit coming out from the Zeal
Yeah.
of Graves will secure that kill. That is
What-
very unfortunate for
What
Sever.
is he going to build a death dance after the Zeal?
It looks like I'm not really sure.
Yeah,
I thought he was going for the carry route with a Shiv item, but he's looking to get some Vamp.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what he opts for there. Anivia's Rod of Ages is already done as well. She's going to be stacking that up. It's already 2 minutes in, so she's got that roughly around the 13-15 minute mark.
So we do see a return on the top lane tower, but the blue team gets the mid and the bottom lane, and a kill on Sivir.
Yeah, and like I said, it looks like Lux did go for the Morello Namicon, but that item choice is just going to keep her really weak for a long time because she wasn't able to get it early enough to where it's really potent. Not only that, but because of her squishiness and how often she's gotten ganked, that damage output is not going to be very high.
It looks like things are going great for the blue team. There's nearly a 3k goal lead at 18 minutes.
Yep.
With the Baron coming up in 2 minutes, we'll see what kind of action that the red team can take here to make it back.
Pings onto Dragon, but Dragon's not going to be up for a while. Oh, it looks like they're just going to clear out a pink ward. Sivir just keeps pushing up the wave and backing out. She knows she can't take a 2v2 in that bot lane.
Looks like this Cho'Gath is just opting to run back to top lane, catch that big wave at top. I would really like to see him push out the lane and look for a roam because he does have very potent CC and great burst from his ultimate. But it looks like the Volibear is controlling the lane very well, so he's not able to roam as much as he would like to.
I'm interested in this build because it looks like he's going full tank. So their damage output on that side of the team is really going to have to come from Sivir and Lux.
And the Master Yi once he gets
Oh, yeah, and the
Sated
Master Yi.
Devour, but we will see how far.
And it looks like he's going for a Blade of the Rune King as his second item rather than the Ginsu's Rage Blade. I know it was nerfed, but I still think it's extremely potent on the Master Yi.
Yeah, see,
He smites away the Raptor and has
and
to
he
get
will
out
just
of there.
walk away.
Yeah.
It looks like blue team has such a control over the jungle on the red side. They're just walking in freely without any contest.
And now it looks like they're going to group up, even though Caitlyn's bottom, which is an interesting place to have your AD carry at this time. Graves is going to place a ward on the side, maybe, as they
And-
pressure this tower without an ADC.
It looks like the blue team
Caught under
is.
tower.
Oh,
but
caught
that's
under
going to be
tower.
Morgana
A
going
great
down.
OT by Bard.
Yep, Tempered Fate.
we
Graves is
see
going
it.
to duel a 2v1. He's going to try to get out of there. Master Yi is taking him
Oh,
on.
Master Yi is in trouble, but
Flash W, and that's just going to be just enough.
we do see a kill on Master Yi. That is great for the red team, but they did lose 2 in the mid lane. And looks like the blue team is trying to increase the pace of the game so they don't let the Master Yi reach the late game godly status that we see all the time in solo queue.
Yeah, the current state of the meta is really try to push down towers as fast as possible to get that mid-game power spike. Ooh, almost hits the stun onto the Lux with the minion. Ends up missing. And they might just rotate.
And the siege from the blue team with Anivia stun coupled with Caitlyn.
Yeah, the Caitlyn, I'm excited to see later in the game when Caitlyn gets those the traps maxed up, and you can just put boom, 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 like 6 of them
Yeah.
down under a tower and
The
just.
red team will have such trouble getting over that.
Yeah,
to
I
start
mean,
the
actually,
game.
they do have Morgana Shield where Morgana can just walk through all of them, but that will still give the proc to Caitlyn. So it might work out against her where she tries to, go break all the traps and then just like 3 headshots.
Yeah,
And
she
that'll
might be
choke
getting hit
the-
for quite a bit.
Yeah,
So
especially being so far behind in the levels. Actually, she is only 2 levels behind, so it's not that bad.
So the blue team extending their lead. They were up 3K gold about 4 minutes ago, and now they're up 4K gold. They're looking to take their lead and run away with it.
Morgana hasn't opted for a scanner yet, and Lux still has her trinket as well.
It's a little odd because she does have the Sight Stone already.
Yeah.
And we do see Sated coming out on Master Yi here, and the real game begins for the red
Yeah,
team.
and, yeah. So this is all about Master Yi. Turd Nuggets need to really play around their Master Yi as he face checks into the
face
graves,
checks.
and he's gonna-
Where's the shield coming out from Morgana? There's no
There's
shield. We do have
There's the
a
Alpha
wall.
Strike, but that was a very well placed wall by the Anivia. Final Strike is going to miss by
we have
Lux.
a 4v2 coming out here. Oh, and the Graves OT. Whoa.
Master Yi's going to survive for just a little bit. Can he get another? He doesn't get another Alpha Strike off. Bard goes down as well. Volibear is going to continue chasing. He has so much health, doesn't care about the turret. Backs off. His passive is procced, healing a bit. Cho'Gath teleports in, but a little bit late. That Rupture is going to hit and stop Anivia's damage. Anivia's stun is going to hit on, and he's going to combo, but that is not enough with the Icicle to take down anyone else. So we see Volibear go down under the tower, and that's going to be a 3 for 2 trade actually in favor of the Horny Shrooms.
And that must be so discouraging for the red team because that fight initially started out as a 4v2 because the wall actually blocked off the blue team from coming in. Oh, and a American sniper coming out of the Caitlyn here onto the Lux. She does throw out the shield, but it's not quite enough.
I think she also threw out the shield where it was maybe it wasn't the shield but the barrier.
Oh, actually, yeah, I think it was the barrier. We can see that the summoner spell is on cooldown.
Yeah, and it was used like just recently as well. So this can be the first dragon for the blue team, direly needed. This is going to give them a ton of stats at this stage of the game with the first dragon. 20 minutes. I believe it gives you 8 or 2% of all your stats. I think it's 8%.
It's 6% attack damage and 6% ability power, which will be huge for this team.
Yeah.
They have so much damage on their team. And we can see this Volibear is a complete monster. 5-1-3, 133 CS. He's taking towers all day.
Yeah, and he kind of like creeped up on them slowly. It wasn't like, oh wow, Volibear's really fed. It just kind of happened, I guess. There's the Tempered Fate. The stun goes down onto the E. He's going to walk into
and
a trap.
a great follow-up by the...
Annihilated. Good Temper Fate by the Bard. Even though he misses the Master Yi, he does end up getting the stun on him, which allows his team to follow up. And now they're going to be pings onto Baron. And with Caitlyn, Graves, and Anivia, that's a great team to take it.
And so it looks like the Bard player for the blue team really making things happen around the map here. He's got some great ultimates and Cosmic Bindings. Setting plays up.
Yeah, and they banned out his Nami. Do you think Nami was worth the ban?
I mean, they played a game just before this, actually. This is a rematch, and he did do great work on Nami, so I think they were a little bit afraid of the roams coming out.
Interesting.
But we do see an engage here.
Graves
Oh, no.
dashing forward, takes out the Lux. And now that they have Baron, they really should go top. Someone should go top as Volibear's going back. They really should get that tower, get the global gold. But maybe they're just going mid to just push down and try to get the inhibitor turret as fast as possible.
Looks like they're
instead of
trying
going
to
for the
press
gold.
while they are ahead.
Yeah. And there's a large gold lead, almost 10K on the likes of the Horny Shrooms.
And this is a nightmare for the red team between Anivia, Wall, and OT. It's going to be very hard for them to walk through. It's interesting that the Caitlyn isn't laying down traps quite yet. It looks like they will be sending the Volibear to the top. They're just trying to clear out the waves and put pressure at mid so they can't clean out the top wave. The Volibear will be looking to get that free global goal for the blue team.
It's hard for Graves to take turrets down too with his short range and like really needing to be all the way up close to him for all the bullets to hit. And
Rogue stun coming out. One
even
combo.
with the black shield takes her down.
That is a brutal stun coming out of Anivia. He has been really on point with those stuns.
Yeah, there's not been a single Lux in this tournament that I have really enjoyed seeing them play.
And we do see Anivia is stunned up. Oh, they will get the
chop
egg.
comes down, but
Will
the
they
egg
give it a follow?
still
Here comes
taking the
Master
tower.
Yi. Soloki Master Yi.
He takes down the
he does
Graves
take some
and
too.
lives. The Alpha
And
Strike, he's going to try to take down the Bard. Bard
Oh,
flashes
he did
away.
get the Bard. Oh, but he doesn't know
misses
that the Caitlyn is there.
but
Oh,
the
one
auto
shot
attack
from
from
the
the Caitlyn. And Cho'Gath now is in a very bad spot. They're in between this.
And Volibear finally joins the
double
fray.
kill for the Bard. Temple Fate is up. Can he land? Oh, whoa. Where did that go? He uses it a little too far in front of the Sivir and ends up missing.
And that looked like a great start for the red team, but it does seem like the Volibear just came and saved the day.
Yeah,
he is so tanky.
I forgot that it was a 4v5, and that once the Volibear showed up, he just went hard.
Yeah, and this will be a free inhibitor for the blue team.
Yeah, I wonder if that would actually be game with 20 seconds on the other two.
I think they're just going to look to play a little bit safer.
Yeah,
They do
Sivir
have the Baron buff still, so...
Yeah, Sivir also has extremely good wave clear, and like I said, so Volibear did go top, cleared out 2 towers. That would give them a lot of global gold, and they got the inhibitor mid, so they got everything they wanted there and more. With Caitlyn cleaning up this red buff as well, and Nivea's going over to pick up the blue. So next fight, the blue team, the Horny Shrooms, are going to have a very large lead, and it's going to be very difficult for the Turd Nuggets to really recover from this large deficit that they put themselves in.
Yeah, we can see at 20 minutes they were only down 4,000 gold, but now they are down 10k. There's so much action happening here. The blue team really pressing their advantage. They understand how to play this game.
Yeah.
And they're looking to press the bot lane here. They do have a split, but Volibear does have teleport, so he'll be able to join the fight as soon as it begins.
Clearing out some wards as they're just slowly getting the super minions to push down middle into the base. Red team's all grouped up in their base, hiding with like dogs between their tails because they can't really do anything. They can't leave their base. As you look at the map, you can see that they only have 3 wards down on the map at the time, and those wards are not in very prime positions.
Yeah, you can see the map is lit up like a Christmas tree for the blue team. They can pretty much see everything happening on the map. There's no surprises, and they're just looking to finish this game off. And we do see a fight here, but Volibear is just playing with his food a little bit.
Yeah. Nice
He does dodge that binding. And, oh, the Graves is just going in. The Sivir almost at half health after 1 auto and 1 Q from Graves. That is brutal damage.
Yeah. This tower's going to go down. Whoa, interesting tempered fate by the Bard. But Graves flashes forward, and Lux is going to go down. Sivir comes back out of the base, rushing fast, though. Master Yi trying to chop down the enemy team in the back line. Dies in the back to Graves. Graves is so low, and that's going to be this Nexus turret going down. They might pressure right now to go for the game. Graves has no health, really needs to heal up on some minions. And it looks like the game might end right here.
It looks like the blue team is looking to end the game here. They really have no options. Sivir is looking to clear the way, but he can't even do that.
And
Cho'Gath will just go down.
And murdered.
Squished between 4 people.
Yep.
And Sivir is actually in the risk of dying within his own base.
Oh, and there she goes.
Nivea will pick up the kill. What disrespect.
Yep. And that's going to be the game for the Horny Shrooms as the Turd Nuggets get eliminated in our semifinal rounds. And so next match will be the finale, ladies and gentlemen. Come back and join us here at the Cave. We'll be back in roughly 5 to 10 minutes to give you the grand finale, which should be really good because all these matches have been pretty close today. So we'll be taking a break and we'll be right back.
Doing this long?
No, I do it when someone actually fills this.
How was that? Was it good?
You were good, yeah. I mean, it takes a long time for like casters to like know each other. That's why.
first place match, right?
Yeah, this should
the
be
championship.
the finale, boys. And I think Echo went unpicked last game.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy.
Yo, where is
You can literally play him top
Where-
mid jungle.
yo,
They're all good.
Dude, you don't even need to know how to play him. Like, you
where
just,
is the
like, press
love
buttons.
for my black champions out there?
Lucian's been played all the time.
Nah, but not Echo.
Well, he should be banned, but they're not banning him, and then he doesn't get picked. I don't know. So we're in the lobby right now, ladies and gentlemen, and we will be starting soon. And I would also like to give a shout out to our producer today, which is Avery. He is the Street Fighter commentator and TO at the Cave. Avery, would you like to say any words to the people out there?
Actually, I am the Cave's first Street Fighter player.
Oh, the first.
Yeah, and we actually just signed our second Street Fighter player. He's a good friend of mine, Magneto Maniac. He's won like 4 hard time tournaments.
Finals is 2 out of 3.
Okay.
Best of 3?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, guys, we got a try-hard set coming up right now. We got a best of 3. But anyways, shout outs to everyone in the chat. If you like Street Fighter, check us out on Tuesdays. Hooks and ass.
Hooks and ass, boys. All right, so we're going to see the Morgana getting banned away and the Blitzcrank. It looks like supports are going to be targeted here, which is interesting that they're making that much of an impact on the game that they need to be banned.
The Morgana ban is actually a target ban at Koski X. He's a good friend of mine.
At who?
On Koski X, the mid laner for the purple team here.
Okay.
He has over 70% win-loss on Morgana.
Morgana, because it's land, bind, drop, puddle.
Yeah,
Walk
pretty
away.
much.
Keep in mind, think of an MVP. You guys
I already have mine.
okay.
I think it belongs to Cruffnut. Cruffnut.
Okay.
The ADC dude, he's played insane.
Okay.
What are you guys doing right now?
We're casting. Yeah. And so as we get in on the way, it looks like Bard and Vayne are going to be tossed out at the window by the red team, and Nautilus and Cassiopeia were the last ones thrown out the window for the blue team. We did see Cassiopeia today. I think Kowski did play it. He was extremely potent on that champion, and Nami was the first pickup here for Luke 55, and then Rammus and Elise picked up for the opposition. So it looks like they're going to be going for a pick comp maybe, the red team, because Rammus and Elise do have good CC, and
We do see a Nasus
the
lock
Susan
in.
boys.
The Susan.
Susan's brought in. First time we see the Susan. I know there is a, I believe it's Cowboys or Chowboy. I don't know how you say it. I believe he's the Nasus player. And then Lee Sin. Lee Sin, an interesting pickup with the likes of Gragas still up and Graves. I think I would have preferred to see one of those two picked up. Lee Sin is very risky. I wonder who's going to be trying to kick into the team, because Lee Sin and Aramis is not your best bet. Or Elise, I don't think it's that great of a matchup. And then,
We see a Janna hover here.
yeah. And so that's really going to be another problem for Lee Sin to get those kicks off. And not only that, but the Sivir Jaina lane is one of the most annoying lanes to be in as a
Oh,
bot laner.
absolutely. Absolutely. You do not want to play against Sivir Janna. They will.
And it's not even like it's skillful, though, is the thing. It's
Yeah,
just
they're just going to push you down the whole time.
put
And
the
you really
shield on
don't.
Sivir and then fucking
Yeah.
hit W and clear the wave and get away.
Yeah, and Janna's such a great support at disengaging. Any sort of gank that comes their way, Janna's going to be able to just ult and run away. So.
Yeah, so it's really going to be Nami landing these bubbles onto Jaina if she's able to, but that would be Jaina out of position.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough to land it on Sivir because Sivir's going to have that
Spell
shield.
Yeah. And even if they do land it, the Sivir, the Jaina reset, and then so we have Ashe and Anivia locked in, Freljord for life.
Freljord.
So it's going to be interesting.
Oh, we do see some geometry coming out here by Koski X.
It is the season of angles.
Will he be taking us to school tonight? 10th grade math, geometry, taking me back to my school days. He is hovering it. He's got 40 seconds on the lock.
Yeah. What are his other options right now? Since you know Kowski, what else does he play?
Oh, he's a great supported mid mage player. He will play Orianna. Lux, those type of champions that have great wave player. Oh, he can play Lulu as well. But it looks like he is pretty set on Vel'Koz here. Vel'Koz is a great pick, does a lot of damage, and Ash will not be able to get away from his ulti as well as some of the others.
I think a Lissandra would do a lot here.
Lissandra will do some great damage. Ash is a no mobility champion, and unlike Sivir, she doesn't have a spell shield that can save her butt every time a big engage happens.
Yeah.
So we will see what will be happening with Koski. He does lock in with Cleanse Flash. The geometry coming in here, boys. We will be learning some math.
We will be taken to school today on April 9th. All right, so it looks like the teams are locked in. Nasus is going to be in the top lane for the blue team, Anivia in the mid lane for the blue team, Ash and Nami in the bot lane, and Lee Sin in the jungle. We do see Ash currently in competitive, mostly in the LCK, not really in the LCS of either NA or EU to my knowledge. But she is a very difficult champion to actually utilize very well. You really have to know when to use those arrows and when your team can follow up on them. And then there is a lot of slows and withers. I do expect a lot of the enemy team to be picking up Swiftness boots with the likes of Ash, Nami, Anivia, and Nasus. So Swiftness boots are going to be extremely potent against that team. And then Cleanse coming out for Vel'Koz so he can get rid of the Anivia stun, the Wither, and Nami bubbles. And something that I really do like is even though the purple team does have Sivir with the spell shield to dodge, a stun from the Ash arrow, there's other spells that can be followed up, whether it's the Tidal Wave or a bubble or another Ash arrow or a Nivea stun or a Wither. So although she can get rid of one spell, if the enemy team uses their spells in succession, that's not going to matter.
Yeah, we're going to have to look at how this Janna plays out during team fights because it's going to be absolutely on her to protect the Sivir. There's so many things she has to worry about. She has to worry about the insect coming out from the Lee Sin, the Ash ulti, as you mentioned, Nivea stun, Wither. There's so many options to shut down the Sivir, and they're hoping that this Janna pick will do the deed.
Something I am very scared about is since we are waiting just for the time to clock down, it looks like Rammus went with the Ignite instead of a teleport. And I was going to be really excited to see those late game Rammus teleports with the flanks. But it looks like that's not going to happen. Going to be interested to see how he's going to get around the front line, which is Nasus, Lee Sin, and kind of Anivia, just because you can't run straight at an Anivia. Holy moly.
Yeah, it will be interesting because this Nasus pick is so great because even with Rammus getting bigger, if he just throws out a Wither, the Ash is going to have a lot more room to play with. The Ignite does give him more dueling potential against Nasus and against Ash in the late game, but without teleport, we might be seeing some great macro play coming out here from the blue team. So we will see what happens.
Yeah, and I think Ignite is an interesting choice as well, just because Exhaust could have been better, maybe 1v1 the Nasus, but at the same time, I guess Exhaust does lower the damage output, and Rammus does kind of want to get hit with his Armored Shell dealing damage back. And also, I'm going to be looking for Elise to try to apply the same amount of pressure that Lee Sin can early. It's going to be a lot on her since there is no... Elise does do extremely well against Nasus, doing % health damage and having an execute. Can get onto Anivia fairly easy if in lane with a repel and a cocoon. And can also, the only thing is bot lane does not really have hard CC for her to line up her cocoon. Ash does not have any getaways besides her flash, so if she can blow the flash, that could turn into, a potential gank or death for her in the future.
Yeah, and especially with Ash not having any getaways and Sivir having ulti, they'll be able to just run her down if she's slightly out of position.
Yeah.
So we'll see what kind of ganks this Elise is going to offer. But we do see that the late game for blue team is extremely potent. They have Ash and Nivea and Nasus, all three champions, monsters in the late game. If Elise doesn't make any impact in the early game, it's going to be very tough for them.
But also, Lee Sin is going to have a very difficult time, in my opinion, trying to get these insects off. It's going to be hard to get it around a Vel'Koz who has a knockup, Rammus whose power ball can stop your kick or your W dash.
It'll be very scary. The worst case scenario is as Lee Sin as you ward hop into the team and Rammus just taunts you and you're just dead. So he's going to have to play extremely well here if he's going to look to get any insects off.
And then something I really liked about that, at the beginning of the season, everybody was saying, oh my god, the season of AD carries, oh god, oh god, oh god. And then the best thing I saw was the season of AD carries and Rammus says, okay.
He's like, okay.
Yeah,
All right,
exactly.
I'll deal with this.
And King Ram is coming out, so we're gonna have Bowser on the field here.
Oh man, that Bowser, that is a beta skin
That
for
is.
anybody who participated in the League of Legends beta before the game was out for
this
release.
guy has been playing a long period of time, knows exactly what he's doing. He also played a top Leona earlier today where he went Exhaust Ignite and ended up winning the game.
Now, that was very surprising to see.
Yeah, it was. Avery, could you rearrange the scoreboard when you get a second, please? Thank you, sir. Oh, gracias. So it looks like there's going to be an invade here. They might be starting Nami Bubble. Tried to get a... Oh, no, but as we scrolled through the characters, I did see that he already already leveled up his heal. So it's not going to be a gank, and there's going to be an invade.
I think it's just looking to get favorable trades off in level 1 trades with Nami heal. That heal is so great. You can damage the opponent, and when they auto you, the heal will bounce back to you and heal you up. So.
And not only that, but the gold generation.
Oh, great!
Well.
You gotta get rich. You gotta get rich.
As the support, dude. Yeah, for sure.
You can't always afford rewards if you're not getting that money. So.
Oh gosh. Oh, and the Vel'Koz has the not Vel'Koz skin, so.
Well, definitely not Vel'Koz.
Yeah, I don't. Who is that though?
I don't know. He has tentacles.
Is it a Lowy?
Ilawi?
Hello?
Is that a Ilawi mid we are seeing, boys? Oh man, I guess you will not be taking to school tonight. No geometry class.
No geometry. Class was canceled, ladies.
Class was canceled. And we will see just a stack up here looking to start Gromp. But we do have a great ward placement by the Nami.
Yeah.
Scouting out where the blue team, where the red team is starting. We'll just see a standard start here. Lee Sin starting at Krugs while they are starting at Gromp.
Well, but no, they're going to start
Oh,
blue.
they're actually going to start blue.
This Elise has liked to do this. He'll start blue, and then he'll probably try to get his other two camps in the bot side jungle, and then he's going to do a level 3 gank. I hope that they expect that, but I don't know if they were able to see the game earlier where he did that.
An early gank by Elise on the bot lane could be very effective
detrimental,
here.
yeah.
They don't have getaways with Ashe, and Nami will not have level 2 by then. So we will see. Oh, but they are pushing out the lane.
Very
Nami doing
hard.
great trades.
But this is exactly what Elise wants. Elise wants them to push bottom so that they can get that gank off.
And we will see this Nami playing very aggressively. But we do see a great trade coming out the Sivir. Oof,
I mean, Nami does have more potions and the heal, but still, that is using a lot of mana for not that much harass right now.
Oh, and a great heal coming out from Nami.
Level 2 first. Can he capitalize Bubble?
Oh,
close.
A
but
great dodge by Sivir.
And unfortunately, if you guys didn't know, they're taking cigars and alcohol out of all splash arts, which is ridiculous, Riot. You have a whole champion based around drinking alcohol.
Yeah, I mean, you have an Oktoberfest skin for said champion, so I'm not too sure what they're thinking there, but
Oh my gosh.
but they're doing it for the kids. For the kids.
For the kids.
You got to do it for the kids.
Thanks, Rito. Oh, there's
and
a
we
stun
see a
combo.
great trade coming out here from the Anivia, and this ball lane, a lot of action going on. Nami trying her best to deny the farm.
And that's very good that Nami and Ashe were
an early gank coming by
gank.
Lee Sin. Oh, Ken Vel'Koz going over. He misses a slow, and he gets stunned.
nice
He uses
cleanse.
cleanse. He's
He's
trying to
dead,
flash
though.
over the wall.
Doesn't matter.
Late flash after the Q has already landed for Lee Sin. That was great by the Lee Sin.
Yeah, well played by both teams. Vel'Koz almost got out of there, but he seemed to dip more into the towards Anivia and Lee Sin instead of going initially towards the wall that he could flash over, which ended up resulting in his death.
Yeah, I think he really needed to just flash right off the bat there to neutralize the gank. He was very out of position, and we do see a lot of harass coming out on this bot lane. And as again, we have a wet noodle fight going on at the top.
Yep.
Just two tanks going at each other.
You know, maybe he was expecting the NA Lee Sin.
The NA Lee Sin. You see in pro games, sometimes they miss that Q even on a stun target. So if you ever want to go for a Hail Mary, that's the stuff you hope for.
Yep. And something interesting we see here is Nasus decided to start with the Ruby Crystal, which is not a usual start. Corruption Potion, I think, is the most popular on Nasus.
Definitely.
But I think knowing that Rammus can't really put out that much DPS in the early game, he wanted to just get the health and CDR stacking as soon as possible. I am expecting that to be built into the CDR health item that I can't think of the name right. Kindle Gem.
Oh, yes, the Kindle Gem for the 10% CDR.
Yeah.
And we do see a roam down here from Elise. He's looking to get a gank down. Oh!
Exhaust goes down,
There's no
flash
flash
on.
he does land the cocoon. Will they be able to get both? Looks like they will be able to get the Ash at the very
Teleport
least.
coming down. Can the
A
Nasus
teleport
convert
behind the
this?
Nasus does come here, but he doesn't have an OT yet. Doesn't
Bubble
have any
lands
damage.
on-
Oh, he was canceled by the
Stopped by
Rammus.
the Rammus.
Great play. And he's
Taunted.
putting... Oh, we will
That's
not
just
see
going to
a
be the
kill.
end of that. Nasus is probably just going to spend the rest of his time top lane auto-attacking those minions with his insane lifesteal passive.
And once again, a great play coming
Yeah.
out from this Elise, getting them early ahead. And we do see a 1-1 scoreline.
And Elise is level 4 right now and picking up Gromp, which means that she will be level 5 soon since she did help participate in that First Blood and has already cleared, I believe, the bottom and top jungle.
And we do see that despite the death, Vel'Koz is able to recoup, and he actually has very even CS with
Yeah.
his Anivia right now. That is very impressive.
And he doesn't even have teleport either, so it's not like he teleported back to lane after
Yeah.
dying.
But we will look to see what this Lee Sin does. What Lee Sin is really trying to do here is get some pressure on mid lane, who has no flash. Once he gets level 6, he will be very potent. And we do see a gank. He does land the Q, but Lee Sin does get chunked up by the tower, and he just will happily go back. Vel'Koz is very low on mana with no teleport, so the Anivia will take over the lane.
Anivia should be getting level 6 here soon. If I was Lee Sin, I would be trying to farm for my level 6 as fast as possible and
Definitely.
then go back to that mid lane and just, punish this Vel'Koz who has no flash for a couple more minutes. Because it's really difficult to gank a Nasus as I say that happens.
No.
Can
we
he
will
get
see
it?
a
The
kill coming
Ignite
out
going
here
down.
from the Ignite will do the damage. Just
the
enough
Ignite
to
takes
kill
down the
him.
Nasus, so
And we
it's
do see a
1-for-1
1-for-1 trade, but we do see... Oh
Gets
no,
stuck in the
Kowski.
wall.
He gets stuck
The
in the wall and
bubble
he gets...
doesn't even land.
And again, a great roam from this Navi player.
Yeah.
He's really making
But
things
this
happen for
leaves
this
Ash
team.
alone, and once they see that Nami's mid, they start pressuring her. Not enough pressure, and Lee Sin is dancing dangerously top. Has his ultimate kit, but can he do anything with it? He hit onto Elise. Nasus is starting back to TP up to top, and Ash should be hitting 6 here soon since she's getting solo experience.
And it seems like the Geometry School will actually be closing a 0-2
Yeah,
scoreline
and
for the Vel'Koz here. He does have relatively even CS, but it is not going great for the red team. In the mid lane. Oh, and we're looking for
They
an
didn't see it.
invade.
Elise didn't, they
think-
didn't see each other.
Yeah.
Well, Elise now sees the Lee Sin, obviously, but
And the Lee Sin also sees it, so he will just recall
Yeah.
and play it safe. At least looking to counter jungle, but Lee Sin's already taken everything.
well, he could have taken the wolves, but
Yeah.
that might have been a little bit dangerous since they don't know where the mid laner is.
But we do see a ping going down from the blue team, noting that the Elise is on the top side of the map.
So, because Vel'Koz has been ganked so consistently, he has to pick up a double Dorns, and it looks like he's going to be going for an Athene's and Holy Grail. While Anivia, on the other hand, has already got her Catalyst. And also, Ash hasn't gone back yet with the likes of 50 Farm, so she's going to be very rich when she gets to go back.
And we do see that this Vel'Koz is getting bossed around the mid lane. He is unable to trade with his Anivia. Anivia freely walking up. Oh, we do see an ultimate coming out. This will not kill, but will do a lot of damage.
Yeah, he's just trying to get him to wither down and try to get that passive pops.
And we do see a game coming in from Lee Sin. He does have ultimate. He misses the Q, but he still has ultimate. He has a slow. Great flash.
Nice
But
flash.
Rammus is here to help out. Will they be able to kill the Vel'Koz?
Can he smite?
Oh, no. A great
The
Q
long
coming in from
range
Lee
kick
Sin.
from Horny Shroom.
And we see that the Rammus is trying to make something happen, but he
This
doesn't
is
have
going
Ignite.
to be a very big problem now that Vel'Koz is so extremely down, and not only that, but now Rammus left top to give him the time to free farm. Arrow coming mid, it misses though.
And we do see a
Sun's gonna
stun
come out.
landing on,
He
but-
has the egg, at least that's dangerous.
And
So
we do
egg gets
have the
popped,
egg.
and
Again, they're
Lee's
waiting for
sticking out like you stated, and it looks like there is going to be a small trade up here, but with
Nothing's
the
really
wither,
happening.
Yeah,
Again-
looks like nothing's going to be. And since Rammus has no TP, he can't get back up there.
Yeah, he's missing nearly 1.5 waves up there.
I'm so surprised also that I saw Nasus attacking the tower, because I would think that he would want to keep that tower up for almost as long as possible.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to get as much gold for the team as possible earlier on, so they have more global gold to work with.
Yeah.
He does opt to go for the Sheen instead of the CDR. I'm guessing he...
Well, Sheen does give CDR now.
Sheen does?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The mana
Okay.
crystal, it's just a mana crystal, and it gives 10% CDR.
Okay, so it looks like he is going to be able to trade rather efficiently with Rammus
Yeah, and then
using
so
that Sheen.
the Kindle gem's not coming out like you stated, and it looks like there is going to be a small trade up here, but with
Nothing's
the
really
wither,
happening.
Yeah.
Again, wet noodle fight up top.
And what was I going to say? Oh, he's going to be building a Spirit Visage or Spectral Cowl first. Nami going to get caught out with 3 people going extremely low.
Will he be able to get away?
No, I don't think so.
We don't see a roam coming down from
Flash
okay.
from Elise. I don't think that was necessary. Vel'Koz now
Vel'Koz
caught in a very bad
yet
position.
again.
Oh man, he knew that they were going to go for the blue soon, but ends up getting spotted out himself.
Yeah, I think he was trying to be a little bit cheeky,
Yeah.
trying to steal the blue, and he gets punished for
Yeah,
it.
so he's 0-4 right now. He's paying dearly for his choice.
We'll see if the teacher can make it back. The geometry teacher can make it back eventually. We do know that Vel'Koz is one of those champions that can do damage regardless of his items.
Yep.
And we see a fight going on up here at the top. Oh, we see an ultimate and a Lee Sin gank. Here he comes in. He does not have ultimate. Lee Sin does not have ultimate.
Ooh, misses the Sonic Wave.
But he does have red buff, so we'll be able to pick up this kill for the Nasus. And things are just going extremely well for the blue team. Lee Sin making so many things happen. 5 kill participation already of the 6. And this is exactly what they wanted. Lee Sin making impact early.
Yep.
And Elise looking to
Jungler
1v1 Lee
dodges
Sin.
the Sonic Wave, might
Lee
be able
Sin
to take him down.
does not have ultimate, but he just is stronger.
Yeah, he already has another longsword as well.
Oh, and
Is that gonna
ultimate
take him
coming out.
down?
Oh no.
The ward hop, I think. Oh, that's so
That was so very
unfortunate.
close.
Yep.
And the Vel'Koz will not be able to pick up a free kill. And the
So
school stays
Elise hasn't
closed.
finished her jungle item was the reason that she lost
Yes.
that trade. And not only that, but Lee Sin also has an extra longsword. And I bet you that's going to be turned into a Hex Drinker, which is an extremely potent item on Lee Sin. And as we say that, he's going to go in and he's going to kill the Jaina.
He actually
Oh,
opts
God.
to ult the Jaina. I don't know if that was necessary,
Yeah,
but
me neither.
you know, you got to play safe sometimes. And you know, Jaina
Ash
trying
might
to
be
make a
able
play
to
there.
duel the Sivir. She just used her shield, and
Oh,
now
no.
she's gonna have to heal to get away. Maybe pop the ulti. Why wouldn't she use the ulti over here? Heal has to flash.
She
Both
does
of them
flash the flash. Oh no, she's going down to the heel. I don't know why she didn't pop it earlier.
My head hurts
Oh,
right now.
and we do see another kill going down with the
man.
Vel'Koz. This Nami roaming yet again, a great wave coming out, and the red team is in dire trouble. They're already down 4k gold at 11 minutes,
Yeah.
and they're looking to take down this mid turret.
And I was also gonna say that the red team was gonna look to do an early dragon, but with how far down they are not going to be able to do that.
Ram is coming in to
Teleport coming from behind them.
there is no
from the
egg
Nexus.
on Nvidia currently. Will they be able to get the kill?
The shield.
The shield. No, they do get
not
the kill.
enough.
And can
Elise
at least
coming
get away?
down.
I don't
Elise
think
is
she
gonna
can get
take her
away. She's going to get taken down. And a red buff going over to Lee Sin. And they're looking to free up the action over here on the Rammus.
Oh, the Lee Sin hops over the ward to get onto the Jaina, and the Jaina is going to go down here. Red buff takes her and takes her down the dot. Rammus is going to be able to get away with the power ball, but Ashe is on her way. He's just got to wait for that power ball cooldown to come off, and this is going to be close.
The Wither. Why did he turn around? The Nessus. Oh no!
Lee Sin
The Wither that's come out.
Lee Sin just murdered the Sivir, and so
And
this
another
game
kill.
is already snowballing extremely hard in the favor of the Horny Shrooms. As his name suggests, he is the leader of this team. This Lee Sin doing work. Just went back, pick up swiftness boost with the alacrity buff, so he'll be fast as hell. Misses his Q again, but it doesn't
even matter. He
Has
is
the
so
red buff,
strong.
Yep, and Vel'Koz has no flash. He'll just be going down.
We see that Lee Sin is legendary
Yeah,
right
and
now.
I-
10 kills on the board.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be picking up a Yomu's Ghostblade since he picked up the serrated Dirk.
So that will also turn into the Maw, actually. I think.
Maw?
Yeah, Maw Mortis. So
Yeah,
we'll see
yeah.
what happens here. I definitely think it is a possibility that he goes for Yuma's Ghostway. He is so ahead.
Yeah.
He could build anything he wants right now, and he will be able to murder the enemy team.
Yeah, he could beat Dardoch and get the quadra kill.
Oh my goodness.
You saw that?
Yeah,
Jesus.
Dardoch.
Yeah,
What a great
time
kill.
at, yeah, holy moly. And so I'm surprised that, that this game is going. I was expecting it to be a little bit closer, but
It seems like this Lee Sin is completely out juggling
Taking
this
over the
Elise.
game,
He's
yeah.
just taking over the game. He's planting his flag. He's saying, "Get out of my house."
and this
we
wet
see-
noodle fight is going to be Nasus to win. Even
Yeah.
though
He'll take some damage, but he doesn't really die from anything right now. Oh, we do see that Silver is caught out of
kicked into the
position.
wall, throws the boomerang blade, does nothing. And
another
also
kill.
something, if you noticed right there in the trade top, Nasus waited to attack the Rammus until his armor stacks were off.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows exactly what he's doing. He's not just trading to trade, he's trading smartly.
And this is such a bad position for the red team because not only is Lee Sin and Ash getting fed, this Nasus is stacking infinitely up top.
And what else is really kind of funny is the Nasus built Spirit Visage first when Rammus does mostly AD damage. Actually, he does a decent amount of hybrid, but taunting and really having people hit him is where the damage comes from. Oh,
that
instantly
is
annihilated.
brutal.
Can Elise take down the Nami in one hit? Lucian have to flash away.
And we do
the
see ulti
Vel'Koz
coming
ulti
out
comes
from
out.
Vel'Koz.
And that's going to be the death of the supports.
And we do see the top lane tower about to go down from this Nasus.
Yeah, Nasus is going to take...
prevent that. Oh, he's popping ulti.
He just pops ulti, yeah, and then... Whoa.
Lee Sin just planting his
The red
flag.
buff takes her down, yep, and then he flashes onto...
Yet another kill
Can
coming
he
out
land the
here.
Q? And then, yep.
Oh, no.
So Lee Sin is just 12-0-2, and like I said, there's the Youmuu's Ghostblade, and he is just
He's going to town on people. He is so fed.
Yep.
This is not where you want to be if you're with the...
God.
there he goes. He's bloodthirsty. He is hungry for these kills. Oh, absolutely deleted. Just
Yeah.
with the Q and the ulti coming out there
Yeah, it
from
wasn't
the
even a
Lee Sin.
combo. It was just landing the Sonic Wave into the ultimate, which killed him. Didn't even have to reactivate the Sonic Wave to get the Resonating Strike. I think Resonating Strike is actually his E. He's just going at everybody. He does not care.
But he has absolutely no respect for this team.
Yeah.
He's saying, "This is my house." 13 kills on the board here.
And like you said, why farm minions when you can farm champions?
Yeah, why farm minions when you can farm champions?
Oh, Ash is going to get taunted
and
up.
Rammus is looking to farm a champion, bro. I don't think he can do it. Oh, the Lee Sin is chasing after. Oh, he's getting
Jaina,
quite low.
no!
Oh, the tornado barely misses the Lee Sin. And the red team is looking to disengage here. Oh, a free kill coming out from
Nivea,
Nivea.
and then he's gonna be
Vel'Koz
able to
is in
take
trouble.
that.
He gets walled out, and the Lee Sin is going in there to get the
Yep.
kill. And once again, 14 kills on the board.
Yep.
Horny Shroom just
This
really putting
this
it
is
work.
this game might end before 20 minutes with the rate that it's going.
Man, that is so discouraging if you're
Yeah,
the
it
red
is.
team. You can't even surrender. Lee Sin. I mean, this guy is crazy. He might even go in on that. You know,
Yeah,
when he lands the Q, you gotta land the go. You gotta go in
Flash
and
away
land the
from the Sivir once he saw the safeguard from the Lee Sin, and they're just going to be able to take this tower and probably inhibit her for free.
Q. And really, a free stun coming out from the Nivea, but the Lee Sin
And this
doesn't miss his
Youmuu's-
Q.
No, just back out after that. Powerball coming in, but he stops it. I think that was an accident. Oh, and Vel'Koz gets instantly
Vel'Koz gets
destroyed.
completely destroyed.
Horny
The Lee
Shroom
Sin
goes
will go
down in the
down.
end.
And a great shield
The
by
flash
Sivir
onto
on
the
ulti.
Sivir, though. Is that going to be enough? Oh, man. Is that game? No, the death timers aren't long enough. They might be able to take a tower here with Susan having so many stacks and a Sheen here, but...
We'll see that the Susan is coming back as a monster. Look at the amount of damage he's dealing. Absolutely ridiculous, this champion.
And with Spirit Visage and his passive, he heals so much. And with the damage from Sheen, so that only makes him heal even more. And just for those of you tuning in right now, the reason we call Nasus Susan is because Susan is Nasus backwards. For those of you who are uneducated and couldn't figure it out.
For those of you who can't
A
meme,
little bit slow, yeah.
little slow on the memes.
Yeah, because we're taking them to school here, you know?
Well, we're taking them to school. We didn't get to do geometry today, but we will teach them how to call these champions by their proper names.
Yeah. So Nasus looks to be building a Frozen Gauntlet right now. Lee Sin building a Black Cleaver, just going full damage. Anivia already has the Morello Nomicon and the Rod of Ages stacked, extremely fed. And Ash is 3-1-3 herself with an IE and Zeal. And Nami has already finished her locket.
Oh, this Lee Sin is caught.
Is he going to go down finally?
He does not have any tank items.
Totally annihilated.
Oh, I bet he is regretting that decision to go for Black Cleaver there. But we will see a free kill coming out from the red team. I don't know if it's going to be enough, though. They are down 13,000 gold at 18 minutes. That is an absurd amount of lead for the blue team.
So Nasus is just pressuring the bot lane right now, and it doesn't look like the enemy team is really going to respond to it.
Man, he's giving them the
BM
disrespect.
mastery,
The BM mastery.
Dude, are you rank 5 on Sivir, dude? Because I'm rank 5. Oh! That was a nice flash.
That was a nice flash
expecting
coming
the
out.
arrow.
Oh, and a flash engaged by the Rammus. He does get the taunt up despite the flash from the Ash. And they do get the
no,
call on the
Ash
Ash.
just killed her. Actually, no, I guess Vel'Koz did actually end up getting up the cleanup.
And we do
right
see
now,
a great Janna ulti coming out to
taunt
close
as
him
well.
down. Oh, and a taunt again. And we do see that the egg form is popped.
Sivir with
cleanup.
no
is
HP.
Is Susan about to take him to school over here? Oh, one Q,
Nope.
one auto, the cane. Gives him the cane.
And I'm surprised that they are really playing so risky right now. They could end this game so easily, and yet Lee Sin just got out, and now 2 members as well. The Ash and the Anivia got caught out going way too deep mid without the rest of their team.
Yeah, I think they might be getting a little bit complacent, knowing that they're up a lot. So they're having a little bit of fun, playing with their food a little bit before they decide to devour them.
Yep.
Maybe they're just waiting till Susan gets to 1,000 stacks so you can start one-shotting people. Who knows? And we do see the blue buff taken away by the Susan.
Nasus, yeah, which is going to be very bad, giving him all that CDR. He's going to take that early. They're going to be picking up a second dragon here, uncontested, and I think they might be going for Baron?
They could do it. They're so strong right now, and Nasus is an absolute monster.
I think they could just go and end the game, though, at the same time.
Oh, yeah, they could definitely just stack up on a lane and take down their inhibitor and end the game. But they're looking to play it a little bit slow. They got caught out a couple times and said, okay, guys, let's take it a little bit slower, play more methodically. We got to... Oh, and Lee Sin again. Oh, he does not get the taunt up, and a great ultimate by Lee Sin, followed up by an Ash ulti.
Nice combo. Flashes in, get the resonating strike, kills Jaina, and that's going to be 3 down for the blue team, and that's probably going to be game as they just encroach on the Nexus, and they're going to take them down. Misses the Sonic Strike just barely. Walking straight up to the turret. Rammus taunts, but that's just going to delay their inevitable death. And
we can see that the Susan is just tanking the turret.
Yep. And that's going to be a double kill for Anivia, and that's going to be a full-on ace. And although the death timers are not very long, that is going to be a surrender.
And they're coming out from the red team
before the base gets taken. So, ladies and gentlemen, this final round will be a best 2 of 3. So we have another match on the way, and these matches in the past have been much more closer. So we're going to be looking at the picks and bans really to change the next game. In your opinion, what is the next? Avery, you can't do that. Sorry. In your opinion, what are going to be the bans that are needed for the red team?
Yeah. I mean, it looks like at this point you gotta ban Lee Sin, right? This guy is a monster on Lee Sin, making things happen all the time. And maybe even the Nats, it looked like they weren't able to put enough pressure on the top lane to shut him down.
Yeah.
But really, it was more that the red team made mistakes that led them to their demise. Well, not so much that the
not
blue
only
team.
that, but they banned the Bard and Morgana. Oh well, actually, Morgana was the enemy team, the other team. But I don't think Bard needs to be banned. They need to be focusing more on those mid lane and solo lane champions. So, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be right back as we'll get into one of the final matches, if not match point of the finals, and we'll be taking a short break. All right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Cave Fairfax in University Mall, right across from George Mason University. April 9th, Solo Queue Tournament Finals here. And I believe, what are the team names again? Horny Shroom is on the red side, and By Felicia, I believe, is their team name.
Yes.
Is on the blue side. And so the By Felicia has banned out Nasus, Bard, and Anivia, and then they left open the Nami, which Luke has been very potent on in this tournament. And then the red side team, the Horny Mushrooms, have banned away Morgana, Nautilus, and Cassidon. So we do see the Nasus and Anivia taken out by the blue team. Those were two large forces in the last game. So we're just going to see what else we can pick up. An Echo, finally.
An Echo game.
Here, this is the first game we have seen Echo today, whether it's been banned or just not picked up by the teams. So this is going to be really interesting to see the Echo. And if Horny Shroom is playing it, he is a jungler, so it will be a jungle Echo. It probably is most potent as a tank top laner, but he's just extremely good anywhere you put him right now.
The Echo is definitely a force to be reckoned with right now. He has extremely high ban and pick rate in the higher elos.
Yep. And then, so Caitlyn and Leona are going to be picked up right now for the By Felicia. 50 Shades of the Sun, obviously this is a Leona main. He was the Rammus last time, and he's going to be going with Exhaust Ignite, and maybe he'll be going into the top lane again. So it'll be interesting to see if Horny Mushroom will capitalize on the lack of mobility spells. And right now there's an Olaf hover. Haven't seen much Olaf today.
Yeah, Olaf is not exactly in the meta, but I can understand their pick. They have a lot of CC on the side of the blue team, and Olaf will be able to ignore all that while he has his Ragnarok enabled. So he's hovering it currently. It looks like it will be a LeBlanc pick. A blind LeBlanc pick. That would be very ambitious.
Not only that, but when you have the option to counterpick as the red side for the mid lane, you really want to do that. But I guess it's not that bad. They may be trying to leave their top laner open for a counterpick because they don't know if that's Leona top or support.
And we do see that this Leona will be top lane, playing with Exhaust and Ignite like he did earlier today. And for the support, they're looking at Thresh.
Yeah, and hovering a Lux. And as we've talked about, not a single Lux in the current tournament has really played exceptionally. They've always been behind in farm and kills, and they've always gotten really murdered, to be honest.
So we'll see how you will do against this LeBlanc. LeBlanc is a very high-pressure mid laner.
Yeah, and Lux does do decent, does sustain decently against LeBlanc, being able to shield herself for a lot of the burst that LeBlanc can output. So it's
we
not
see that the Thresh is locked in.
Lissandra. So I really like the Lissandra pickup. It's the first Lissandra we've seen today as well. But she's such a stable mid laner, and she's able to just lock down sometimes numerous targets, and just annihilate one. So she also can survive against the LeBlanc, being able to ult herself, which now heals her, which was changed a couple patches ago. And then Malphite was locked in as the last pick here for the red team.
Yeah, looking at the comps, it looks like the team fight coming out from the purple team is going to be really potent. Yeah. We have the Malphite ultimate, we have the Vayne to clean up anything, we have Nami following up with heals and CC. And we will see what kind of play that the blue team can put up this game, because this will be match point. If the purple team wins this one, they will be the champion with League of Legends Solo Queue series here.
At the cave here in Fairfax. But it is going to be interesting to see an Echo jungle rather than the average Echo top that you see in Solo Queue nowadays. I am going to be expecting him to pick up the Runic Echoes and just build tanky. We'll see, because he was the Lee Sin last game, and you know what? If he gets ahead on Echo, I wouldn't be surprised if he builds full damage Echo.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see some Lich Bane, some Hourglass.
Yeah, especially with Runic Echo getting changed to the Luden's proc, so now he can build that Lich Bane. And also something I'm going to be looking forward to seeing is if Echo can parallel Convergence and then Malphite ulti, and so they get that double stun and just lock down a large AoE of the enemy team. But as I say that, the enemy team does have Leona, Elise, and Lissandra, so they have a lot of CC as well themselves. So we'll be seeing what they can lock down and do. And so we'll be getting into the game here shortly. And they pick Vayne again. And I haven't been really impressed by any Vaynes here. Have you?
Not really. Vayne is a very mechanically intense champion. You have to be very good on her to be effective. But she is pairing it up with Nami, who has a consistent heal and a way to keep her alive in lane because she has so much CC. So I think she's really looking to just farm against this Caitlyn because Caitlyn will dominate this lane just based on her range.
Well, not only that, but Thresh is still one of the strongest supports, and Thresh Caitlyn can deal a decent amount of damage. And if there's ever a hook and Caitlyn can get that trap down from like a flay into the trap or something like that, holy damage.
And we will see what will happen here. So the key for this game on the blue team is they do have champions that need to win lane. They have Lissandra, they have Caitlyn. They need to win their lanes in order to get ahead. So we'll see what kind of action happens at mid lane. We do have Lissandra against LeBlanc. And LeBlanc, as we all know, is a very snowbally champion. If she gets behind in lane, she will not be able to kill anyone on the enemy team.
Yeah.
But if she does get ahead, well, you might see some of those, Faker-style one-shots on the Caitlyn here. So.
And Morgana, okay, Morgana was banned. I was about to say, if Morgana wasn't banned, I would have seen Kowski pick up that Morgana, but it was the first ban. Obviously, they know he has that 70% win rate, so they are afraid of that. I'm really hoping that this Leona will impress me again. She was against I can't remember who she was against in lane last time, but I really question these exhaustic Ignite pickups. I really would like to see more teleport play, especially when you're on comms with all the 5 people in your game. You really need to be able to communicate those teleports.
Yeah, it does seem like he's really keeping a solo queue here. He opted to take Ignite on Rammus last game as well, instead of taking the teleport for the potent home guard TP ganks that we all fear.
The game did end before 20 minutes.
The game was pretty much over before 20 minutes, but
yeah.
Nevertheless, he is taking Exhaust Ignite, so he's going to be very weak against any ganks that might go up top. But we do know that Echo is not exactly the strongest jungler in the first 3 levels. He actually has a bit of trouble clearing the jungle and keeping a high HP count.
So something that I really enjoy for this season was the Scuttle Crabs. They really do help junglers survive in the jungle just a little bit longer. A lot of people don't realize that you can get them if you clear your first like your bot side or your top side, and then just go straight to the Scuttle Crab, or even just get your second buff and then go straight to the Scuttle Crab, and you'll heal immensely off of the Scuttle because you get the heal from your jungle item, and then you also get the heal once you have taken the Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly helps out some of the weaker junglers in the early game.
Yeah.
But we'll see what the Elise can do to contest that, because she is definitely going to win a 1v1 against Echo in the early game.
Questionable Thunderlords on the Vayne. Would have preferred to have seen the Fervor.
Yeah, that is very weird. I was expecting to see either Warlord's Bloodlust or the Fervor of Battle, but she's opting to take the Thunderlords. I guess it might be disrespect coming out here, boys. He might be looking to dunk this bot lane against a Caitlyn. Yeah. It'll be very impressive to see.
So I'm going to expect standard lanes, even though there is a ping right now for an invade onto for the red team. They really don't have anything except for the Nami bubble, and last time he didn't skill that, and as we see that he did not skill that once again. He only took the heal. Not only that, but Vayne opted for Silver Bolt's level 1. Don't think that was the right choice, personally.
Yeah, I think Nami is just looking to get those level 1 trades in, where she is using the heal to get favorable trades early on in the lane.
But right now, the blue team is stacked up. They might be trying to do a tricky late invade.
That is definitely an option here. They don't really have much of an answer if that does happen, but looks like we're just going to have a normal jungle start.
Yeah.
Both teams hovering around their boss side jungle.
And Leona taking the trek from bot lane all the way back up to top, since she has no teleport. Avery, did you do the, whatever it's called, scoreboard?
No, I got you.
Making me do my job.
Oh, no.
It's about, another 10 seconds of dead silence here while both teams get prepped for this game.
Yeah, for the waves to meet and the jungle minions to spawn.
I'm really expecting a good game to come out. This is the second game of a best-of-3 series.
Yeah, and I'm really hoping it is a close one.
Yeah, because last game was an absolute stomp.
Yeah. So Lissandra getting a bit of poke early on in the first wave here on to the LeBlanc. And then this top lane is going to be the most like
no hit to
anticlimactic, not amusing lane to watch.
Yeah, it is definitely a wet noodle fight. And this Nami, again, putting on the pressure early, but we do get a
Yeah.
trade back by the Caitlyn.
So
A great
something that
cue.
Nami actually needed to do is attack the minions right now. They need to get that level 2 first. Pressuring, auto-attacking the ranged minions on the first wave is very important so that you can get that level 2 off the first 2 minions of the second wave. So this is going to be a bloody bot lane for a while, I think. There's going to be a lot of trading going back and forth, considering that Caitlyn should destroy the Vayne, but Nami walks up dangerously, is pretty deep right now.
And Caitlyn go for the headshot on the
Yeah.
Vayne, making sure that she's kept in check. She doesn't want this Vayne free farming. But Nami's getting a lot of autos off against this Thresh for free.
Yeah, so she's going to be making a lot of money as well as
She's getting
some
rich.
poke
Oh,
out.
and a nice
the
bubble.
lands. But then the hook's
Oh,
gonna
and the
land.
hook comes in.
The
And the
Flay
Flay? Oh,
has
no
to flash
Flay.
away. He starts the potion immediately, and she is going to be on her back toe from here on out.
The bot lane from the blue team, keeping them in check, making sure that they're not doing anything too fishy
Echo
over
is
there.
taking a bot Scuttle Crab right now. He might be ganking soon while Elise is in the top lane. I don't think they can really dive the Malphite as of right now.
Interestingly enough, Echo has opted to go for the Scuttle Crab instead of going for his topside jungle. We do see a 1v1 trade here at mid lane. And Echo is trying to
yeah.
follow up, but the stun will not land.
So after that, Elise is coming to the mid lane just to make sure that he's okay. And I don't know if they saw the Echo, but there Elise is going to go in.
And a flash by...
Yeah. Oh, it lands.
But he will not be able to follow up, unfortunately. Oh, this is very aggressive. Oh, he does get the kill. What a great play by the Elise player.
Pet, well played, Elise.
And we do see the first one coming out for the blue team. A very different start.
And I bet you that LeBlanc was expecting for Elise to repel back to break the chain, but instead goes up to her and deals enough damage and gets the red buff onto her. Oh, and Vayne right now going very aggressive with the Nami.
Oh,
Lands
and
the
a bubble.
Teleport though. Condemn has to flash over the wall. Maybe not have to flash. Oh, Lissandra teleported with almost no mana though. Don't know if that was worth it. I mean, it did force the flash from the Vayne because she got scared, but I don't think the Vayne needed to flash or the teleport out from the Lissandra.
And we do see a summoner spell mismatch at the bot lane. We do see that both of the flashes are gone from the bot lane of the red side, but we don't see any of the combat summoner spells like Exhaust and Heal on the Caitlyn and the Thresh.
Yeah.
So they will have double flash to engage on them hard, but in an actual 2v2 fight, the bot lane on the red side will actually prevail because they have both of their combat summoner spells. So we'll see how this plays out. I'm really expecting this at least to capitalize on the situation of both of the bottom lane.
Yeah, the summoners being down.
Yeah, the summoners being down, their flashes being down, but we do see a wet noodle fight going up there at the top lane.
Right.
The Caitlyn just looking to push this lane out so she can get recall timing to get some item upgrades.
Also, very well played by Vayne to get all that damage off onto the Caitlyn. Usually this is an extremely hard matchup for the Vayne due to the long range of Caitlyn.
Oh, and a hook lands into the entire
Play.
group. He will have to pop.
Condemns this ADC away. Well played by the Vayne.
And a heal was popped by the Vayne, and now there is a summoner spell advantage on the bot lane for the blue side.
Blue team for the horny shrooms, I believe. No, that is actually Felicia. By Felicia.
By Felicia, yes.
Yes.
And a huge CS discrepancy here at the mid lane after that death, but we do see a chain go down on the Lissandra.
And Elisa's up here to gank the top. Lands the cocoon.
Oh,
He's
it's
gonna
huge damage coming out.
And well played by the Malphite to not blow his flash. And yeah, he didn't have it, but okay, there's the flash by the Caitlyn. Echo's coming in for a gank. They're not going to be able to get anything. So junglers ganking opposite lanes, but the blue side actually getting a kill for their time spent up there.
And it looks like despite the stomp from the last game, the blue team has recouped their minds and they're back in the game. They are not tilting off of the last game, which was a complete stomp for the red team.
So Echo's coming back in here bot lane. Misses the parallel convergence, but might not need it. Note the triple proc with the E, or with his passive, does enough damage to take down the Caitlyn. And so even though the bot side had no summoners for the red team, it looks like...
Oh, an ulti coming out here from the Lissandra, but she doesn't have enough mana.
Yeah, I wonder if she's just looking to harass, try to force the LeBlanc back. She did hit level 6 before her opponent, which is probably why she engaged. But now LeBlanc is 6, so Lissandra's going to go back. And LeBlanc wanted to stop the back, but she was too late. She's just going to farm up and try to recover from that early gank.
And we do see that the top lane is turning into a farm fest, but Malphite
Leona
is down a kill.
Yeah.
Oh, and another gank coming out here by the Elise, but he will not be successful.
He
This
might
time.
be
And the gank
dead.
goes down. He might be dead here. And no flash for the LeBlanc, unfortunately.
Oh! Lives with roughly
So-
20 health. How unfortunate.
So very close.
Yeah. And so something I just noticed is the Leona was handed over the Rift Herald. He uses the ultimate onto the Malphite, but not really going to be able to get anything. Where's the Condemn?
The Condemn.
Yeah, what?
Oh, now is not... Well, we do see a fight coming up in the top lane.
Leona might be able to actually take down the Malphite. This Wet Noodle fight turning into more than just a Wet Noodle.
Oh, but he walks back under the tower. A great play.
Ignite, though.
And the level up heals him up.
Saves him just enough. Well played by both of them up there, but the Leona really knows her limits in the sense that, or doesn't know the limit of against the Malphite. Walked under turret and got knocked up by the Unstoppable Force. Took too many tower shots, and that ended up taking her life.
And that no flash really punishing him there. He could have
Yeah.
flashed him off at ulti if he had the Summoner Spell, but opting for the Exhaust Ignite instead.
Yeah, and it looks like Echo's going to be opting for the slow smite, while Elise is going to be getting the warding smite. So she's going to be trying to keep track of the Echo and really alarm her team of where he is at all points in the game so that they don't get ganked like they have been in the past. Like that Lee Sin game.
The Lee Sin game. Oh, man.
So now it's level 6 for both bot lane for the red side, but they might want to just hard engage. Okay, no, there's level 6 for the Thresh. That means Caitlyn will be hitting level 6 any minute right now.
And they're
we
looking
see
for an invade here, but they do
3 members.
Oh, this is really
That
bad
was-
for the blue
yeah.
team. And Lissandra does not have her claw anymore. She does ult herself to get
This is
some
the
heal.
bubble. Vayne gets hooked, though, inside the box.
A great exhaust by the Thresh, shutting down the Vayne effectively. Vayne might be going down here. Let's go down to the Thresh. And a turnaround from the blue team.
Yep. And so what an opportunity that looked like it was going to be bad by Felicia actually ended up helping them out because the bot lane was able to enclose just as fast as Horny Shroom's bot lane. And so By Felicia actually comes out on top. Oh no, it was a 1v1
It's a
trade.
1-for-1 trade because Elise died.
Oh, that was a close snare. That would have been very good for Lissandra to get the snare under the turret for the LeBlanc. But LeBlanc right now is just pressuring out this Lissandra.
And Lissandra really doesn't want to give up the huge wave at middle, but
Yeah,
he will have
he's
to,
gonna-
otherwise he will have to give a kill. So LeBlanc.
Remember, it's always smarter to give up the wave than it is to die and give up the wave.
And it looks like this game is a lot closer than the last game. Echo will actually be farming minis and not champions this time, like he did on the Lee Sin game.
Yeah, they might have wanted to give the Echo to the top laner and let him play. I don't think Lee Sin was banned, so he could have picked that up again.
I know he's opting for the OP pick of the Echo. That is the flavor of the month right
Yeah.
now. More Wet Noodle fight, but we do see a
Wow, that cocoon! I did
That
not think it was going to
cocoon.
land.
Oh, and we
Unstoppable
see-
force used, but the exhaust comes out from the Leona, not going to be able to get away from that. And the tower's not even going to be taken. Oh, there's 2 people roaming up for the red team. Is Elise just going to face check?
I think she will be okay. Oh no, she
Leona's
opts
there,
to
though.
fight. That is crazy.
She didn't know that the Echo was on his way. Maybe might have been able to take it if it was a 2v1 with the Leona and herself, but ends up going down to the likes of the Echo and the LeBlanc. And so it's just a bloodbath out here in this
Yeah, I
game.
mean they're trading very evenly, one
Yep.
for one every time. No one's getting too ahead. But we do see that the red team has a very strong late game, so we will see what happens.
Yeah. And so LeBlanc picked up the Fiendish Codex, so she's just going for CDR. Also has the blue buff.
Oh, and a great dodge by Koski X on that distortion.
Yeah, and I also really like the itemization here from Lissandra, opting for a Negatron cloak after the Catalyst. Most people would try to go greedy and finish the Catalyst first just to start getting it stacking, but after he's been pressured so much by the LeBlanc and missing waves, he really needs the MR to try to survive this lane. There we go!
Oh, a great
it's
ultimate.
himself!
I saw it
Oh, how
himself.
unfortunate!
Oh, he will not be able to kill here. Another chain going down for the LeBlanc.
An Echo
and an
just
Echo coming in. And
a
he's,
second.
Oh, just a little bit.
Oh,
great play by the LeBlanc, dodging out that Q. But we do
a
see
little bit of a misplay. Oh,
another
Elise
trade
was
come
able
down.
to clean that up. Now it's going to be Echo versus Elise in the mid lane, but there's also this top lane Wet Noodle fight going on, and it looks like Echo's going to win the fight, and there goes Elise. So maybe he isn't going to end up farming champions as he's 4-0 right now.
Oh man, this Echo is going to be a monster this game. He
Yeah.
already has 4 kills and 45 CS. He is roughly 5 camps ahead of this Elise.
Yeah, so Elise might have been able to duel him there, but opted to go for the Swifty boots instead. As the opposite, Echo finished his item and is able to just out-duel the Elise.
It is a bloodbath.
Yeah, there is a lot of action going on.
11 kills in 12 minutes. Roughly a kill per minute here in this game. It seems like the only calm lane now is the bot lane.
Which is usually the opposite because mid lane can, roam down bot and then top can TP.
Yes.
There's
we
gonna
do
be
see an
an
ulti coming down
engage.
here. But Echo does have ultimate. He does use it.
He at least missed the cocoon. She's going to chase, but not a very good idea against the likes of that Echo. And he's
Echo
going to be
picks up
going down,
another
and that's a
kill.
5-0 Echo. LeBlanc tries to go back on and lands the chain. Is he going to be able to do enough?
Lissandra completely out of position. He's
Yeah,
about to
where
get
was
comboed
she
down.
going?
And another kill going
She
down to
just
the red
lost
team.
her jungler and opted to try to roam up there.
Great play by LeBlanc there, keeping him in place until the Echo comes
So
to
once
finish
again,
him off.
Horny Shroom really taking over the game, 5-0 right now. Probably has plenty money in the bank, waiting to go back and just, probably by damage, you think?
Yeah, I mean, he does opt for the Sheen, so
Sheen,
we
there
will
we go.
be seeing a Lich Bane Echo jungle here, boys.
It could be an Iceborne Gauntlet. I could see the reasoning behind that.
Yeah, I think Iceborne Gauntlet would be
A little bit better?
Yeah, would be the logical buy, but as we have seen with Lee Sin, he is not.
with the Yomu's Ghostblade.
Yeah, he does not shy away from damage.
So he doesn't care about the utility that the brings. Echo, the pings come out. They know he's here. Elise is ready and waiting for the counter gate, but great dodge on the cocoon. Good hook. Are they going to commit to it, though? The tidal wave comes out. Does a decent amount of damage. Caitlyn has no mana and is very low on health. She has her summoners, but she's not really going to be able to utilize that.
Oh, Echo completely destroying this.
Whoa,
Vayne
Vayne!
also attacked the tower instead of the flash.
Unfortunate flash. Echo's
but a
going under.
great
Can
play
he
by the
ult
defense.
out? No, he can't because of the Caitlyn trap. And so he's going to go down.
coming in here from the Lissandra. Look for
Lissandra
the Vayne,
ulti,
and they
and
get
that
the trade.
down goes the Vayne. And so that's going to be a
2 for 0.
2 for
1, sorry.
2 for 1 trade.
And just like that, the gold difference is tied up.
Yeah.
Just a 400 gold.
Oh
lead
man,
for the
that's
red
so
team.
unfortunate for the Vayne to flash and auto attack the tower.
Yeah, that was very risky.
So here's
for
the
him to do.
TP coming out from the Malphite. Is he going to be able to? No, that's going to be a wasted TP, and he can't really get anything. And they don't have their jungler to even take the dragon, so that's just going to be Leona free pushing that top wave.
And Leona, without a TP, she can't answer these TPs coming out from the Malphite. So
Yeah.
she's opting to push the tower as soon as possible so she
He
can.
walked through a pink ward, so they know Malphite is still bot rather than going back and going top.
And very smart play coming out from the blue team bot lane here. They're opting to just give up the tower. They don't want to risk getting 3-man dove by a Malphite.
Echo
ulti.
trying to get mid here, drops the parallel convergence, does not land. As he chases the Lissandra, almost gets the speed boost from his passive, but it does not end up getting it. Malphite right now in a very tight spot as he's going to get CC'd, but then he ults the Elise and he does tons of damage. Freak here, and then, and he's going to end up going down as they tower dive this Thresh. He's all alone, condemned, so he's stunned, and he's going to go down.
Absolute
Double kill
bloodbath.
for the Malphite. Malphite looked like he was in a bad position, but I guess he was communicating with his team that he was getting enclosed on and almost did half the HP of the Elise as she came in. And as I was talking about that, I think she's running Thunderlords rather than the Strength of Ages, which is not usual because, as you can tell, she is very squishy.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the red team here just playing better as a team. They are communicating. They are rotating together to take down
Yeah.
turrets and take champions. And we do see that the gold disparity isn't that big yet, but after they take this bot tower, we'll see a gold lead for the red team.
I don't know, though, because Leona should be taking that top turret any second now. Malphite
Yeah.
hasn't been there for a long period of time, and that I think is something that they're comfortable with. Is because Leona tops aren't usually that scary. What are you afraid of, really? I mean, she does bring a lot of CC. She will be extremely tanky, but she can't. So she did take the turret, but it's not like they're going to be afraid of a top Leona.
Yeah, we'll see what the blue team here. The Leona will be able to freely roam now that she has taken the turret, and she's looking to go towards the middle. Maybe
Elise
make
was
a play.
looking for a gank on LeBlanc, but LeBlanc got out of there in the nick of time. Horny Shroom's going to be farming up, and you see Nami rushing the Aegis because against a Leona, Elise, and a Lissandra, that's a decent amount of AP. Echo, we keep catching glimpses of him failing his phase dive. Nami lands a nice bubble onto LeBlanc, or onto Lysandra, but cannot do anything with it.
So they do opt to
gonna
take
group
down
up,
this
yeah.
mid tower. This will be huge for the blue team.
And Dragon's... Oh, no, I thought Dragon was about to be up, but it looks like it's not.
Oh,
the Glacial Path, but then the distortion away.
a great play by the LeBlanc.
And
And we're going to
Malphite
see
is
some
coming in right
action
now.
at mid with Malphite.
No!
Oh, Vayne opts to 1v1 to Caitlyn and gets
After
taken down.
taking a bunch of damage, not only getting an ace into hold, but then took a Piltover Peacemaker to the face, which almost killed her, and then one auto from the Caitlyn took her down.
And we did see a glimpse of the NA Vayne just now.
Vein spotting? Hello?
Vayne spotting. But we do still have the Malphite ulti here for the red team, and the Echo's looking to clean up
Hasn't
this
been
tower
used.
and
Parallel
maybe pick
Convergence
up.
taken. The turret dies on its own to minions, and he's going to be able to take down this Caitlyn easy peasy, as red buff keeps her very slow.
And we see that they have traded Caitlyn's life for the tower, which isn't really that bad of a trade for the blue team.
It's
But
not.
I mean, I think she could have backed up and taken it later.
Yeah, agreed. They didn't need it now, but it did help them get us to catch back up in the global gold overall.
So we see that there's a huge wave at top lane. Will Kowski X be going over there to pick up the 3 waves?
No,
we do
he's
see a ping going
needed
down
mid
from the
most likely
Leona.
for the wave clear, unfortunately. And that big wave, Leona's just going to have to stand around it with that Bomby Cinder and burn it down slowly.
It seems that while the red team has 4 more kills, they do have the mid turret for the blue team, so there's a very even game going on over here.
Oh, Lysandra might have been able to ult that LeBlanc and take her
and
down.
a great Nami.
great Lysandra ulti.
Lysandra ulti in response.
Dodges
The Malphite getting absolutely torn up at the tower here.
gets negated by the Lysandra ult, healing herself and becoming invulnerable. But the flash from the Echo tries to go hard. He does not end up getting the kill.
And that
Leona
LeBlanc-
coming from the side uses the sun ulti to
the solar flare.
Solar Flare, thank you. I've been forgetting the name of that spell all today. And so Echo now is going to be doing his best.
Oh, he's going in after the Vayne here too, but he does get condemned against the wall.
Oh, great parallel convergence. It's going to stun up the Caitlyn. She's going to be going down. The Glacial Path, is she going to take it? No, he opts not to as the final hour comes down for the Vayne, and she's kiting extremely well. Almost takes down the Lysandra and the Leona. The last auto is going to be able to take down the Leona, but Lysandra's going to get away with
and
just
after
a slight.
all of that, that is a 2 for 2.
That is a 2 for 2.
Nami and Echo for the red side went down, while the Caitlyn and the Leona go down for the blue side. It's so action-packed. Both teams playing phenomenally. Almost stopping
off
that
the bat,
back.
yeah.
But will they be able to take this tower? There's no one here to defend quite yet. We
the
do see a
teleport
TP
comes
going
out.
down, and we do not see.
And LeBlanc is pretty low. I would be
but
afraid.
Malphite has an ultimate. Will he be able to lock him up here along with the...
I don't know. After that last ulti, he's probably a little afraid to just try to ult.
Oh, yeah, that was a
Lysandra.
great play by Lysandra.
Yeah, the read on that was the amount of frames that you have before the Malphite ult actually hits you is not that many. So his reaction time there was extremely impressive.
And we do see a lot of wards going down for the red team. You can see that the warding from the red team is phenomenal. They have wards on the top.
Yeah.
And the entrance into the top side jungle for the blue team and the dragon.
Yeah, they just need a little bit more pink wards is what I would prefer. But they do have 2 down. I think Malphite's standing on his right now, and the other one is in the dragon choke point, which is going to get taken out right now by the Leona because Dragon's up in a minute. They're going to try to establish vision to get the positioning that they need to win these team fights because with so many stuns, knockups, and engages, they really need to be careful.
And this is such a close game. And I feel like this next dragon fight is going to be huge for both teams. Not necessarily for the buff, but I feel like whoever comes out on top is going to dictate the game afterwards.
Yeah.
We do see that the Vayne did pick up a couple of kills since she went 0-3 last, so she will be very effective in the next fight.
I think Lysandra also will now be fine against the LeBlanc, finished her Rod of Ages, and has the Abyssal Scepter.
Oh, we
Leona's going to engage onto the Malphite, though.
Full CC chain going out onto the Malphite. He opts to stun
he's going to live because the Thresh ended up hitting the minions.
But
And
the
then-
LeBlanc goes down, and a triple bubble coming out from Nami.
Yeah, but Vayne right now is untouched.
And
Echo's
Caitlyn-
going into the back line. Nami's here to help the Echo. Vayne took down the Leona in the back line. Echo has the ulti, but he can't use it. He's
great
too
CC.
hungry for those Yordle snap
The
traps.
Yordle snap traps.
Yeah, dude, he's got to eat cupcakes.
Is this going to game 3?
No, if the red team loses.
They better not lose.
They better not lose. Thank you, producer.
And we'll see that after all of that, we do see a 3-for-3 trade.
Yeah,
an
and-
absolute bloodbath over here.
And Echo right now, actually, like we wanted to see the Lich Bane for the full damage build, but he actually opted for the Iceborne Gauntlet, wanted more utility against the likes of the enemy team, but there's not that much AD against them, but I guess he just wants to slow, keep them in place.
And we also see Catalyst coming out.
Yeah,
Is he
I
going
want-
for a 22-minute lot of ages?
It's going to be interesting. I could also might be able to see the Righteous Glory.
Yes,
I don't
yeah.
think it's that great on their team since they have already a hard engage of Malphite. But I guess it might be able to really help the Vayne be able to catch up in these fights or get around the enemy team. So here we're going to see the blue team positioning for the Dragon. We see Malphite down there already. LeBlanc is up in the top mid lane though, and Caitlyn's just going to be putting down those Yordle snap traps in the choke point and trying to force the enemy team to get in an unfavorable position.
And we do see that the blue team does have dragon control, but they're too afraid to start it between the Malphite ulti and the Echo.
Yeah, and I think that's a very smart choice right now. Something that people do a lot is that they dance around this dragon for far too long when they don't have the waves pushing in their favor. And right now, the Horny Shrooms really have the waves. Top is pushing in their favor, I believe.
And the bot lane is.
Yeah, and the bot lane is pushing in their favor. So, the hook comes out. Malphite, not the best target.
Oh.
Malphite ults the Elise, almost takes the Elise down, and the Elise will go down. Lissandra's in the back line, though. Ults the Nami's not the best choice. And Echo and the red team is going back into the choke point. Echo ults, and he's going to be able to take down, deal a lot of damage, but not be able to take anybody down. Nami is right next to the LeBlanc right now, and LeBlanc might be going down. Caitlyn trying to chase, but the Piltover Peacemaker not going to be able to get any kills. And so that's just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Malphite for Elise. Ooh! Almost being able to take them all down, but then it's going to be a 3-for-2
the
trade.
smite takes down the Caitlyn from the Echo. What a great play by the
Oh
Echo.
my
But
gosh.
we do see that the extended trade makes it a 3-for-2 for the blue team.
And as I look at the items after the dust has settled, I see the triple dagger Vayne build right now.
You gotta get the attack speed. You gotta stab him.
Yeah, I guess so. When in doubt, you need attack speed. So she'll
we'll
probably
see.
go back right here to pick up the Zeal.
Yes.
Or the Phantom Dancer has the money and then picks up the Fervor boots so that she will gain that attack speed on auto attacking. Obviously, that is very potent on Vayne, who already's passive grants her movement speed when running towards enemies. So that will only increase her speed heavily.
And time again, we see the blue team initiating on the Malphite, who just opts to ult whoever's close to him. And, I thought it wasn't going to work out because he's ulting on Elise and Leona, but they are able to pick up that kill on Elise almost instantaneously.
Well,
and
like
she wasn't
I
able
also
to do
stated,
anything.
that Elise is not running the Strength of Ages. This is going to be a free dragon, uncontested, it looks like, for the red team. Malphite ults
another
over the
ulti
wall,
onto Elise.
takes down the Elise.
Oh,
The
a
Lantern
great
takes it,
Lantern.
but
Waiting
the
to miss.
movement speed from Echo and the phase dive being on such a short cooldown, can he commit? No, he cannot. He's going into dangerous territory. Thresh has-
And Caitlyn gets completely caught up by the enemy team. I don't know what he was
Yeah.
thinking.
He saw the whole enemy team walking that way and Thresh running away. Very interesting pathing. Another hook onto Malphite. Definitely not the best choice, as we've stated. And so the red team is going to group up here. Are they going to go for Baron? I thought they were going to try to pressure mid lane, but
Well, that would be a
looks-
very surprising call coming out from the red team.
I mean,
Up
they
there
do
at
have Vayne.
25 minutes.
Echo's going. He uses the parallel convergence. Does not decide to go in there. And so
Oh no.
LeBlanc
The LeBlanc looking to get a chain
lands
off
the
on
chains. The Glacial Path. Oh, but he ults herself. Knock up onto Thresh. Bubble onto Lissandra. Lissandra's going to go down.
And another free kill
Phase
for the
dive.
red team.
Echo's going to chase. And so like you stated before, it does look like with the pickup of the Blasting Wand that the Echo has, he will be picking up a very late Rod of Ages. Recently, I have been seeing that a lot in junglers in Korea, not so much with Echo, more so with Nidalee. They'll get it after the Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Oh, a lot going
and
down
a
on
great ulti
LeBlanc.
from-
They don't know that that was warded, and so there's a lot of damage is going to go out. Echo took out the Elise and was able to phase dive back, and then Vayne right now is in the backline is untouched, but Caitlyn is also taking on the team. Vayne going to be able to clean up this kill. She scaled into the late game. She has her Blade of the Rune King and Phantom Dancer. She's a very formidable opponent now. And as you can tell, she picked up a triple kill right there. And there's going to be a parallel convergence right on top of the teleport. And Lissandra goes for the flash. but is not going to be able to commit to that kill. Lands the bubble. Ooh, the disrespect.
The disrespect coming out. And a condemn from the Vayne. Is Lysandra in trouble?
Might have been able to do it. She's going to be able to, and that's going to be the Vayne picking up a kill onto the Lysandra thanks to the help of her Nami. And that teleport is questionable now because that's both Flash and
both summoners blown for the
blown for
Lysandra.
a death.
And she doesn't get anything in return. And we do see that this Vayne is scaling nicely into a late game. From 0-3 to 7-3, the dream, boys. The Vayne dream.
Yeah, because they're so worried about the LeBlanc and the Malphite that I think they forget about that there's that late game carry in the back lines.
And she does pick up a BF sword. Going to be augmenting her damage even further.
No, sells it.
And so...
Hello? Okay, she buys it back, I guess.
Okay. She can't quite make up her mind, but no matter what she buys, she's going to be strong now.
And then the Rod of Ages picked up once again for the Echo, as you stated.
Oh, and Elise caught out
is just gonna
once
be going
again.
down. Oh, the wave used. Is that going to be actually decent? Makes the Thresh do an unfortunate pathing as he's going to catch up with the phase dive, but that tower still being up. Ooh, the bubble lands, but not enough damage. They really need to take down these towers to be able to go further. But as we say that, we see Caitlyn lining up a array of traps to bait the enemy team into an unfortunate. And this Baron. The solar flare goes
really
down.
ambitious ulti here from the Leona.
Yeah, Leona's going in 4v1, and they're going to kite back. Leona's going to go down. Malphite ulted in, and it looks like Echo went in too, but once again, Issa Yordle snap and cannot go back to his ultimate. LeBlanc flashes forward for a distortion, takes on the Thresh. Thresh is going to go down, and so is the Caitlyn. And it looks like Vayne is just being left unattended to and is able to clean up these kills. And that's going to be another kill for the Horny Shrooms. And that's going to be a 4 for 2. Definitely not worth. They're going to get that mid turret right now picked up and going to probably push down one more turret. Elise, watch yourself.
Ooh. And you can sense a bit of frustration coming out from the blue team here. That Leona jumping the gun, the whole team behind him, but going in a little bit too deep, opting for a 1v4. They do get 2 trade kills, but they can't get out afterwards. So
they're going to pick up 2 turrets off that. You know, maybe these Baron baits are actually working in their favor. You know, maybe they're not actually trying to get Baron, but they just want to bait the team into these positions.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just surprised that they're working at all. I mean, I was afraid that they were going to try to do Baron and then end up throwing the game, Dignitas style. But it seems that they are...
to the point of where they're losing.
Yeah, they're winning right until the point they are losing. But it seems that they know a little more than our good friend Scara, so...
Yeah. And also, so Nami's got the Mikhail's Crucible right now, so he's really going to be effective in peeling for his backline, especially that Vayne knows that he has to keep him alive. Oh, but Nami might be getting caught out as I speak. The Thresh
hook lands.
And that's going to be definitely her demise, and she goes down alone. But I wonder if they're going to go for the Dragon anyway. It is up in a minute, so she might be back in time.
And we do see that the blue team gets a little bit of
a lot of pings going down, but I wouldn't be surprised to see a trade of Dragon for Baron. They can still do it without the likes of the support.
Yeah, I mean, they have Echo, they have Vayne, they have so much damage for this Baron.
And Malphite to tank it while Vayne does the % health damage. And LeBlanc could do the zoning as well, but it looks like neither team is going to opt for an objective. They're just going to wait for Dragon to spawn. And from here on out, it's only going to be 5v5 team fights, I do believe.
Yeah, the blue team really has no option. They don't even have a teleport to play the macro game.
I mean, they do have a teleport, but it's on Lysandra, and Lysandra is better for their engage. Actually, I guess not, since their Leona is the other solo laner.
And we do see that the Echo is posturing behind, looking
but he's going to get out of there. FaZe dives over the wall to the blue, and they're going to back out now for the Dragon, but the...
and this fight is going to be so important for both teams. It's going to probably decide the game, depending on who wins out.
By Felicia, right? Ultimate on the Caitlyn. She's going to go down, and then Lysandra's going to Frozen Entomb, and right now LeBlanc is getting a chase by the Elise, and this is just a cluster, a clown fiesta, if you will, of abilities being used. Wombo combo by the... oh, man. Echo just destroyed that fight.
So what happened there was that the Malphite ulted the Caitlyn, instantly erasing her along with the LeBlanc. But we did see a trade kill coming in from Calci X onto the Vayne, instantly erasing her instead. But afterwards...
once you leave the Vayne up, you leave the LeBlanc or the Echo to go free, and both of them did exactly that. Elise tried to take down the likes of the LeBlanc, but was kited a little too well, and then Echo had a parallel convergence stun that hit 3 people, and then also using his ultimate to go back and damage all of them. And so he did a large amount of damage in that team fight. So even if you take away Vayne, they still have
Echo and
other
LeBlanc.
sources of damage. Yeah.
Whereas on the blue team, once Caitlyn dies, really,
kinda game
Lissandra
over.
is not going to be able to do that much damage
Yeah.
once she uses her ultimate. So
So this Caitlyn's positioning is really deciding the game.
yeah, she's got very questionable positioning for sure.
Because even before that, she walked into the jungle where there's like 3 members and died instantly. And then this Vayne's positioning now in the late game is extremely well. I guess last. So what happened to the Vayne last fight?
Lissandra ulted her and instantly erased her.
Okay. Yeah, there's really nothing you can do against that without a QSS, and Vayne does not have the QSS. Malphite in a little out of a spot right now. Parallel
another ulti
nice
onto the
title
Caitlyn.
hit, hits 2 people. Echo's going to go forward onto the Caitlyn, has his ultimate still, and Thresh is almost going to go down too. There goes the Caitlyn. Thresh is going to be the one next. Vayne in the back line taking on the likes of the Leona and the Lissandra, going to chase after the Leona. Leona's going to go down here, and Lissandra, and that's going to be almost an ace for the enemy team. And it looks like maybe just Leona getting out by the skin of her teeth, and she's going to be going down and just trying to back safely. So that's going to be an easy Baron for the likes of the Horny Shrooms right now.
And once again, this Malphite, he's essentially baiting the enemy team.
Yeah.
He's getting CCs on him, but he's just saying, all right, let the Caitlyn walk up. I'm just going to ulti him and end the game for us. So in the red team fighting like gods over here, we do see 18 kills going down on this Echo, really showing his strength here. He is opting to go for the full damage now after building the Rod of Ages. He does have Abyssal Scepter and a large rod.
Yeah, we see the needlessly large rod in there. That's going to be interesting to see what he will pick up next. This Vayne goes and sees that there's a ZZ Rot Portal, going to take that out very quickly, as the rest of her team is going to opt to push down this mid lane. And Nami gets away from the ace in the hole to let LeBlanc get hit by it. And right now, a teleport coming in from the Malphite. He's just running around as fast as he can, though. Nothing's going to happen yet, as Vayne is encroaching on the side. But that's a very awkward place for the Vayne to come into the game. Thresh is up a little too far, but you see the line of traps to see how they get around it. It looks like they're going to be fighting. LeBlanc's going to land the chains. And there's a 3-man ulti into the tidal wave. There's another 2-man knockup. Thresh is going to be taken down by the Echo. And right now, Leona is trying to do her best in the backline, but just has no damage and not enough CC to keep them off of the carries. And Echo and Malphite are going into the backline, and they're going to take out LeBlanc, and that is going to be an ace for the game. And so that's going to be game, ladies and gentlemen, for the solo queue tournament of April. And it looks like the Horny Shrooms are going to be taking the finals. Best of 3 in a 2-0. And this game was a lot better than the first game.
It was very close in the beginning, but eventually the positioning from Caitlyn really costing them the game here.
Well, not only that, but them trying to go consistently onto the Malphite, and then Malphite just being like, okay.
Yeah, it looked like it was working out the first time, but after that first time, the Malphite was like, all right, I'm just going to build tank, and I'm just going to ultra backline. So
well played by everyone here at the Cave. Everyone had a lot of fun. We'll have another one next month. Usually it's the second week on a Sunday, but I believe we might have switched to Saturdays. But if not, just go on to thecavegaming.com and look at the website. All the events are planned out there. Like we said, we have multiple events going all the time. We have weeklies, monthlies, quarterlies. So there's always something happening down here at the Cave. And we're in University Mall, right across from George Mason. So ladies and gentlemen, have a good day and enjoy the rest of your Saturday afternoon. Peter Parker is not the Asian guy, by the way. It's me. I'm Peter Parker. All right.
No, I'm definitely Peter Parker.